example. But there will be millions of Americans, many who have never owned a rare United States numismatic coin before, who will want to own at least one example. Many people will want to get one for each of their kids or grandkids. So many new collectors of the American Silver Eagle Silver Dollar Series, folks. Now, the United States American Silver Eagle Dollar. It's a silver dollar series that likely equals the Morgan Dollar Series in popularity. And as such, these two series represent the two most widely collected United States coin series in all of U.S. numismatics. The American Silver Eagle Dollar Series was first struck on November 24th, 1986. And that coin design, as we have come to know it, will receive that major redesign of the reverse in 2021. The obverse of the coin will continue on with the classic Walking Liberty design, which was originally designed by Adolph Weinman, and it was first introduced on the half dollar. The Walking Liberty half dollar was struck from 1916 to 1947, and that was the inspiration for the obverse of the American Silver Eagle. And the model for that coin was a woman they referred to as the American Venus, Audrey Munson. Now, while the obverse of the original American Silver Eagle design will continue on, the reverse of the coin, with the famous heraldic eagle, designed by the last chief engraver of the United States Mint, John Mercanti, will be no more. Now, that heraldic eagle design that you see here was originally inspired by our earliest silver dollars. Now, the very first silver dollar design, first struck in 1794, here's an example, and it featured what some refer to as the small eagle reverse. And then a year later, they redesigned the reverse with what they refer to today as the heraldic eagle reverse. And I actually have one of those early coins. This one is an 1802. You can see the obverse of the coin. It has some lovely toning. It's an early silver dollar dated 1802. And then when you flip it over, you will see the original heraldic eagle reverse. And this was the inspiration for the original heraldic eagle reverse that we see on the American Silver Eagle today. Now, folks, the new reverse for the year 2021 will be of historic implications. Let's think about this. The demand for this new ASE with the new reverse will be historic. I would not be surprised if the 2021 proof version will be the highest mintage proof in the entire American Silver Eagle series. Again, this translates to an army of new collectors attracted to this series, these beautiful classic silver dollars for the very first time. And every year, these coins get a little more expensive when ordered directly from the mint. These proof coins, what I have for you today, are the earliest American Silver Eagles, and they were struck at the San Francisco Mint. And I have the entire early San Francisco Mint series for you today, from 1986 to the last year of the San Francisco Mint struck early Silver Eagles, dated 1992. All 7 coins. 1986, the first year of issue, up through 1992. Because after 1992, they switched production to the Philadelphia Mint for 1993. And from 1993 to 2000, they struck these coins at the Philadelphia Mint. And then in the year 2001, they began striking them at the West Point Mint. Now, you can tell which mint it was struck at if you weren't aware that all 93s were struck in Philadelphia by flipping the coin over. And you'll see a P there at around 7 o'clock on the reverse, meaning it was struck in Philadelphia. On the West Point issue, which we have, the first year of the West Point, you see a W. And on these earliest American Silver Eagles I have for you today, you'll see the famous S mint mark, the coveted San Francisco mint mark. And that, Sasha, is showing you the last year of these earliest San Francisco minted ASEs with that coveted S mint mark. What you're looking at is the complete 1986 to 1992 S set, the earliest years of the American Silver Eagle with this heraldic eagle reverse. The extraordinary condition of Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. The American Silver Eagles that I have for you today are among the rarest of all American Silver Eagles, because it's these earliest issues that are most difficult to find in this high-grade condition because of the technologies that they had back then, which were not as advanced as the West Point Mint's technologies used today. The San Francisco Mint simply struck a lot more coins that had minor flaws and imperfections that reduced their grade considerably, and I'll have a few examples to show you in just a moment. But first, I want to explain the difference between the Mint State American Silver Eagles and the Proof Silver Eagles, because it's the proof versions that I'm offering for you today. The Proof American Silver Eagles are struck in very limited quantities. A proof coin, if you're new to collecting, is meant to represent the state of the art, the highest possible quality the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. Now, proof coins are nothing new. Proof coins have been struck by the U.S. Mint since the early 1800s. This picture I originally showed you of the $1794 is a photo of what many consider the first silver dollar ever struck that was almost proof condition. A lot of people refer to it as a specimen strike. Now, from the earliest times in the 1800s, proof coins are always struck in limited numbers because of the labor involved in creating a proof coin. To make a proof coin, the Mint would take the finest dies. The dies would receive an intense polishing treatment until the dies were absolutely flawless to the eye. They would then take the most perfect coin blanks, and they would carefully place them into the die and strike them not once, but at least twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of that design. And then, most importantly, once struck, while coins struck for commercial use are typically dumped into bins where they abrade with other coins and where they receive numerous marks and abrasions, proof coins are individually handled. They're not allowed to abrade with any other coins. So when you look at a Mint State American Silver Eagle, when you ordered them from the Mint, you could order them in even rolls of 20 like we see here, an original Mint roll of 20, where they were stacked together. And since these coins did not receive individual handling in mint state condition, they would often have numerous abrasions and surface imperfections. You could see a mark above "In God We Trust" in the field and on the rays of the sun. And this is typical for a Mint State American Silver Eagle. What's most obvious, though, and why I really have always loved proof coins, is the eye appeal of the proof coin when you compare it to the Mint State American Silver Eagle. Now, when you look at the Mint State example on the right, again, it has a frosted appearance, but the proof version, notice that black surface around Liberty. That's actually a mirror. If you had the coin in your hand, you would see your reflection in that surface because it was so highly polished. And the frosted cameo effect, all the labor required to make a die with that cameo effect. And the dies had to be in their most pristine, unworn state. So proof dies were changed far more frequently than Mint State dies. Mint State dies might strike several thousand coins before being replaced. Proof coin dies maybe several hundred coins before the dies would be replaced. And so the proof coins are struck in much smaller numbers, and the mint charged a premium because of the labor involved, where you could buy a mid-state American Silver Eagle from the mint for just a couple dollars over the silver value. On the other hand, if you were to order a proof American Silver Eagle from the mint today, it would run somewhere between $60 and $70. Take a look at the mintage figures for the American Silver Eagle in both mint state condition and proof condition. The highest proof mintage for the American Silver Eagle was the first year, the 1986, where they struck about 1.4 million coins. In mint state, they struck about 5.4 million. And then you go down to the year 2007, 2008, you see where mint state examples, they struck 20, 30, 35 million, 40 million examples. Proofs, several hundred thousand. The proof Silver Eagles represent a tiny percentage, just a few percent of all the Silver Eagles struck. But what's most important is that you understand that these earliest issues are the most difficult issues to get in high-grade, uncirculated condition. Now, the proof coins came in special packaging. Unlike the mint state coins, which would come in tubes like this, every proof coin would have its own individual packaging. And here's an original mint box. This is a 1999. Again, it's these early proofs struck at the San Francisco and Philadelphia mints. Here's a 1999 proof, and you look at it, and you can see spotting all over the surface of the coin, in the fields around In God We Trust, around the perimeter, from 8 o'clock to 1 o'clock. You see all that white milky spotting. That doesn't come off, folks. That's struck into the coin. I've got a couple more here. This is one, again, from the San Francisco mint that we have today. And these were the typical problems you find on these early proof coins. Look at the spotting and haze in the field of this coin. Even this example, which when we first glance at it, almost looks flawless, but you do see those small spots in the field. I'm going to open this capsule up, take the cover off so you can get a better view of this coin. Now, when you're handling proof coins, normally I would wear gloves, latex gloves, but you always hold it on the rim. You never ever touch the surface of the coin and get your fingerprint on the coin. Your finger will leave an oil on the coin which will eventually spot the coin and leave a fingerprint that will not come off the surface of the coin. But you can see this small spotting on this 92S. And this is a finer example, but you'll still see these small imperfections on the coin. And that's what reduces the grade of these early coins. Very few grade proof 69 Ultra Cameo. The highest possible grade any coin can receive is proof 70. That represents perfection under high magnification. To get a grade of proof 70, when the grading service gets a coin that looks flawless to the naked eye under normal magnification, they pull it aside and then they review it again under higher magnification. And if under higher magnification they see the tiniest flaw, they give it a grade of proof 69. If under that higher magnification they still do not see a flaw, it gets a grade of proof 70. So in other words, these proof 69s I have for you today, and you take a look at one of these, the first year of issue, 1986, folks, they're flawless to the naked eye. They're absolutely stunning. Proof 69 Ultra Cameos. These earliest American Silver Eagles that will be the most elusive to get in this extraordinary high grade. These will be among the key dates, the rarest dates to get, the most difficult dates to get in high grade proof 69 Ultra Cameo condition. So when you have all these new collectors coming into the market for American Silver Eagles with the introduction of the new reverse design in 2021, all those collectors who begin collecting this series will find it's these earliest dates that are the most challenging and most difficult to get. that will be in the shortest, lowest supply. And that's what drives values up. Now is the time to acquire one of these earliest complete 1986 to 1992 San Francisco minted Heraldic Eagle sets that I have for you today at the price I'm able to offer this set at, folks. We've got the complete set, all 7 coins, for only $795. That's $113.57 a coin. Consider this. If you were to buy an American Silver Eagle from the mint today, it would cost you around $70 just to get one in ungraded condition. But then to get the coin certified, to guarantee the grade, submitting the coin to NGC, the grading fee is $20. There's a $10 handling fee, there's a $24 shipping fee. Everything gets shipped registered mail. So your service fees right there are $54. And that doesn't include the cost of shipping it to NGC, or the cost of the coin. So your total cost is generally between $140 and, it could be up to $400 a coin if it's a really rare key date. Take a look at the rarity of these San Francisco minted pieces in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. That first year of issue with the highest mintage, you have the most examples surviving in high-grade condition, 42,000 certified in 69 Ultra Cameo. But it's about 4 times rarer than a mint state example for the same year. And then 87S, only 27,000 examples versus the mint state pieces, 136,000. And then 19,000, 19,000, 21,000, 17,000, 18,000, compared to 100,000 and more for similar date mint state examples. Folks, this set in this condition is the perfect grade at the perfect price point. The American Silver Eagle series is so popular. When you look at some of the examples that have sold in auction in the past, here's a 1986 in MS-70 condition. That coin sold for $21,000. $21,000. Here's a 1989 that sold for over $14,000. Here's a 1991 for over $34,000, just for the one coin. Here's a 1992 for over $16,000. If you've just tuned in, what I have today are the earliest proof American Silver Eagles. Every coin has been inspected by yours truly. It's flawless to the eye. Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. It's all the American Silver Eagles struck at the San Francisco Mint. Stunning, deep mirrored proof specimens that are just absolutely gorgeous. First year the American Silver Eagles were struck was 1986. The last year was 1992 in proof condition at the San Francisco Mint. Every one selected in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. Proof coins have always been my personal favorite because of the rarity, but also because of the beauty of these coins. Folks, you take a look at this 1991 San Francisco Mint issue. Again, these are going to be among the most coveted dates in the series. With all the new collectors coming in the year 2021 with a new reverse design introduced in 2021, these original American Silver Eagles with the Heraldic Eagle reverse are the most elusive in exceptional high-grade condition. These were earlier coins in the series. The technology back then was not as advanced as it is today. At the West Point and San Francisco mints, you had a lot more of these proof coins that came from the mint with flaws, imperfections, spotting. So getting a Proof 69 Ultra Cameo is an incredible challenge. And to be able to offer this set today for just a little over $100 a coin for a proof coin, not a mint state coin, but a proof, $795 for the entire 7-coin set, the first 7 years of the Proof American Silver Eagle series. Now, again, I began with this presentation talking about my specialization in silver dollars for the last almost 40 years. I've built many of the finest silver dollar collections in Morgan dollars, in American Silver Eagles. You know, I know my silver dollars. I love silver dollars. But I especially love proof silver dollars, whether they're Morgan proof silver dollars or American Silver Eagle proof silver dollars. As in terms of bang for your numismatic dollar, there isn't a better value today in silver coinage. These gorgeous earliest American Silver Eagles struck at the San Francisco Mint, $7.95. Folks, this is a limited time offer. These earliest issues, all the proof Silver Eagles were struck in very low numbers, but they are so challenging to acquire in this kind of condition. And it's getting more difficult by the month. The values have increased dramatically as dealers around the country are trying to locate these essentially flawless specimens. Very low mintages, very few survivors in proof 69 Ultra Cameo. I hope you get at least one of these sets that I have today for you. Again, only $795 for the entire San Francisco Mint set. In proof 69 Ultra Cameo. Thank you for watching.
TV. I'm James Gerstel. I'm going to be your host for a really exciting presentation on the first ever pure silver Kennedy half dollar. That's big news because for the first time ever in 2019, issued out of the San Francisco Mint, and forevermore, the Kennedy half dollar, the collector's version, has been issued in pure .999 silver. Now, the Kennedy half dollar first was issued in 1964. Most collectors know this. But did you know that as a collector coin, the highest purity of silver that this coin ever achieved was 90%, until the one that I am holding in my hand. Now, there is something about a Kennedy half dollar in pure silver that is just amazing to view. The eye appeal is off the charts. But something else about this coin that'll just excite you. We have it in the highest grade attainable. Now, notice this. This is a 2019 San Francisco struck silver 50 cent, first year .999 fine silver half dollar. In the highest grade attainable, proof 70 with the designation of Ultra Cameo. That contrast, that black and white contrast that you see on both the obverse and the reverse of this coin are the result of a cameo, Ultra Cameo strike. We have this coin for an amazing price, and I want to get to it right now. It's $149. When it comes to half dollars, there is no more popular coin than the Kennedy half dollar. Not the early flowing hairs, not the cap bust, not the seated liberties, not the barbers, or the walking liberty half dollars. And that's amazing because the walking liberty half dollar is one of the most popular U.S. coins ever issued. But or the Franklins, sorry, Rick. But when it comes to popularity, the Kennedy half dollar beats them all. We have this in the collector version, a coin that was struck not just once, multiple strikings to bring out the high relief designs. Now, what's exciting about these coins is that every one of the mintages that you're about to see are the result of collectors placing orders directly with the U.S. Mint, and that's what has driven the Kennedy half dollar. The very first year of the Kennedy half dollar, 1964, in 90% silver, had a mintage of nearly 4 million. And the thing about that was that 3,950,762 people ordered these coins directly from the U.S. Mint to put them in their collections in 1964. Now, I think it's important to take a minute to reflect on that. When Kennedy was assassinated in November of 1963, November 22nd, within 5 days of Kennedy's assassination, a new design was put into production that featured the classic Kennedy portrait that you see. And that was actually taken from Kennedy's 1961 inaugural medal. These great Kennedy half dollars were produced by Gilroy Roberts and Frank Gasparo. And it's ironic that Kennedy himself actually approved his portrait design on the obverse when it was the design of the inaugural medal. So you take a look at the mintages as we go down the table, and you can see that millions, even hundreds of millions of these coins have been purchased by collectors. And it is a very popular issue. And every year, there are coins that are ordered directly by collectors from the U.S. Mint. That was just one page. Here we start a whole other page of great proof dates. Now, this is all leading up to something really important. And remember, folks, $149. And the reason why I brought that price out right off the bat, it's the lowest price we've ever been able to offer a perfect Proof 70 grade of this brand new pure silver Kennedy half dollar. Now, keep this in mind. Forevermore, the Kennedy half dollar will be pure silver. This is the very first one, and much like that first 1964 and all the other great issues that debuted, this one is going to be sought after by Kennedy collectors, by half-dollar collectors, by coin collectors, by silver collectors, and by people who love history, because Kennedy and history, they're so intertwined with so much, with beating the Russians to into space, you know, and so many of the other things that Kennedy did. Now, I want you to take a look at the final page of our table. The total mintage of proof collectible Kennedy half dollars from 1964 to the present day totals over 152 million. But the pure silver, .999 silver proof Kennedy half dollar, dated 2019, there was a mere 430,994, and we are waiting for the mintage to be finalized. But folks, what you see right there is the only one right there. Now, they have and will issue this coin from now on in pure silver, but that is the first one. And I don't have to tell you, the first Morgan dollar, everybody wants it, 1878, the first St. Gaudens gold coin, whether it be the high relief or whether it be the 1908, no mottos. Everybody wanted one. The very first $20 gold Liberty from 1850, a prized possession. When you look at every one of these first coins, the 1916 Walking Liberty half dollar, the 1916 Standing Liberty quarter, every one of these first issues set a precedent and are the most collected in the series. This coin right here is a new purity, beginning a new series of the Kennedy half dollar to continue on. And we're offering this coin in the highest grade attainable for $149. Now, just to give you a little idea why I'm shouting so much, here is a coin that is in perfect Proof 70 grade, deep cameo, first year, .999 silver Kennedy half dollar, $275. Now, I hunted around and I found one that is a phenomenal price. It's such a great price that they won't let you make any offers. It's a take it or leave it situation at $179. Now, when you consider that this is the first of its kind, that it was a complete sellout, that collectors far and wide want to own this coin, that millions of collectors collect the Kennedy half dollars, this coin, as an addition to a Kennedy half dollar coin collection, is a must-have. $149. The U.S. Mint, when it comes to striking collector coins, nobody does it like the U.S. Mint. Their quality control is amazing. Their striking techniques is something that has always led the world. When it comes to art and when it comes to technology, nobody beats the U.S. Mint. And still, you cannot be guaranteed to get a perfect coin. Far from it. And I want to show you that you will spend over $50 to get a single coin certified. Now, why is that important? Because you will have to send in multiple coins to garner a perfect certified Proof 70 grade. In fact, at the very bottom of that table right there is the percentage of Proof Strike certified Proof 70 by both of the grading services. Now, that's not 15%. That is 0.15%. That is 15% of a percent. That's low. $149, folks. Now, here's what you're up against. Since 1964 to the present time, there have only been 2 Kennedy half-dollar issues that have been struck in .999 fine silver. One of which you are looking at right now, and the other is the 2020. Because forevermore, this coin will be issued by the U.S. Mint no longer in 90% silver for the collector, but in pure .999 silver for the collector. Big news. There is nothing like the first of its kind. So, the story of how the Kennedy half-dollar came about has been told many times. The popularity of that coin is really something that I think is important to convey. When Kennedy was assassinated in 1963, like I said, within 5 days, by November 27th, there had already been locked down a design. The design had actually been approved by Jacqueline Kennedy. They had gone back and forth about whether or not to remove George Washington from the quarter and place Kennedy on that. Jacqueline Kennedy was not in favor of removing any presidents from any of the coinage. So her suggestion was to remove Franklin, Benjamin Franklin, from the half-dollar, considering that he would still be on U.S. currency, because Franklin was not a president, even though a founding father, and it was a likely choice. So Kennedy replaced Franklin, and what became the memorial to John F. Kennedy has gone on strong since that very first coin was released in 1964. In 1964, when the coin was released, people lined up outside of banks and the Federal Reserve and the Treasury Department all over this country to get an opportunity to get a few of these Kennedy half-dollars. Now, the coins that were struck to be released into circulation in 1964 were 90% pure silver. And for instance, if you take the Treasury Department in Washington, D.C., 70,000 coins were delivered to the Treasury Department on that first day of issue. And thousands of people lined up, and there was a minimum of 40 coins per person allowed. And within just a few hours, all 70,000 of those coins sold out, and there were still people lined up to get the coin. So the lore of this Kennedy half-dollar got even bigger. It was a tribute to the fallen president. It became an everlasting memorial, and to this day, when there is an opportunity for anybody who sees a Kennedy half-dollar to grab it and put it away, that opportunity is taken. You never see Kennedy half-dollars in any kind of circulation today, even though the government still strikes the coin. That's why this coin, the first of its kind, it takes us back to 1964 when the very first one was issued. It's pure silver. You have never seen a Kennedy half-dollar in silver or otherwise in a perfect Proof 70 grade like this coin until you've seen this coin. Because in pure silver, the strike, the way it looks, the cameo, a little bit different than in 90% silver. And it is like no Kennedy half-dollar you have ever seen before. This coin is flawless. It is viewed under 5 times magnification. And under that 5 times magnification, if there are no flaws whatsoever visible, even the smallest little contact mark, the coin would not be given a perfect grade. So when this coin is examined by multiple graders under the highest magnification allowable in grading, it is flawless. And only then, when it passes that test, will it be given the grade of Proof 70. Now, the Ultra Cameo designation refers to that black and white contrast that you see on the obverse and the reverse of the coin. The black part of the coin there is actually a mirror. It appears black on your screen. And the satin profile of Kennedy in all of the raised lettering and verbiage are amazing. That's how you get the ultimate designation of Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. You cannot get a higher grade or a higher designation than what you see right here. $149. And ladies and gentlemen, let me say this. 2019 was an amazing year at the U.S. Mint. If you missed out on the first ever pure silver Kennedy half dollar in the ultimate grade, here's a chance to get in on it at the lowest price we've ever had, $149. Thank you so much for watching, ladies and gentlemen. Please stay tuned for more great coins because we got the best stuff here. See you soon. What does every collector dream about? Let me answer it for you. Finding a long-lost hoard of coins, a virtual treasure that hasn't been looked at, cherry-picked, or even seen at all in about 100 years. To me, that is every collector's dream. And it actually came true way back in the 1970s. And what I'm talking about is a hoard of silver dollars, not a privately held hoard. Oh, there's been a lot of hoards of silver dollars. If you have a red book, you could look in the beginning of it and see quite a few hoards of long-lost coins that were discovered and brought to market many, many decades, in many cases, generations since they were put away. But there's only one hoard out there that is world famous, the hoard of Morgan dollars that our own government was keeping under wraps for close to 100 years after they were struck. Most of these coins were from the most elusive mint of them all, and the most famous, the Carson City Mint. The mint that was responsible for only about 2% of the 600+ million Morgans struck. George T. Morgan is the designer of both the obverse and the reverse, and the coin really represented the true pioneer spirit of America as the country expanded out west in the 1800s. It was all made possible by a gigantic silver discovery. The Comstock Lode, Nevada, 1859. Evan and Hosea Grosh found the deposit, but they both died before they could record their claims. There was a gentleman by the name of Henry Comstock, of which the whole entire find was named after, the Comstock Lode. Henry, he was a sheep herder and a part-time gold prospector. And he was looking after the cabin that the Grosh brothers were living in. And of course, after they died, he kind of took things over, and he took over the claim. But he sold his claim within just a few weeks. He died a really poor man. He didn't realize, because he was always looking for gold. and I'm talking about Henry Comstock here, he didn't realize that this gray clayish mud that was all over the area was actually an indication of a gigantic silver deposit. Didn't realize it, sold his claim. Died a poor man. Kind of ironic, because it turned out to be the largest silver strike the world had ever seen. So large was this strike of silver, this discovery of silver, that it took multiple mining companies, all working together, to dig all the shafts needed to pull this silver out of the ground. Many, many thousands of people made their way from the east part of the United States out to the far west to try to strike it rich. A lot of them stayed behind, never striking it rich, and a few did. But some of the real interesting things about the Comstock lode, listen to this. It was in Virginia City, right next door, right there, that Samuel Clemens acquired the name Mark Twain at the age of 26, when he was working for a daily newspaper reporting on what was going on in the mines. He lamented later on that he never was able to stake a claim, and he didn't strike it rich like he had wanted. And he just happened to be in the middle of all the action. And there were other really unbelievable people there at the time. George Hearst, who later on started the Hearst Empire, he was there as well. In the 1850s and the 1860s, it was the Wild West. Saloons and gambling halls and hotels, thousands of people filling up the small space there, trying to strike it rich. That's how it all started. I just want you guys to take a look real quick, because here's a recap that's so important, all about the Morgan dollar, starting with how many were struck by all the various mints. 656 million and then some. There were melts that occurred. The Pittman Act melted almost 300 million silver dollars, and there were others afterwards. But the really interesting figure is the one down at the very bottom, 1.5%, approximate percentage of total surviving mintage certified in all uncirculated grades from mint 60 to 69 by both of the grading services. That's all of all the Morgan dollars that have ever been certified mint state, no matter what the mint state grade. And all the mints were at work. Individual output from the United States mints for the Morgan dollar between 1878 and 1921. Philadelphia was responsible for the bulk of the coinage. Notice Denver there at 20 million. It's very, very small mintage, but when you consider it was only one coin struck at Denver, one Morgan dollar in 1921. The Carson City from 1878 until 1893, when the Carson City Mint closed, wasn't even 14 million coins. The scarcest of them all is anyone from the Carson City Mint, because they're responsible for such a small fraction of the coins. Look at that, 2.14% of all the coins ever issued. During the 50s and the 60s, the 1950s and the 1960s in America, you could go to Federal Reserve banks, Treasury Department as well in Washington, D.C., and you could purchase at face value Morgan dollars. So all during the 50s and the 60s, very enterprising dealers and collectors would go to the Treasury Department, and they would purchase bags that contained 1,000 coins at a time. And they would bring them out and start collecting them and going over them and learning all about the different dates and mint marks of the Morgan dollar, which up until about the 1950s or so had never been collected that way. Never thought of the great collectible that it is today. During an audit that was conducted by the Treasury Department, the Mint discovered that they had put away Carson City silver dollars, 2.9 million coins, that had been struck at the Carson City Mint and never released from the mint, kept the whole time And the government quickly realized that these coins were worth way more, even before 1970, than their face value. What did they do? The government was thinking, how do we get the most bang for our buck with these silver dollars? We don't want to just give them out for $1 any longer. Those days were over. They stopped that. They called on an arm of the government called the General Services Administration. It's not a private company, and many people think that the holders that these coins were put in were done privately, like the Redfield hoard, for instance. But they weren't. That lens that you see, that holder that you see, was manufactured by the U.S. government. It was the first instance and the only time our government packaged a Morgan dollar for sale. Now, the GSA conducted the sale, and they were trying to figure out the best way that they could get all the Americans who wanted an opportunity to participate in the very last part of the Wild West. What was left over that had never been seen in close to 100 years. What is the best way to get them out to collectors all over the United States of America? They came up with the idea of conducting a mail bid sale, an auction. And that's exactly what happened. After carefully going over 2.9 million coins, the Mint set about packaging the coins, if they qualified to be uncirculated, in these special lenses. And then they began what became a 10-year program of liquidating these coins vis-a-vis a mail bid. And the very first sale took place on Halloween of 1972, October 31st, when they offered for sale the 1882, the 1883, and the 1884 Carson City silver dollars. Now, being that there's only about 2% of all the Morgans ever struck came from Carson City, any Carson City coin really is a rarity. But there's something very, well, magical about the GSA sale. Since the coins were kept by the government for close to 100 years before they were offered, these coins, still today, even as the last trickle of what is left of this hoard gets absorbed by collectors, these coins represent one of the greatest bargains in coin collecting today. Let me show you what I mean. This is something we do quite often, where we show everybody all the mintages for the individual Morgan dollars. The Morgan dollar series spans 1878 to 1921, but for Carson City, since the Mint was only around for 23 years, from 1870 to 1893, the Morgan dollar was only struck from 1878 to 1893 at the Carson City Mint, and then the Mint closed. As the mintages get lower and lower and lower, we come to the really important part. In red, you see the coins that I'm going to be featuring. I think most people don't realize just how small these mintages are for these Carson City silver dollars. Now, these are considered the most readily available of all of the Carson City silver dollars. Now, I want you to also notice right around these coins that have very similar mintages. We can come to some of the most famous coins in all the world. Here's an 1892 CC, higher mintage than the three coins we're going to be featuring. 1894S is a magical, well, really a rare coin, but yet the mintage is higher than any one of the three Carson City coins that we're going to be featuring. And yet the 1894S and the grade we're going to be offering is a priceless, priceless coin. So what makes these particular Carson City silver dollars so interesting and so valuable and so underpriced is the fact that in 1882, there were no Carson City silver dollars basically released into circulation, a few, not many. And they quickly became circulated, and they were released in the area where all the mining was happening, in what were called the Four Corner Western states, where pioneers were there, where there was, distrust of the banks. Not so much because they would get cheated, but because there was no security. So people wanted to hold hard assets in their pocket or under their mattress, something like that. So when you look at the history of this mail bid sale, And the sale took place for a very short time. 700,000 coins were sold by mail bid in that first sale. 700,000. Just a few months later, really short time, at the beginning of 1973, beginning in February, another sale was conducted. Another 100,000 coins were scooped up. That's 800,000 coins already. Later on in 1973, for just 2 months, June to July, there was another sale offered. Almost 500,000 of these Carson City silver dollars were scooped up by collectors through a mail bid. You had to send in a check with your bid for as many coins as they would let you order, wait and see if you got it. Over 453,000 in 2 months. Again, at the end of 1973, another 213,000 coins were sold. This hoard was diminishing quickly, getting dispersed to collectors all over the world. In 1974, this sale contained only 1879 cc's, and you can imagine how quickly the coins were scooped up, making the 1879 cc famous forever. In 1974 again, what was called the last of a legacy, 420,000 coins sold again by mail bid. The coins were disappearing, folks. The sixth sale took place in 1980. Close to 1 million coins, and it was all gone. 38 years since the release of these coins, an entire hoard has been dispersed among collectors. And the great thing about the GSA coins as they remain today is this right here. This is the amount of coins that were discovered across the board of the Carson cities from the GSA hoard. Now, there was an 1892 and an 1893 that was discovered in the GSA hoard, but we didn't list them because there was only one of each. And I don't believe the 1889 cc is here either because there was only one of those as well. But the coins that are highlighted there, the 1882, 83, and 84, because of the amount of those coins that were left originally on the shelves, they had the largest numbers of the release. And that's one of the reasons why these particular coins today, in my opinion, represent the greatest bargain in Carson City silver dollars. Because we're going to be featuring these coins in the original government holder in a gem uncirculated grade that few of these coins will achieve. Now, the thing about these holders, folks, they are a thing of beauty. They are so conservatively graded. The cheeks are so fresh, so minus bag marks. These are the creme de la creme of the Carson City series. MS-65 Morgan dollars. So that's the original government holder. And what you're seeing right there is NGC, since 2004, has graded these coins in the original government holder. The thing about the GSA holder is most of them don't exist today because most of these coins in the early days were cracked out because they stored easier. It was a big mistake on the behalf of everybody who did it because the coins in the original government holders are proof of the pedigree of the discovery and have really, really been taken to, especially as of late, by collectors. One of the reasons why a Mint State 6.5 Carson City silver dollar is so valuable is because of the percent in Mint State 6.5 that will grade. Few Carson City silver dollars will grade higher. Yes, there are higher grades, but there are very few. Around 1 million of each, little over, was struck. The total graded by NGC was 40,865, all the way across the board, circulated coins and uncirculated coins. The amount that NGC has graded in Mint State 6.5 of each one of those is not even 1% of the total mintage. The rarity of these coins, I think, is ignored today. NGC GSAs, all grades, 22,173. In Mint State 6.5, 2,000 942 are in the original GSA holder. And when you look at the percentage of Mint State 65s in the original government holder, look how small the percentages are. So a lot of people will consider this a readily available coin. Well, here's the mystery about Carson City silver dollars. When you look at your red book, the highest grade that a Morgan dollar can go up to is a Mint State 65. And the reason for that is they're pretty darn rare in grades higher than that. And they come around very seldomly. Most of the time, you'll see them at auctions. So what it really comes down to is a really undervalued ultra gem Carson City silver dollar. And I always say, had the Carson City silver dollars been released in the years that they were struck, no Carson City silver dollar would be attainable today. But we're really fortunate. Even though we're at the very tail end, I call it really the trickle of the last of the GSAs. You still have a great opportunity for the 1882, the 1883, and the 1884. The premium cost percentage increase of CC Morgan dollars when they're in a GSA holder as opposed to being removed in the same grade. The 1878 in a GSA holder, all the way across the board. Look at MS65 there. Sells at over 200% more in the GSA holder graded, as I showed you banded there, in a Mint State 65, over a counterpart that would be in a regular slab. Look at that coin brought. Almost $8,000. 7,600. Here's one that brought almost $5,300. That's the power of the pedigree, of being recognized as being part of that great numismatic hoard. And many of the other coins will follow suit in MS65. Now the coins in red, they actually sell for the smallest premium over their counterparts who are not in a GSA holder. And the way I figure it, what I want are these pedigreed coins in their GSA holder at one of the ultimate gem grades, separating them from all the others where I can buy them and you can buy them at about the same amount as a regular issue in Mint State 65. Folks, I think it's a great time to buy Carson City silver dollars because in Mint State 65, in the original holder, graded by NGC, the entire collection of the three is $1,895. $1,895. This is a chance to buy a coin that I think, as all Carson City silver dollars have proven, is really destined for greatness. I mean, it has been 40 years since you could readily buy these coins. And gone are the days when they're available in any kind of quantities at all, in just the regular holder, in just the GSA holder without being graded. In Mint State 65, it's alarming how few of these. I don't think we could come up with 20 of these complete collections. We're going to be offering 1882, 1883, and 1884 in their original government GSA holders, certified by NGC in a Mint State 65. And by the way, the reason why we have concentrated so much on the look of that coin right there is because we have selected the brightest, widest coins we could get our hands on. 1882. There's one I wouldn't exactly call a bright white coin. It's a great coin. It's certified. It's a 6.5. It's $822.50. And I recommend it highly. And here's one, and here's what I mean. Here's one in an NGC holder, not in an original GSA pedigree. That's selling for $870. It's a Mint State 6.5. The power of the pedigree for these three dates has not been recognized by collectors. 1883, Mint State 6.5, $705. Not in a pedigree holder. but a 6.5. Great coin. Great price. There's another 1883 CC, a mint state 6.5, not in the pedigree holder. $825. One of my favorite years of the 1800s for Carson City dollars is the 1884, because it has a really low mintage. It's very much akin to the 1882. Well, here's an 1884. It says high grade gem. It's almost $1,300 for one coin, not in a GSA holder. Here's another 1884 CC, selling for $825. And here's one that I found in a GSA holder that is not graded, an ungraded coin, for almost $2,300. You know, there is so much to talk about when it comes to the Carson City Mint. The history of the Carson City Mint, they only struck 13 million coins. You could find Philadelphia or New Orleans coins, or even San Francisco struck coins, where 1 year there's more than that. How about Denver? 1921, Denver struck Morgan, over 20 million coins. It's really amazing to me, as a collector and a dealer, that one of the greatest numismatic rarities is right under everybody's nose, being eclipsed by some of these coins that get more publicity. The coins that are under the radar, in my opinion, these 1882s, 1883s, and 1884s, I don't know, maybe the other coins have capped out. But in my opinion, these three great dates haven't achieved the greatness that I think they're gonna. Because, folks, here's an opportunity to buy one of the greatest issues ever. The 1882, the 1883, and the 1884 Carson City silver dollar. You add up the mintage of these 3 years, and they're about the same mintage together as an 1884S. Now, I point that out because each coin individually has a third of the mintage of the 1884S, which is one of the great rarities of coins. And the reason for that, there aren't any coins around. That particular coin, 1884S, was released in 1884, and they've all disappeared. These coins have been in these holders since the United States government put them in the 1960s and early 1970s. They have never been removed. They're sonically sealed. They're part of the legend of the Carson City Mint and part of the legend of the great expansion of America. You know, one of the things that the Comstock load did was it added to the U.S. Treasury hundreds of millions of dollars that was badly needed because we had just gotten through the Civil War. So it couldn't have come at a better time. Now, one of the things that I wanted to point out to everybody were mintages of some of the most famous coins of the Morgan Dollar series that sell for many thousands more than these coins in exactly the same grades. And yet, many of these coins have higher mintages, and I mentioned quite a few. But look at this. Here's an 1892 Carson City silver dollar. And this one happens to be a mint state 6.2. The mintage of the 1892 Carson City silver dollar is almost the same as any one of the three dates that we're featuring. And there's a coin in a mint state 6.2 because of lack of availability that is well over $2,000, and it's a mint state 6.2. I'm a lover of the Morgan dollar. And of all the Morgan dollars, my favorite coins are the ones that come from the Carson City Mint. And one of the reasons for that is because I grew up at the time when these coins were being offered. I dreamed of being able to buy some of these coins. I never did. I was too young. I look at these coins today, I look at the graded version, I look at the last remaining coins that are in the government holders that have been officially graded by a third-party grading service in a mint state 6.5 at around $630 each, $1,895. And this coin has everything. Each and every one of these has a mintage just a little bit over $1 million. There are countless Morgan dollars with mintages that are 10 times these Carson City coins that cannot be located in this grade. One of the coins that come to mind is the 1886-0. The mintage is 10,710,000 of that coin. In a mint state 6.5, I think I was checking, the last one sold for somewhere around $350,000. Now, I don't know if the 1882 or the 1883 or the 1884 will ever reach those heights, but I know one thing. It's a tenth of the mintage of some of those great rarities. So I think it has more possibility and more of a future than almost any dollar I could think of. And that was the reason why I wanted to highlight these three coins. Because everybody knows about some of the illustrious coins from the Carson City collection that are no longer available. But did you know that a lot of those coins have much higher mintages? 1878 CC, where the mintage is 2.2 million. So when you talk about a coin with such a low mintage that's no longer in the marketplace and one of the highest grades attainable for $1,895 for the three coins, I think we're really approaching coin nirvana. It's being able to have access to that long-lost hoard and cherry-pick the coins yourself and pick out the ones you want. And that's what we've got here today. I really appreciate you sticking with me during this presentation. And I want to thank all of you for watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show and Rare Collectibles TV. And don't forget, the ultimate in a Carson City silver dollar can be found in the dates of 1882 through 1884 in mint state 6.5 for $1,895. Thank you for watching.
Gold double eagles. I have been most fortunate to handle many of the most desirable United States rare coins over the past decades, and placing these treasures with fellow collectors who love and appreciate these gems as much as I do. I know my gold double eagles. Here's one. This is an 1896. It's a proof. It's the finest known 1896 proof double eagle. This, if it ever came out to the market, could be $1 million coin. All the PCGS graded proof double eagles, this is the highest graded example for the entire series. And in fact, we have a client who has the #1 ranked set, #1 ranked proof double eagle set, gold double eagle set on the NGC registry. It's the Everest collection. Now, I have a great gold coin for you today, folks. This coin really should not exist in the condition that I have it in. It's a coin well over 100 years old, and these coins I have never been in circulation, all right? They've never been in circulation. In other words, they were taken from a mint bag like you see here. This is one of the original mint bags that was the source for many of these coins. They have been sitting in a bank vault since the 1930s. But I'll tell you about that in a minute. I'd like you to take a look at these coins that I have for you today. This is the rarest Liberty Double Eagle we have ever offered in quantity, and it's an 1895p in MS 62 condition. That means they're mint state, uncirculated coins. How can a coin over 100 years old have been preserved in such great condition? They are so rare in the condition you see these coins in, folks. Now, these are gold double eagles. They're the largest gold coins struck for commerce by the United States Mint. Over the centuries, the Mint has struck gold coins in many different sizes and denominations. And here's a chart that shows the different sizes of gold coins that the U.S. Mint struck from the late 1700s through 1933. The coin on the far left there is a $1 gold piece. It's a tiny coin, folks. It's smaller than a dime. Very small coin. And then you have a $2.50 gold piece. And then there's a $3 gold piece. And then there's a $4 gold piece, which is referred to as the Stella. And then you have a $5 gold piece, which is about a quarter ounce of gold. It's about the size of a nickel. That's a larger gold coin. And then you have the $10 gold piece, which is about a half an ounce of gold. And it's referred to as the Eagle, because up until 1850, the $10 gold piece was the largest gold coin struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint. And so they referred to it as the Eagle. And then they discovered gold in California in 1848. And with this abundance of gold, our nation was able to strike even larger gold coins, which was of great benefit to the banking system. And this larger gold coin was twice the size of the Eagle, with virtually an ounce of gold. And so they referred to it as the Double Eagle. And there's an example. It was a specimen. Only two were struck in 1849, and the first examples struck for commerce came out in 1850. Now, that coin you're looking at, folks, that coin is considered the single most valuable coin in all of United States numismatics, that 1849 Double Eagle you're looking at. It's valued in the tens of millions, perhaps hundreds of millions of dollars. For commerce, they began striking these gold eagles for the general public in 1850. Right now, at this point in time, is a great time to acquire rare, high-grade gold double eagles. There was an article that came out. The title of it is "It Time for a New Perspective on Generic Gold?" And this just came out a year ago, and there's a paragraph in here that encapsulates what the article is all about. To quote, "There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot." Now, what do they mean by that? Well, when they referred to spot, they were referring to the value of the gold. And right now, spot is around $1,900 for an ounce of gold. I'll give you an example from my personal experience. It's 15 or 20 years ago, I had some gold double eagles. And gold at that time was about $350 to $400 an ounce. And these were uncirculated gold double eagles, common dates. They weren't rare date Liberty Gold Double Eagles. They were like a 1904, one of the most common dates. And I remember selling it to a dealer for around $3,500. Now, the Liberty Gold Double Eagles I have for you today are a much rarer date. They're from the 1890s, folks. Rarely do you find mint state Liberty Gold Double Eagles from the 1890s. The story of these coins really starts with the Great Depression. it was economic devastation for our country. In 1933 alone, folks, it was estimated that there were 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. Now, back then, there was no federal deposit insurance to guarantee your savings. So if you had your nest egg, your life savings in the bank, that you spent 20, 30 years saving for your retirement, and you go to the bank the next day, and it's closed shut, it failed, you were wiped out. And they had 4,000 of those bank failures, affecting millions of Americans, just in 1933 alone. Now you can imagine for all those other Americans who had their money in banks that had not yet failed. They were terrified. So what people began to do, and I probably would have done the same thing if I had been in their position. They began pulling their money out of these banks, that paper money. You know, with the economy the way it was during the Great Depression, that paper money could be worthless in 6 months or a year. So they began taking their paper money, and with that paper money, they began to buy gold and gold coins. Because throughout human history, you could go back to the ancient Egyptian times and the times of the great pharaohs. Across all cultures, gold has always had value. So here you had all these people pulling their money out of the banks to buy gold coins. This created additional stress on our banking system. And so then President Franklin Roosevelt, in an effort to stop this hemorrhaging of our banking system, passed Executive Order 6102 in April of 1933, which made the ownership of over $100 worth of gold illegal. Now, gold was about $20 an ounce back then. So that means you could own 5 double eagles, but that was it. The rest you had to return to the Treasury in exchange for paper money. And you had to turn it in on or before May 1st, 1933. And if you did not obey that order, folks, they prosecuted. And it was a severe penalty. If you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, and this happened to many citizens, you faced a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment or both. And it was prosecuted. So what did the government do with all these gold coins? Did they put them away in a vault for future use for, maybe sometime in the future, 50, 100 years in the future? No, they melted them back down into gold bars. These statistics, from 1933 to 1940, fully 39% of all the double eagles ever struck from 1850 to 1933 were melted back down into gold bars. That's over 50 million coins melted back down into gold bars, gone forever. Which is just one of the reasons that finding any gold double eagles is extremely, extremely difficult. There are very few survivors. What I have today, though, is from what's called the Great European Bank Hoard. The gold coins you see today, folks. The Great European Bank Hoard was a solution to a problem that all these American citizens faced back in 1933. Not every citizen turned their gold coins in. A lot of people were stuck between a rock and a hard place. You either turn your gold coins in exchange for paper money, which they did not want, or you hold on to your gold coins and you get arrested and thrown in prison, which was not very desirable. But there was a third alternative. There was nothing in that executive order that didn't say you couldn't own gold in another country. And so you had a lot of citizens and institutions who proceeded to take gold coins and to ship them to banks in Europe for safekeeping in the early 1930s. In bags, just like you see here. This is one of the original bags from what we call the Great European Bank Hoard. Now, most of the gold coins, folks, shipped to these European banks were of the more recent vintage. Again, remember, this is happening in the early 1930s. So most of the gold coins were struck in the 1900s. A lot of them were St. Gaudens double eagles, which were the most recently struck gold coins. Rarely do you see any coins prior to 1900 like we have today. And you certainly don't see them in Mint State 62. Coins are graded on what we call the Sheldon grading scale. It goes from a low of 1, which is the lowest possible grade. That's a coin that's very heavily worn, where you can barely read the date, to a high of 70, which represents perfection under high magnification. Only the most modern coins, proof coins and mint state coins struck by the U.S. Mint today over the last 20, 30 years ever grade 70, when they have advanced technologies that allow them to strike perfect coins. There are no Liberty double eagles, folks, that grade MS-70 or even MS-69 or even MS-68. MS-62 is a coin that was never in circulation, with very, very minimal bag marks. It somehow has survived the process of striking the coin. Again, these were large, heavy coins struck for commerce. They didn't receive any kind of special treatment. These heavy coins, 25% heavier than a Morgan dollar, were struck in the die press, ejected into a bin. They would go through coin counting machines. They would get dumped into bags and get shipped to banks throughout the country. So that by the time you would get one of these coins from the teller, even though it had never been in circulation, it would have numerous heavy bag marks. I've got a couple examples right here as an educational tool. Here's a 1903. Never in circulation, but look at the deep gouge on Liberty's lower jaw there. This coin is not even gradable. When you have a deep cut like that, again, from one double eagle falling on top of another, it's not even gradable. Here's another one, a 1907, a later date. And you could see the deep scuff on Liberty's cheekbone and on the lower part of her neck there, just deep gouges. So even though this coin is not circulated, it's uncirculated, it wouldn't be gradable. You could send it to NGC or PCGS and they would say uncirculated, damaged. Even that 1849 in the Smithsonian, folks, even though they only struck 2 specimens in 1849, you'll notice at about 8 o'clock in the fields, 3 very prominent and deep reading marks. My guess is this was the first of the double eagle struck. And it fell into the bin. The obverse was facing up at the bottom of the bin. And then the second coin that was struck, as it was ejected down into the bin, the rim of that coin with the reeded edge, the rim landed on top at 8 o'clock on that first coin. And that's those reading marks you see right there. It's probably MS-62, MS-63 quality. So the fact that these have survived at MS-62, when you take a look at one of these, folks, these are a miracle. Never been in circulation. A coin that's never been in circulation grades MS-60 and higher. MS meaning mint state. Anything below MS, if it's a grade of 58 or 55, it gets an AU, meaning almost uncirculated. These are mint state, and they're mint state 62, meaning they're uncirculated with very minimal bag marks. Folks, if you've ever had the privilege of going to the Smithsonian, they have the greatest coin collection, United States coins in the world, including that 1849, considered the single most valuable coin in all of U.S. numismatics, valued in the tens of millions of dollars. You look at their Liberty Double Eagle collection, some of the most incredible Liberty Double Eagles in existence. The 1895P in the Liberty Double Eagle collection at the Smithsonian is a stunning, stunning MS-63. And what I have for you today is just one grade below the Smithsonian specimen. Incredible MS-62 examples from the European bank hoard. Again, these coins should not exist. The only reason they exist in this condition is because they were stored in a bank in Europe for almost 90 years, sitting there silently, not being jumbled around, just in the corner of some vault. And so they've been preserved in this most extraordinary condition. And every coin you see, all the coins we offer here, when it comes to gold, will be graded by either NGC or PCGS, the leading grading services in the world. These grading services guarantee you that the grade of the coin is what it says on the holder. These coins are at the perfect grade with the perfect price point. And the price I have them for you today, folks, this is the good part. Because when we get a deal like this, where we get some good fortune coming our way, and we get a much rarer date for just about the same price as a much more common date, we pass our good fortune on to you. And folks, to get these 1895Ps, among the finest specimens from some bags from the great European bank hoard, this really is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is much, much rarer date. This is a coin that if we had it at $4,900, you'd be getting a really, really good price. You'd be getting it for the price of a 1904P. And it's an 1895P. But that wouldn't be our best price. That wouldn't be a price based on our cost. $3,900 would be an exceptional price. But again, it wouldn't be our best price. Gold is around $1,900 to $2,000 an ounce. These have about an ounce of gold in them. In previous decades, a coin like this would have been 10, 15, 20 times its gold value. So 10, 15, 20 times the gold value today of $2,000 an ounce would place this at $20, $30, $40, $50,000. I have these coins today. This is a small window of opportunity. It's a limited time offer. We have a small group of these 1895Ps, folks. We have fewer than 100 examples. Call in now, because once these are gone, that'll be it. We get a lot of people who record the presentation, and they'll call in a week later asking to buy one of these coins. And so often we are sold out, and we cannot replace them at the original price we have them at. While we have these, folks, call in now. They're not $3,900. They're not $3,495. $3,195 a coin for an 1895P MS-62 condition, folks, among the finest surviving specimens from the great European bank hoard. My wish is for everyone who wants to own one of these really, really extraordinary early gold double eagles to have the opportunity to do so. We have a 2-payment option. All you have to do is put half down today of $1,597.50, and we'll pull one of these aside and put your name on it and put it in our vault and pay the balance in 30 days. And you'll own an 1895 Liberty Double Eagle, Mint State 62, among the finest known. Here, when gold is $1,900 to $2,000 an ounce, you've got the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint pre-1900. So few survivors in mint state condition. To give you an idea of how rare these coins are, here are some double eagles we've shown on previous presentations on Rare Collectibles TV. And you could see most of these coins came out of the Great European Bank Hoard. And because the St. Gaudens were struck after the Liberty Double Eagles, the St. Gaudens were struck from 1907 to 1933. And the bulk of the double eagles in the European Bank Hoard were of the St. Gaudens series because they were the most recently coined struck. And so you see the 1924P, over 300,000 examples certified, 44,000 in 6.2, but 50,000 in 6.5, because again, they were more recently struck, they were preserved in a higher condition than the earlier Liberty Double Eagles. Even the rarest piece at the bottom, the 1914S, about 26,000 in all grades, almost 5,000 in MS65. And that's one of the rarer coins in the St. Gaudens series. And then, though, when you get to the Liberty Double Eagle series, by far the most common Liberty Double Eagle in mint state condition that was hoarded in the greatest number in those European bank vaults was the 1904P. When you find a Liberty Double Eagle in uncirculated condition, there's about a 35 or 40% chance that it's going to be a 1904P. And there's about 150 different dates and mint marks in the Liberty Double Eagle series, folks. So again, that gives you an idea of how much rarer all the other dates are once you get past the 04P. The second most common date is the 1900P. Much rarer than the 1904P. But then you go down to the bottom there, and you see the 1895P, which is much rarer than the 1900P. Again, when you get to pre-1900 Liberty Double Eagles, there were very few bags of those stored in those European bank vaults, folks. And you can see only 9,300 coins in MS62 condition, and only 7 have survived in 6.5. An MS65 would be in the tens of thousands of dollars. Now, the only comps I could find for Liberty Double Eagles in MS62 were that much more common 1904P. Here's an example in MS62 that sold in auction for almost $3,900. 1904P, most common date. Here's one, a dealer with 100% positive rating, $4,200 for an MS62. Here's another dealer with 100% positive rating, $4,200 for an MS62. Here's another dealer with 100% positive feedback, $5,400 for an MS62. Again, this is the 1904P, by far the most common date. Folks, this is not the kind of coin you're going to find at your local coin shop or your local coin show. An 1895P in this extraordinary high-grade condition for only $31.95. This is why I host Rick's U.S. Coin Show. I sure hope you would like to own one of these coins because this is, again, a small window of opportunity. This is a very rare date. We bought this small hoard. These are among the finest specimens from the Great European Bank Hoard. We have fewer than 100 examples. Every coin collector or even non-collector, if you've never bought a rare coin in your entire life, a Liberty Double Eagle, especially a rare date pre-1900, in this extraordinary condition, at this kind of price, folks, this is a coin I would hope you'd put away for yourself, your kids, your grandkids. If you've got more than one, get one for each of them. This is a coin you want to keep in your family for the long term. This is a piece of U.S. history. There are so few survivors. And again, pre-1900, you just don't find them in this kind of condition. And for $31.95, folks, what a great value and opportunity it is for all of you watching today. I sincerely hope you take advantage of this opportunity. This is a great, great piece of U.S. history. It's a great numismatic coin of the highest quality at a great, great buy it now price. Thank you for watching.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Rare Collectibles TV. I'm James Gerstel. The reason why I'm so excited is because we have the final coin in the American Silver Eagle series, the American Silver Eagle dollar. You know the coin, one of the most beautiful coins ever, first struck in 1986, part of the Ronald Reagan legacy when he was president. But here it is. We have come to the very end of the program. This proof Silver Eagle, struck at San Francisco, is the very last issue with that classic John Mercanti heraldic eagle reverse that first appeared on this silver dollar in 1986. Can you believe it? 2021 will no longer have John Mercanti's unbelievable heraldic eagle reverse. It's being retired. This proof Silver Eagle is the very last coin. So I hope you watch our show, because here on Rare Collectibles TV, we're not just going to give you the very last one and leave you adrift. We will help you build the entire collection either in one fell swoop or a little bit at a time. That's what we do. We are here for the collector. Now, here is the ultimate. Guys, we're right in the middle. We're right in the thick of the very last issue. Right now, it's happening. I want to tell you that this coin went on sale at the U.S. Mint literally moments ago. This is a pre-sale. There's so much to this coin. Number one, notice that it's the first day of issue. When it comes to certified coins, if you want the ultimate, you want that label right there. First of all, it is the last American Silver Eagle dollar to bear the Mercanti reverse, and this one is struck at San Francisco. And unlike the 2020 W, it has a cap on the mintage of 200,000. It's first day of issue. Now, you ask any collector, the ultimate designation on a label, it's not early release, it is first day of issue. So this coin, having just been released, folks, this is a pre-sale, and I want to show you what you are getting. First day of issue, a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, struck at the San Francisco Mint. There is no higher designation than first day of issue. Now, I love early release, but you can't beat first day of issue. The Proof Silver Eagle, it's the collector's version of the mint state coin we all know and love so well. It's a lot harder to get. One of the reasons why it's harder to get is because they just don't make anywhere near as many as they do of the mint state coin. Since 1986, the United States of America has struck this American Silver Eagle dollar in a business strike to the tune of nearly 540 million coins. The proofs, on the other hand, which have been struck since 1986, have been issued in far, far smaller quantities. In fact, the whole entire program, there were only 24 million coins. Now, they did skip 2009 because of a silver shortage that year. Not only are the proof American Silver Eagles produced in minuscule quantities compared to the regular issues, it goes through a completely different striking process. For the business strikes, the coins are fed into a high-speed press, and thousands, literally, are struck at a time. But when you look at the striking process for these proof coins, it's a completely different method of striking. Number one, a die engraver selects the finest examples of these dies. Those dies are taken and they're brought to a special room where they are polished and engraved to produce the ultimate example of this silver dollar. Because this silver dollar will be struck a minimum of 2 times under very heavy and high pressure. Unlike the business strikes, The rims are higher, and the detail of this coin just jumps off the surface. That special striking is good for 15 to 20 examples. And then the coining press is shut down, the dies are removed, and a new pair of dies are installed. And the striking process begins again for a very limited amount of coins. Now, what we're living this year is an unprecedented slowdown, in fact, a shutdown of the United States Mint. Because of the difficulties we all have gone through for 2020, there has been no production at the U.S. Mint. So the coin that you are looking at right now is the very last issue of this American silver dollar before it's retired forever. And a new design for the reverse will take place. This is the final issue, and we're able to offer it in the ultimate version. Ladies and gentlemen, $229 a coin. $229 per coin. This is the ultimate version of the most popular silver dollar in the world today. The largest silver dollar the U.S. Mint ever struck. Do you realize this coin is bigger than a Morgan dollar? It also features the Renaissance design of the original Walking Liberty half dollar from 1916. Adolph A. Wyman designed that obverse, and it was groundbreaking. It was the first representation of an allegorical, a figure of liberty, kind of mythical, ever to grace a coin. Its design has been known as the ultimate in numismatic design on silver. The reverse, that was contributed by just the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint, John Mercanti. These coins are totally perfect. And a third party has agreed that every one of these coins will be absolutely perfect. And there's a lot of intensive grading. In fact, there's 3 people who grade each coin. So you get the ultimate in accuracy, and in this instance, you get the first day of issue, the highest grade attainable, a proof 70, the highest designation of mirror and contrast, known as cameo. In this case, ultra cameo. When you take a look by year, it really illustrates how many collectors there are of these coins. Take a look at all of these figures relating to each and every year that the coin was produced. Beginning in 1986, 1,446,000 coins were struck. That was the highest mintage year. And demand for the coin, now naturally, first year is always going to be, people are going to, just the first dollar ever made of this sort. But take a look every year. So many collectors are purchasing these coins and building complete collections. That's where these coins go. The dream is to get a perfect graded coin, a perfect grade. Now, it's not very often that the Mint will say, we're only going to strike 200,000 of these coins. Generally, the mintages are open until the window closes, the period of time closes that they can be sold. In this instance, a cap has been put on the mintage. There will be no more than 200,000 coins issued. Well, if you take a look at the 2020 W figures right below it, you can see already how many of those coins were ordered for there to be a high mintage this late in the year. Almost impossible. I would be very, very surprised if it even reaches that maximum. But nonetheless, that's where we're at. This is a pre-sell at $229 for a very special release. First day of issue. There is a really short period of time by which your coins can be submitted to the grading service. There's only one way that it works. For you and me, it would be very difficult to do because number one, you got to get in line at the U.S. Mint. You got to buy enough Silver Eagle 2020 S's to even submit to get one in a perfect grade. So you got to buy a lot of multiples. You got to wait for them to come from the U.S. Mint. Don't forget, just started selling these. We're guaranteed to get first day of issue, Proof 70 Ultra Cameo for the very last coin of its kind, $229. I want to let all of you know why this coin is so special. The reverse is going away, but you know what is staying? This exclusive label. Because Rare Collectibles TV own this label that we call the Reagan Mercanti label. It's exclusive to our network, and it really means a lot. Ronald Reagan was the father of the American Silver Eagle because he signed the bill into law, authorized the U.S. Treasury to start striking these coins, and that was in 1985. It was known as the Liberty Coin Act. It had two parts to it. The first part was not the American Silver Eagle. It was the 1986 Statue of Liberty Centennial Celebration. A silver dollar, incidentally, Mr. Mercanti was responsible for that silver dollar as well. A silver dollar was issued, and what they call a rider to the bill, an addendum, if you will, was also signed into law. And that second part of the law authorized the American Eagle program. Now, it's been going strong since 1986. The obverse is featured Adolph A. Wyman's masterpiece of the Walking Liberty half dollar, and the reverse, a tribute to the original heraldic eagle design, turn of the 19th century design on silver dollars. Well, that is all going away, and a new reverse will hit the scene in 2021. Well, you can imagine, in this year of the mint being closed, how pent up the demand for this coin is. Have you guys been watching our show? We have featured a silver eagle that is known as the emergency release. And what that simply means is that the U.S. Mint, because they were striking no coins, went back to their archives, to their stockpile, and they released some coins from 2017 that they were holding. Those coins have been highly sought after just because there was nothing available in 2020 from the U.S. Mint. Finally, a small trickle of the current dated silver dollar. And lo and behold, it's the last one ever. This small trickle is coming to Rare Collectibles TV in this form. Let's take one more look. $229 for a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. San Francisco strut. Very limited maximum mintage of 200,000. When you look at the 1994, that mintage was 372,000. And a 1994 in a perfect Proof 70 grade with an autograph by John Mercanti is nearly $4,000. That mintage is substantially higher than the cap on the mintage of the 2020S. Have you guys ever heard of the term registry set or a registry coin? To put it simply, really what it is an opportunity for us collectors to brag about how fine our collection is, to put together a set that then gets rated by NGC. And they assign a point, in a point system, they assign points to every single issue in that collection that you submit as a registry. And the ultimate goal is to be the #1 holder of the registry set for, let's say, the Morgan dollar, or the Walking Liberty half dollar, or the Peace dollar, or the Lincoln cent, or the American Silver Eagle dollar. Now, NGC has recognized by recording our populations of our exclusive label, this Reagan Mercanti label, They are now recording the populations separately from all the other Mercanti autograph labels. Ours will be the only label that has those individual designations. This is information that will allow you to put together the finest registry sets attainable. This exclusive label with a Proof 70 grade is all Rare Collectibles TV. And one of the reasons why we love this label is the connection. The connection between Ronald Reagan and John Mercanti was a really amazing one. John Mercanti first came to work at the United States Mint in 1974. His tenure at the U.S. Mint lasted all the way to 2010. He finally became just the 12th chief engraver. And that's how he retired. But his career featured things like this. You see that Ronald Reagan that was created by John Mercanti when he was at the U.S. Mint. He sculpted that. Reagan became president when Mercanti was at the U.S. Mint. Mercanti was at the Rose Garden during the signing of the Liberty Coin Act that authorized these coins. His connection to Ronald Reagan, timeless. So Reagan appears on our label because that bust that you saw that was sculpted by Mercanti became that label. That artwork was based on that sculpture he did. And he signed it, each one of those. So the connection that John Mercanti had to Ronald Reagan and to the United States Mint and to this silver dollar, timeless. But his reverse is being retired. So 2020 is the last year. And specifically, this coin from San Francisco, the last silver eagle the U.S. Mint will issue in proof that bears the original heraldic eagle design of John Mercanti, the 2020S. Now, everybody who buys a coin right now at $229 is guaranteed the following. An absolute perfect example graded by NGC with our exclusive label. Guarantee, absolutely, of this coin being the last proof silver dollar of its kind. There will never be another one. A perfect proof 70 grade. Now, I got to tell you, first day of issue is really important here. Imagine being able to own a first day of issue of the last silver dollar of its kind in the highest grade attainable, $229. If you can see your way to do it, purchase as many of these coins as you can. Because from first day of issue, what's lasts really just, it's fleeting. Just like the name describes, first day of issue. So once that's gone, they then go to early release, which is pretty darn good. What you want is the very last one designated as the first ones at the grading service, the first day of issue. That's everything. And we have it all with a great price as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason why you watch Rare Collectibles TV is just for this sort of an event. We love rarity, and we love a great price. But when you couple all of that with everything this coin has going for it, our exclusive label, the highest grade, the last one of its kind, a fantastic inside price, you're going to want to own more than one of these. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of this presentation. Here's the warning. The last one of its kind in the highest grade you can get, first day of issue. That is it right now. Don't miss out. $229. Don't go anywhere. More great coins are coming up. Thanks so much for watching.
You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV. Before I get into my presentation, for our new viewers, it's very important you understand where I'm coming from. When I wrote my first book, Cameo and Brilliant Proof Coinage of the 1950 to 1970 era, folks, I started that book in around 1985, 86, when I felt I was very, very knowledgeable after doing years of field work in the study of United States proof coins. And I started writing the book with the idea that had nothing to do with making a lot of money on it. It had to do with the fact that I thought I had something that was of great value to collectors. That I had a lot of information on the United States proof coins that would be beneficial to collectors. And that's why I did it. I felt if I did something that was beneficial to the coin collecting community, then, you know, that's like planting a tree, and I would get clients from that, and the fruits from that tree would be my reward. It was just this morning I had gotten a call from a longtime client. He just told me how grateful he was for the information in the book, how he had consigned a coin he had acquired from me, put it in a dealer's website local to him, and the dealer was shocked that the coin sold in a matter of a couple minutes at a very, very high price, because that dealer didn't really understand proof coins and wasn't that knowledgeable in the series. A lot has happened since that first book came out. PCGS and NGC have what they call their coin registries, where dealers and collectors mostly get to list their sets on the registry where they can get national recognition. And this is something that I recommend to all our viewers, all our clients. It's so easy to do when you build, for example, a Proof Franklin collection. Every time you acquire a coin, it's really simple. You go onto the NGC or PCGS website, you enter the serial number. They already know the grade. You get so many points for that coin. The higher the grade, the more points you get. And it's prominently featured on their website. And you can see how high your set ranks on the registry. And currently, you know, I have clients that have the top-rated sets in many, many different series in U.S. numismatics. And when you go onto the PCGS website, for example, you take a look, and on their home page for the Franklin half dollars, here's what is on the PCGS site. Wow, has this become a popular set? The Proof Franklin series is a mixed bag of rarities and ultra-common coins depending on the condition of the coins you are seeking. It's one of the most popular series in U.S. numismatics. And at the very end, they say, whatever your pleasure, this short series can introduce you to the joys of collecting without breaking the bank. That's so important. And then at the very end, they're really kind to give this information. For more information on this series, refer to Cameo and Brilliant Proof Coinage of the 1950 to 1970 era by Rick Tomaska. It's really cool. This series has just exploded in popularity, and the thing is, folks, the set I have for you, this is the first time I believe I've been able to offer this set of Proof Franklin half dollars, this size set in the condition I have them for you today. In fact, this is the highest matching grade you can complete a Franklin set in. What I have today is a Franklin set from 1955 to 1963, the last year the Franklin half dollar was struck, in NGC Proof 68 condition. That's really important because it is not possible to complete a Franklin set in Proof 69 condition because some Franklins do not exist in Proof 69 condition. Take a look at this set, folks. This is something that in this kind of condition, as it says there on the PCGS website, it's all about condition with the Franklin half dollars. The coins were low mintage, but to get them surviving in this kind of extraordinarily high condition, the highest grade any Franklin has ever received is Proof 69. And again, there are some dates in the series that have never been graded higher than 68. So what you're looking at is the highest matching grade you can complete your set in. And it's almost complete. It's every date from 1955 to 1963. The only dates we don't have in this set are the earliest dates in the series, 1950 to 1954. Every one is hand-selected by me. This is a true labor of love. The amount of work I have to do, I call it in the trenches, just looking at literally thousands of Franklins that cross my desk every month to be able to assemble a few sets like you're looking at right now. This is a thrill, absolute thrill. I've offered some sets from 1956 to 63 before, but on this occasion, I'm able to include the 1955. The mintages of these proof Franklins. You've got mintages for the mid-state Franklins and the proof Franklins. The mid-state Franklins refer to the Franklin half dollars that were struck for commerce, the kind of coins we use, for spending. Proof Franklins are the coins that were struck specifically for collectors. They are meant to represent the state of the art, the highest possible quality the mint is able to produce given the technology of the day. So to do that, they will take the finest dyes, polish those dyes until they have a mirror-like perfection. They will treat the coin blanks with very special care. They will wash them and clean them and make sure they're the exact correct weight. And they'll slowly feed those blanks into the die and strike the coins not once but twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. And then very importantly, mid-state coins are only struck once, and once they're struck, the mid-state coins are dumped into bins where they abrade with all the other coins. Proof coins are individually handled. They're not allowed to abrade with any other coins. So there's a lot of labor involved. And back during the Franklin era here, these coins were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. And proof making was really much more of an art, of a craft back then, and it really depended so much on the craftsmanship of the individual workers in preparing the dies, preparing the coin blanks. Nowadays, everything is pretty much automated. Technology has really taken over, computers have taken over. Craftsmanship is not a big issue, and that's what makes these high-grade proof Franklins from this earlier era so valuable. It's their condition rarity. And you can see when you get into the 1960s, they struck about 3 million proof sets a year. But as you go into the 50s, how fewer and fewer proof sets were struck. Back in 1955, only 378,000 were struck. Now, why is that? Well, a little bit of a historical background. Our country, World War II ended in 1945. You had a lot of GIs coming back who were looking for employment. Our country actually went into a bit of a depression after World War II because you had all these GIs looking for work. You had our industry, car manufacturers, which had been geared to making tanks and trucks and airplanes for the war effort, now had to gear back into making automobiles. All our industry was geared toward the war effort. And so industry had to go from the war effort to a retooling to a peacetime economy. That took several years. But eventually, as you got into the late 40s, early 50s, we really started to get into gear. And this is where you saw our middle class really begin to blossom and boom. As these young middle class families, the men and women, they married, had children. As you got into the mid-50s, you saw this middle class begin to prosper. Home ownership began to skyrocket. People were able to afford cars. They were able to afford TVs. And so more and more people were able to pursue their passions, like coin collecting. So you saw the demand for proof coins increase tremendously. Now, Sasha's got a couple coins to show you. Now, you take a look at that 1961. That was a commercially struck coin. It's a mid-state Franklin, struck for commercial use. It never did make it into commerce, so it's actually uncirculated. But you can see some abrasion on the coin because, again, they were dumped into bins. But it's a brilliant uncirculated coin with some light bag marks. And you'll also notice at the very bottom there, because these coins were only struck once, a lot of these coins were not fully struck. So at the very bottom, where there are supposed to be bell lines running horizontally across the bottom of the bell, you see at the center there that those bell lines fade out. They're non-existent because the coin did not have a full enough strike to bring out all the detail of the coin. Now, right next to it, Sasha has a 1958 proof Franklin. And you notice the deeply mirrored fields. Again, this coin was struck from a highly polished die. And these proof dies, folks, were only used for a few thousand strikes. And then they would remove the die and repolish it or discard it and put a new die in. Whereas the mid-state Franklins, they might strike 20, 30, 50,000 coins before they would replace the die. You see the deeply mirrored fields. And you'll see the full strike. You can see along the bottom there, you can see all those bell lines along the bottom running horizontally that you could not see on that mid-state Franklin. Now, at the beginning of the presentation, I mentioned that proof coins were meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the mint's able to produce. However, the craftsmanship back then, the quality of the coin, quite often dependent on the level of craftsmanship of the individual workers. And you take a look at that 1958, and you'll notice all the spotting all over that coin. We refer to that as milk spots. That is one of the most common problems you'll see on proof coins from this era. What that is, folks, is soap residue. Because one of the procedures back then was to take the coin blanks and wash them in a soap solution. And they were then supposed to wash out all that soap solution off the blank before it went into the die. But if the quality control, if the craftsmanship was not as good as it should have been, quite often a lot of that soap solution was left on the coin blank when it went into the die. And when that die came down with 200 tons of pressure onto that blank, that residue was struck into the coin. It's part of the coin. You can't remove it. You could take a Brillo pad, folks, to remove one of those spots, and all you'll end up with is a lot of scratches all over the coin, a ruined coin, and the spot will still be there. And I write about this in my very first book, Cameo and Brilliant Proof Coinage, on page 26. I talk about milk spots. Milk spots are most often found on the silver proof issues from 1958 to 1964. They can occur anywhere on the coin, and they can be any size. Some are as small as a pinhead. They can be extremely large, however, and occasionally may cover 25% or more of the coin's surface. Now, a couple years ago, I bought a group of 1958 sealed proof sets. And my longtime viewers will have seen me use these sealed sets before in other presentations. Because I bought these sets, they were sealed, never had been opened. And it's, you know, it's hard to believe. It is possible to occasionally find proof sets that are 60 years old that have never been opened. Now, there are very few of those kinds of sets left, and I'll talk about that in a few minutes. But this was an original deal, and I bought the deal, and after I had opened 10 or 15 of the sets, every one of the halves was spotted, and I just knew it was one of those batches where, you know, whoever was working that day at the mint wasn't doing a very good job cleaning the coin blanks. And so for my presentations, I've always, you know, opened one or two of these sets to show you exactly what I'm talking about. Now, again, I started with just about 100 sets when I had this. I'm down to around 19 or 20 unopened sets, folks. So I'm about done with this tool, but it's a very important part of the presentation to help you understand why these high-grade proof Franklins are so special and so rare. So I've just taken a few of the sealed sets, the final sets that I have remaining. I'm going to just take one of them, and we're going to open one right here, live on the presentation. And, you know, this is the part of collecting that's so much fun because you never know what you're going to get. You never know when you get something like this. You know, 60 years old, never been opened. We'll just cut it open along the top here, very carefully, so as not to. This is how the original sets came from the mint back then, in these envelopes. And there would be cardboard on each side, and this cellophane set coins would be housed like so, each in their individual compartments so they wouldn't abrade with any other coins. And you would get a little letter in here, and I always find this kind of humorous. talking about your U.S. proof coins. And you can tell by the age how it's, how it's discolored at the edges there. How about how your U.S. proof coins have been carefully inspected before release? These people, had a sense of humor, I guess. If there should be appear to be a defect on the coin, it is no doubt a crease in the polyethylene-coated cellophane in which they are encased. We tell you this to save us both unnecessary correspondence. Thank you. Signed by, wasn't signed, but typed out, Ray V. Beester, the superintendent at the time. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Anyhow, we just cut out this set. Here's the set, and it looks pretty nice. It's hard to see any obvious imperfections looking through the cellophane. However, we're going to cut it out here. I'm going to hand the coin. I'm going to let Sasha cut it out. So you take the set, you cut it out in front of the camera there, and we're going to take a look at this coin. I could tell you've had practice doing that. That's very good. All right, let's see. Let's take a look at this and see what's on this coin. All right, folks, here we go. Oh boy, this is when it's hit pretty hard. A lot of spots all over the obverse. And again, they're random. They could be any size. They could be as small as a pinhead, as I read. They'd be incredibly large. The reverse doesn't have quite as many, but you see some really obvious ones. If you submitted this to grading, folks, it would grade. They might not even grade it. It's so heavily spotted. Now, here's the thing. You can't mine more coins. I saw this recent article. Central banks load up on gold. So should you. Well, I am a big believer in gold and silver. Over the long term, I have no doubt they'll increase in value. Those precious metals. No doubt about it. But here's the thing. Here's what happens. Right now, gold has been on a tear. It's gone from $1,200 an ounce to just about $1,300 an ounce, which is great. But here's what happens. As the value of bullion increases, say it hits $1,800, $1,900 an ounce, and it remains at that level for an extended period of time, what happens is that a lot of mining companies who have closed down certain mines because they aren't productive enough. Let's say they had a gold mine in some country or some state that had gold, in the ore, but let's say it cost them $1,400 an ounce to extract that gold. Well, it isn't economically profitable for them to operate that mine if gold is only at $1,300, $1,400 an ounce. But if it hits $1,800, $1,900 an ounce and it stays at that level, then it becomes profitable and they can reopen that mine. And so you see more gold, more silver coming onto the market as they open these mines that were once unprofitable that are now profitable. So they can mine more of it. You can't do that with rare coins. You have these original mintages, and what's out there is what we have. That's when I wrote my first book. I had population estimates of how many may exist in every grade if you were to find every coin that was ever struck of that year and have it graded. And that's what's going to be in my next book on the United States proof coins. Again, total population estimates as to how many may exist. Not how many were graded, but how many could possibly exist. You can't mine more of these coins. The number struck is the number there is. And that's it. These are the combined populations, and you can see here the mintages, how many have been graded in 6-7, and how many have been graded in the 6-8 grade that I have for you today. And you can see that mintages quite often have nothing to do with the rarity of the coin in proof 68. For example, the 58, one of the toughest dates, only 2,700 coins graded. The 59, a very tough coin. The 60, a very tough coin. They're all really tough, folks. There are times when I have 0 1958s, 0 1956s, 59s, 60s, 61s, or 62s in proof 68. But for this brief time, I have these complete sets in proof 68 condition. I have them at a great price. Before I price them to you, though, I got to bring up one really important issue. I'm going to be writing a chapter about this in my next book. There is really an epidemic. It's a cottage industry going on right now when it comes to, quote, original sealed United States proof sets. Now, I had, in fact, a genuine original sealed set that we opened for you. Truly original sets are virtually non-existent. But there's a lot of people out there that find it very profitable to make sets that look like they're original sealed sets that are, in fact, not real original sets. It's just a couple weeks ago. Good friend of mine, a dealer I've known for 35 years, extremely knowledgeable. I'm going to call him Nate for this presentation. And in fact, Nate was a grader at PCGS back in the late 1980s. He quit after a couple months because he found that he just couldn't do it. It drove him crazy. Imagine sitting there in a little cubicle all day long looking at coin after coin after coin every day of the week. You know, some guys are able to do it, some women are able to do it, but it's not for everybody, and he just couldn't do it. I totally understand that. But he's extremely knowledgeable, and he called me and said, Rick, I've got these two sets. I've never seen them before. One's a 1937. It's a sealed box set. I've never seen one before, so I bought it, and I opened it up, and, you know, the coins are there. It looks like it's a real set. So I told him, Nate, hey, I'll take them, you know. And he had this 1937, and he had some 1953s, okay? So I got them, and I had to break the news to him. Nate, I'm sorry, but these are not original sets. What's going on, folks, is that you've got a lot of people out there, and you'll see them all over the place, offering what they say are original sets and tacking on a healthy premium because they're original sealed sets. Here's one, for example, 1952, sealed set. And I got to tell you, for something that's 65 years old, I sincerely doubt it's going to be in that good of a condition. Here's a 1953. They look brand new. And even when they're opened, you take a look at them, and there are certain things in this set that tell me it's not an original set. It has to do with the condition of the tissue paper, the condition of the staple. They also do it for the later sets. 1959 and 1958, 1957, 1956. Here's a 1959 unopened set. Could be a really nice 59 half in there, unopened. $159. Okay, I've got a couple examples of those that were unopened. First of all, the first thing you note, so when you open it, in this particular set, they use a kind of cardboard that was not used in 1959. They did not use this kind of cardboard, okay? And a truly original set, like that 1958, cardboard looks like this. It's different. And you can see the age of the cardboard. You can see the yellowing around there. That gives you the age, that gives away the age versus this one here. And then when you open the set and you pull the set out, well, it looks genuine, but this is not the kind of cellophane you see that was used by the U.S. government back then. Because you look at the edges, you see the different texture of the edges on a genuine set versus this put-together set. And that's for a lot of these sets today you see from this flat pack era from 1955 to 1964. Now the earlier sets, Nate sold me this set. I opened it up. First of all, the tissue paper looks way too, this does not look like 80-year-old tissue paper, folks. I mean, tissue paper that's 80 years old is yellowed, okay? This is not yellowed. And then I unraveled it. This cellophane is not 80-year-old cellophane, okay? And the coins would be toned. heavily toned if they were 80 years old. These are all brilliant. I told them, Nate, this is not an original set. Somebody put this together and they sealed it. They bought some boxes and they sealed it and made it look like an original set. Well, why would they do something like that? Well, it's really simple. An original 1937 proof set may be, for example, $3,000. Okay, and what these individuals may do are buy some really low-grade examples of each denomination at a very cheap price. So it may cost them a couple $1,000s to buy low-grade examples, and they'll seal them, sell it for $3,000. They've just made a $1,000 profit. Now here's a 1953. Now this individual went to the trouble of using original cellophane envelopes, but he had taken them apart, and that's not an original staple. It's a brand new staple. And the coins he put in here are coins that, again, were not originally in this set. But he went to a lot of work, but you can see the quality of the tissue paper, etc. It's like brand new. Here's an original 1953 proof set, folks. And you'll get to see the difference. First of all, there's an ever so slight difference in the color. You see some yellowing in this original set within the tissue paper. And then you notice, look at all the rusting around the staple. This is an original set. This is how they came in 1953. So that's an original set. We got this cottage industry, an epidemic of these fake original sets out there. Understandably why, because the real deal, the real coins, these coins you're looking at today, they're just not around, folks. They're just not around. Here's the great thing about this set, folks. This is the highest grade matching set. I have this set at a great price that is a must-buy opportunity. The demand for high-grade Franklins is such that you're seeing record prices almost every month. Just this 1950 was $45,000. Here's a 51 that went for over $80,000. Here's a 1958 that went for $33,000. Here's a 1961 that went for $41,000, $40,800. A number one set right now is probably about a $500,000 set. A set that's in the, that's number two, number three, you're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. Nice Proof 68 Franklins. There's a 1957 top-rated seller, $789 for a 57. This one was more recent. This is just, I just saw this one on eBay just a week ago. Over $1,700 just for the 1957. $1,700, NGC Proof 68. Another top-rated seller, 58, over $1,000. 59, over $1,000. We'll just do, one more. 60, over $1,000. Now, folks, I have excluded some kind of crazy high prices because there are some out there that are just, I mean, beyond the moon as far as pricing. Here's a 1960 and Proof 67, a dealer with 100% positive feedback. I guess it's a dealer, I don't know, it could be a collector. With 100% positive feedback is asking $10,000 for. Here's a 1962 and Proof 68, again, someone with 100% positive feedback. He's asking $4,900 for. So I'm not talking about those kind of really crazy prices. These prices that you're seeing here are a little more typical. I couldn't find a 55 in Proof 68. I found a comp in 6.7. I put that in there. These are top-rated sellers. You add all that up, it's over $6,700 for the set. $6,700 for the set, or approximately $700 a coin. Take a look at these. Call in now, folks. The 1955 to 1963. A limited time offer while I have these. This is the perfect grade for these sets, a perfect price point, because a number one set is, is a $500,000 set. Something way, way up there in quality. Number two, number three set, you're talking a few $100,000. I've got this 9-coin set at less than $300 a coin. $300 a coin would come to $2,700. $200 a coin comes to $1,800. I have these sets, the entire set, where one dealer is asking over $1,700 for his 1957, dealer with, I believe, 100% positive feedback. I've got the entire 9-coin set, and I can only do this because this is my area of specialization. I cut out all the middlemen. I go through the coins myself, one coin at a time. Tens of thousands of proof Franklins a month cross my desk, and only the finest get submitted, and I get to pass the savings on to you. $1,495 for the entire 9-coin set. Call in now. It is so difficult putting these together. You saw the populations on these. There are so few Franklins graded in Proof 68, far less than 1% of the total mintage in Proof 68 condition. And again, this is the highest matching grade set you can complete in Franklin half dollars. You cannot complete this set in Proof 69 because there are some Franklin dates that do not exist in Proof 69. I've got the set today, $1,495. Folks, the grading fees alone, if you were to try and assemble one of these sets on your own, the grading fees alone would be well over $50. Just to submit a single coin to NGC, you come across a Franklin proof that you think is just incredible. The minimum grading fee is $20. They charge $8 handling fee. There's a shipping fee. Everything is shipped registered mail. Just to have them graded and ship it back is over $50. You have to ship it to them. You have to pay for the coin. I mean, if it's a 1955, you're talking $150, $200 just for the 1955. Minimum cost is $80 on the later dates, and the earlier dates are going to be well over $100. So if you're trying to assemble this set yourself, it's going to cost you a couple $1,000s or more. And you're not going to get Proof 68s. Proof 68s are so hard to come by. You're essentially talking about a perfect coin. Hairline-free, spot-free. These coins are just the absolute epitome of quality. I can't do any better than this. This is the best I can do. The first time ever I've offered this complete set, 1955 to 1963. I have had occasions where I've been able to offer the 1956 to 1963. And I had those sets for around $1,300, $1,350. And here I've got the set where I'm including the 1955, the entire set for $1,495. And I forgot to mention, you will get a free signed hardcover limited edition of my latest book on Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. This will be included with your set. Franklin and Kennedy half dollars, the limited library edition hardcover, signed and numbered by yours truly, with every Proof 68 set you acquire. I have a limited, very limited number of these sets. Again, this is Proof 68. I quite frequently offer these sets in Proof 67. The 67 sets are even difficult to get at this point. But I have been able to offer those on more frequent occasions. The 68 sets I rarely get to offer. In fact, I have never been able to offer this set from 1955 to 1963, this particular set in Proof 68 condition. This is just a sensational, sensational set. And again, to be able to offer it for $1,495 is the perfect price point and the perfect grade, because you're getting such high quality, so much rarity for the lowest possible price, $166 a coin for something that you could show at your local coin show, take it to your local coin club, something that other collectors just will not have at this kind of price. I mean, you shop around on eBay, and there's, again, some dealers are asking well over $1,000 for some of these coins. And I've got the entire set for $1,495. Jackie, do we have any open lines? Jackie tells me we have 2 open lines. I don't think I'm doing my job here. Folks, there are record prices every day being established for these amazing, nice Franklin half dollars. Not too long ago, I'm going to be closing it out right here. Most recently, there was a Franklin that sold in auction for over $100,000. This is something I was predicting decades ago, that there would come a time when really exceptional Franklins sell for over $1,000, sell for 6 figures. And it finally happened. It was a 1958 Franklin. It was a mid-state Franklin, and 6.7 plus. Sold for $129,250. First ever Franklin to sell over $100,000 in auction. In closing, we're going to be seeing a lot more of Franklin half dollars in the years ahead selling for 6 figures. A lot more. There's a lot of great Franklins out there that are really rare, that are 6-figure coins. But not all of us are interested in buying 6-figure coins. It feels so good when you get something, you're able to get something that you know has incredible quality for the date, incredible rarity for the date, and tremendous eye appeal. And when you can get it at a rock bottom price. This is a set that I've put together, these sets. I go through them myself. You know, I'm a coin guy. You know, I grade them myself. I review them myself when I submit these coins. There's a lot of man hours involved. And when I do the work and I can cut out all the middlemen and then pass the savings on to you, you know, this is how we build our clientele here at Rick's U.S. Coin Show, RCTV. You know, we cut out all the middlemen, and when we can get something at a great price, we pass it on to you. And here you're getting a sensational Franklin set in proof 68 condition. Now, I've offered this set before from 1955 to 1963 in proof 67 condition. It was around $950. But to get a proof 68 set, you'd normally expect to pay about triple a proof 67 set because of the difficulty of getting some of these dates in proof 68, like the 1958. Like the 1959, like the 60, the 61, the 62. Again, Sasha, show them the pops one last time on these. These are really, really tough coins, and these are the finest proof 68s. And it's only $166 a coin delivered, including the hand-signed, limited edition hardcover of my Franklin and Kennedy guide. This is just a great, great opportunity. I really hope you take advantage of it. This will all be covered in my next book on United States proof coins. I'm not just going to cover the coins struck after World War II. I'll be covering the earlier proof coins as well. Proof Morgan dollars, proof Barber half dollars, proof Walking Liberty half dollars. You know, I mean, there's a lot of great proof coins out there. But the Franklin series, when you can put together these kinds of coins, the last half dollar series struck entirely in 90% silver. I mean, in 1965, the Mint reduced the silver content to half dollars to 40%. 1971, they removed the silver content entirely. The last half dollar series struck entirely 90% silver. The last proof half dollar series struck at the old Philadelphia Mint using those old technologies where you had actual craftsmen, you know, preparing the dies, preparing the coin blanks. Because of that, you had quality control issues because you had some craftsmen who were better than others. So to get a proof Franklin surviving in this kind of condition is extraordinary when you can get this set. I'm thrilled to be able to offer it. Jackie, how do we have any open lines now? Finally, you know, I mean, okay, lines are currently locked, folks. Just hold on one second. I'm sure we're going to have an open line on this. I'm going to cut it right here because, again, I have a limited number of these sets. Very, very difficult set to put together, again, but it's my specialty. I am working harder and harder with every passing month to try and maintain an inventory in these coins in proof 68. And it's getting so difficult, but this is why prices go up, why values go up, because again, you can't mine more of these proof Franklins. You have the original mintage, and as values go up, you know, the limited supply is determined by those collectors who want to part with the collections that they may have bought a year or two earlier. So when the time comes and this set is going for $15,000, $20,000, $25,000, there's a lot of collectors who may have bought this set at $1,500 who say to themselves, well, you know, it's time to sell, you know. Then again, you have other collectors who just will hold on to it forever and pass it on to their kids. This is a great set to pass on to your kids, your grandkids. It's really a classic. It's a classic in 20th century United States coinage. It's one of the greatest half-dollar sets you can assemble at just a great, great ground floor opportunity price. It's a Rick special. Thank you for watching. Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska.
And I'm Caitlin Tamaska.
Thank you for watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
Stay tuned for another great presentation coming up next.
Welcome back to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. I had this presentation on that 1954 to 1963 Franklin set in proof 68, which is, as I said in that presentation, that is the highest grade you can complete a Franklin matching grade set in. In other words, if you want a complete proof Franklin set with every coin the same grade, the highest grade you can do that in is proof 68, because there are some Franklin dates that do not exist in any grade higher than 6/8. They don't exist in proof 69. Now, the proof 69 Franklin is the highest numerical grade any Franklin has ever achieved. It is extremely rare, difficult to get in proof 69. When you look at the entire series, first of all, you look at the mintage figures for the Franklin series. The first few years, very low mintages, folks. We were just coming out of World War II. There weren't many people who could afford to collect coins. But as the middle class began to grow and prosper in the mid-50s, late 50s, you saw more and more collectors, or people who could afford to collect, who could afford to pursue their passions. And so coin collecting took a huge, tremendous boom in popularity in late 50s. And by 1961, the Mint had orders for over 3 million proof sets a year, compared to just a decade earlier, 128,000. So that's like a 30-fold increase in demand within a decade. Now, as of this point in time, most of the nicest Franklins have been submitted for grading and graded. You know, I mean, the collecting population, the collecting enthusiasm for Franklins has just exploded over the last 15, 20 years, and especially over the last 5, 6 years. And yet, after all this time, very few Franklins have been graded in proof 69 condition, the highest grade. Again, there are no proof 70s. I asked Rick Montgomery, the head grader, one of the vice presidents over at NGC, if they'll ever grade a proof 70 Franklin. He said, no, Rick, because they just didn't have the technology to create a perfect coin, and 70 would be a perfect coin. So 69 is the holy grail for Franklin half dollars. Now you look at the whole series, just to give you an idea of how rare these coins are. They struck almost 16 million over the life of the entire Franklin series in proof condition, 15,886,000. You look at the entire series, and the total number certified in proof 69 for that entire series is 3,408 coins. That's it for the entire series. Folks, that comes to about 1 in every 4,600 coins struck. Think about that. 1 in every 4,600 proof Franklin struck have survived in proof 69 condition. Now you compare that to the series that immediately follows the Franklins, the Kennedy half dollars. In that first year of issue, 1964, the proof Kennedy half dollars, while they had many of the same problems that the Franklins had. They had milk spot problems and hairline problems. They didn't have those problems to the same degree. So out of the almost 4 million Kennedys struck in 1964, over 5,400 have graded in proof 69 of the 1964 Kennedys. Now that's only 1 in every 700 coins, so that is a very rare coin as well. But you can see that just the 1964 Kennedy alone has more examples in proof 69 than the entire Franklin series, folks. Franklins are just really, really rare. And what I have today in my entire Franklin inventory, and I have more of the finest Franklins than anyone else in the country. I have 2 dates in proof 69, the 1955 and the 1956. Take a look at these. This is the first time I've ever offered this dynamic duo together. This is a great period in U.S. numismatics. You've got the 1955 and the 1956. Look at this quality. This is as good as it gets. Here you've got a coin well over 60 years old. I mean, it is absolutely flawless to the eye. There's not a spot, not a hairline on it. It is as flawless as the moment it was struck. As if the coin was just ejected from the die, and that expression I like to use is like you caught it on a velvet pillow and preserved it in a vacuum since 1955. This is exactly as it appeared as it came off the die. Very few 1955 Franklins have survived in this condition. Now take a look at the reverse. Absolute, again, perfection, perfection. I mean, the only reason they don't call it 70 is because NGC has this policy. They're not going to grade any Franklins in 70. That's their policy. You want a 70, you're going to have to get a later Kennedy half dollar where they had the more modern technologies made to strike coins. Proof 69. Only 403 examples of the 1955 have been graded in proof 69. And then the 1956. 1956, not as rare as the 55. In fact, the 56 of all the Franklin dates in proof 69 condition is the one date that you can occasionally find in 6.9. But boy, have I got a great price for you. And these folks, again, this is still a very rare coin, only 882 examples graded. When you understand the technology, the packaging used, again, the 56s were struck during the flat pack era. Most of these coins are either spotted or very hazy or hair-lined. And you see this 1956, it is absolutely spectacular. It's stunning, absolutely stunning. It's breathtaking. I'm going to give you the prices real quick. Sasha, let's do this real quick, and we're going to talk some more about the coins, but I'm going to price them out right now. Now, the 55 in proof 69. Here's the total pops. We're going to show this to you really quick. '55 is a 403 graded in proof 69. I've got a handful of examples, folks. These are the only 2 dates I have in proof 69 right now at this moment in time. The 55 is only, while I have them, $1,295 for a proof 69. The 56, the 1956 Type 2. Where you see dealers asking $429, $549 for proof 68s. I've got the 1956 in proof 69. The highest, again, the highest grade, the only other date I currently have in proof 69 condition, $395. $395 for the proof 69. And if you want to get the pair, if you want to build the highest possible grade Franklin set, this is the perfect place to start, because if you get the pair individually, that comes to $1,690, but if you get the pair, you save $41. You can own both the 1955 and the 1956, $1,649. Now, think about that, $1,649. Now, here's something else I want to show you. You got to see the low mintages. They only struck about 300 and some thousand 1955 Franklins. Half of those Franklins were issued in box sets. Again, this was the end of the box set era. They issued the proofs in box sets from 1950 to 1954, and then halfway through 1955, the 55s were issued in these box sets. And these box set Franklins typically would come with horrible, horrible heavy toning from these plastic baggies. Now, this is really fascinating, folks. They obviously were not chemists back then, because these baggies, the material that these bags were made of, polyvinyl material, was not inert. In other words, the material in these baggies, and I write about this in all my books, the material would chemically react with the coins. And over time, these coins would develop a very hazy toning, dark toning around the rim, and it would be especially obvious on the reverse, and it would just ruin the coins. And this was your typical 1955. This one is actually better than average, but you can see there's some toning on the reverse, but it becomes really more obvious. You can see the toning on the obverse, but it's really evident on the reverse, and especially around the rim, where it tends to be a very dark, charcoaly-like toning that cannot be removed. And again, this is a product of the very, very poor packaging. And half the 1955 mintage, approximately, was issued in the box sets. The other half was issued in the flat packs. So once again, we're going to close this out. These are the only two dates I currently have in proof 69 condition: the 1955 and the 1956. And while I have them, the 1955, proof 69, only 403 graded, is only $1,295. The 1956, a little over 800 graded, proof 69, stunning, spectacular proof 69, only $395. And if you get the pair, you can own both for $1,649. The highest numerical grade you could own a Franklin half dollar in, the finest. Proof 69s, when we have proof 69 Franklins going for record prices in auction, the 1961 and proof 69 Deep Cameo selling for well over $40,000 in a recent auction. Over $40,000. And here you have a 55, proof 69 for $1,295. 1956, $395. The pair, $1,649. So we have a lot of people calling in right now. If you call in now, we guarantee delivery of these coins at this price. I have a small handful of the 55s. That's a very, very tough coin to get in proof 69. It's only $12.95. I have a few more of the 56s for only $3.95. Again, the pair only $1,649. Call in now. We guarantee delivery of those two dates. Please stay tuned, though, for the next presentation coming right up. This is Rick's U.S. Coin Show, and thank you for watching.
Pattern Coins with Jack McNamara.
Written by our founding fathers in the Declaration of Independence is this indelible truth: all men are created equal. They are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. In order to secure these righteous principles for its citizens, the United States of America had fought through the Revolutionary War against the British. It wasn't until September 3rd of 1783 that our young nation had succeeded in liberating our ancestors from Britain's rule. Even with this newly achieved freedom, America still had much work to do before our glorious country was ready to flourish. 1792 was a particularly special year, as it marked a period of astounding growth for the United States. For one, America was still rapidly expanding, adding its 15th state, Kentucky, to the Union on June 1st, 1792. This monumental year also brought on the creation of the White House, which had its cornerstone laid down in Washington, D.C. on October 13, 1792. Our unprecedented growth couldn't occur without financial stability. Thus, the Buttonwood Agreement was signed on May 17, 1792, creating the world's largest stock exchange, the New York Stock Exchange. Of all the monumental events occurring in 1792, the most significant may have been the signing of the Coinage Act of 1792. Prior to the release of official American coinage, many of the coins circulating around the United States were foreign coins, such as German thalers and Spanish 8 reals, as well as a plethora of privately minted coins. The founding fathers of our newly formed nation knew that to be taken seriously in the eyes of the world, America would need to initiate a national monetary system of its own. If our country continued to rely on the coinage of other nations, would there ever be a point where we gain true independence? With this in mind, the first president of the United States, George Washington, signed the Coinage Act of 1792. This act authorized the first U.S. mint in history, established the dollar as America's standard unit of money, and created the denominations of coinage that would be used in our illustrious country. Although the first official U.S. coins were struck in 1793, there were some pattern coins minted before choosing the ideal coin designs to represent our country. A pattern coin is a coin that has not been approved for release, but has been struck specifically for the purpose of evaluating the design. These pattern coins are struck in minuscule quantities and often have mintages in single digits. Rare Collectibles TV is lucky enough to have the privilege of sharing a private collection that includes 3 of the earliest U.S. pattern coins, struck the year prior to the official opening of the U.S. Mint. These 3 coins include 2 varieties of the 1792 Birch cent and the 1792 Eagle on Globe $quarter, and are some of the most important coins in U.S. history due to their crucial role in establishing America's official coinage. As these coins were put into production by and for the founding fathers of our country, it is highly likely that these examples were held by and inspected by the likes of Thomas Jefferson, Alexander Hamilton, and even George Washington himself. As the first director of the U.S. Mint, David Rittenhouse purchased land at 7th Street and 631 Filbert Street in Philadelphia in order to construct the first Philadelphia Mint. Initially, there were many design options to be struck for the U.S. cent, one of which was Benjamin Franklin's famed Fugio cent design. This iconic design showcased a sundial on the obverse with the inscription "Mind Your Business" and a chain link on the reverse. However, it was thought that this design could be easily counterfeited, so it was not selected. During this time, several different design ideas were proposed, 2 of the most popular being the head of George Washington and the head of Lady Liberty. George Washington himself was adamantly opposed to placing his likeness on circulating U.S. coinage, as he believed this practice was indicative of the monarchy of Britain that Americans had so fervently rejected. After days of heated debate between the House and the Senate, it was decided that the design of Lady Liberty would grace our coinage instead of the head of George Washington. The result was the 1792 Birch cent, which displays a rendition of Lady Liberty's head that bears a striking resemblance to one of the first official pieces of U.S. coinage to be struck, the 1793 Flowing Hair Large cent. These 1792 Birch cents show an inscription of liberty parent of science and industry, surrounding Lady Liberty on the obverse and the inscription of Birch on Lady Liberty's bust line. The reverse displays the inscription United States of America along the rim, with a wreath surrounding the denomination 1 cent in the middle of the coin. With an obverse that so closely resembles the first official U.S. cent to be struck, this 1792 Birch cent is undeniably one of the most important coins to ever be produced. The 1792 Birch cent has less than 10 coins in existence, and that's made up of 4 separate varieties. The first Birch cent that we have, known as Judd III, has been graded about uncirculated 58 and exhibits a plain edge design, whereas all other Birch cents showcase edge lettering. As the only known example that exhibits a plain edge design, this exquisite coin is an American treasure like no other. Currently, this stunning specimen of early American coinage is valued at $2 million. The second Birch cent, known as Judd IV, is graded Mint State 65 star red-brown and is by far the finest known example of any Birch cent in any variety. This example is one of only 7 that exhibits the edge lettering that reads, "To be esteemed, be useful." It is a miracle that this example has been kept in this spectacular condition over the course of more than 200 years. Exhibiting red-brown coloring and proof-like surfaces, this coin was undoubtedly set aside and placed in optimal conditions for storage almost immediately after being struck. What makes this unique coin even more special is that it is pedigreed to the distinguished David Rittenhouse. As one of the few Birch cents in existence, and the only example pedigreed to David Rittenhouse, this remarkable piece of coinage has been valued at $4.5 million. This 1792 Eagle-on Globe $quarter is a remarkable coin, as it's just one of 2 examples that are known to exist. Graded Specimen 63, this stunning coin has been kept in significantly better condition than its AU-50 counterpart, which is housed at the Smithsonian Institution. Joseph Wright, renowned American painter born in Bordentown, New Jersey, is responsible for this remarkable coin. The obverse of this mesmerizing coin showcases one of the most stunning renditions of Lady Liberty that has ever been struck onto a U.S. coin. Wright chose his wife, muse, and subject of many of his paintings, Sarah, as the model for this coin, as a way to immortalize her stunning beauty. In 1792, Joseph Wright was working with the United States Mint as a die sinker, and although he was never officially given the title of engraver, it's believed that he more or less fulfilled this role. This theory is held by many due to a letter addressed to George Washington from Thomas Jefferson shortly after the death of Wright. In this letter, Thomas Jefferson explains that due to the passing of Wright, the Mint will require a new nomination for engraver. This suggests that Wright was the original nominee for the first chief engraver position of the United States Mint before his death. Unlike many pattern coins that were created before the official release of U.S. coinage, the obverse of the Eagle-on Globe $quarter is inscribed with just the word Liberty. Most pattern coins of the time, however, had the much lengthier inscription of Liberty, parent of science and industry. As official coinage production began at the U.S. Mint, it was decided that, like the Eagle-on Globe quarter, only the word Liberty would appear on the obverse. In this regard, the Eagle-on Globe $quarter established the layout for generations of future American coins to come. The reverse of this $quarter bears an eagle that is significantly different than that of other early U.S. pattern coins. Perched atop the earth, this eagle is valiant in stature as it exudes the air of a sovereign guardian. One particularly interesting design choice of this coin is that there's no inscription of the denomination at all. This has led to speculation that the intended home of this design could have been on the reverse of the cent. However, it's generally accepted that this design was intended for the quarter. As one of the only coins to be designed by Joseph Wright, this finest known 1792 Eagle on Globe quarter dollar has a numismatic legacy like no other. As one of just two examples known, one of which is unattainable as it's part of the Smithsonian's permanent collection, this mesmerizing coin is valued at $3.8 million. With such a long and illustrious history of producing some of the finest coin designs the world has seen, the earliest origins of U.S. coinage are often overlooked. Be it the 1792 Birch cent or the 1792 Eagle on Globe quarter dollar, the pattern coins struck before the opening of the U.S. Mint have had an undeniable impact on our country's numismatic history. In many ways, these remarkable coins provided a blueprint for the most beloved American coins to ever be struck. Whether you collect Morgan dollars, St. Gaudens double eagles, Liberty Head gold eagles, or American silver eagles, these coins may not be around today if it wasn't for the exceptional pattern coins of early America.
Now, I've specialized in the finest silver dollars for almost 40 years, handling many of the finest silver dollars and placing them with my clients. From American Silver Eagles to the finest Eisenhower dollars, Peace dollars, Morgan dollars. Many of my clients have received awards for owning the finest known proof Morgan dollar collections. Here's one that a client of mine received from NGC in 2004 for the finest Morgan dollar collection. I've even placed the finest seated dollars with my clients. Here's a photo of the only seated dollar, graded proof 68 Ultra Cameo by NGC, none higher in Ultra Cameo, and this is the lone seated dollar in the entire series. But today, folks, today, I have the most important, historically and numismatically significant United States silver dollar of all. It's the very first silver dollar our nation ever struck. For just about a year, from late 1794 to late 1795. And it's called the Flowing Hair silver dollar. Very few were struck, less than 200 coins. More importantly, understandably, there are very few survivors in problem-free, gradable condition. By that I mean, while virtually all of these coins went into circulation, they're even larger than a Morgan dollar, folks. They're huge silver dollars, struck 225 years ago. Finding one of these that hasn't been cleaned or damaged or pitted from years of improper or poor storage, finding one that's in its original state with some wear from being in circulation, but that's never been mishandled, never been polished, never been damaged by the environment, no serious nicks or gouges that would make it ungradable. Finding a problem-free example, they're extremely rare, and in my opinion, the most undervalued silver dollar issue in all of United States coinage. when you can find them in problem-free, gradable condition. I have a small group of these today that I acquired from a collection. Exceptional specimens in fine 12 condition. Please feast your eyes on the two I have on display for you today, these most historic silver dollars, folks. Now, fine 12. Coins are graded on the 70-point Sheldon grading standard. The highest possible grade for a coin is 70, which represents a coin that is flawless, perfect under high magnification, as perfect as the day it was struck. There's nothing struck before the 1960s that's ever been graded in 70 condition. 1 is the lowest possible grade. That's a coin that's been heavily circulated to the point where it's barely recognizable. Here is an example of a Standing Liberty quarter struck in 1916, graded poor 01 by PCGS. And you can see the heavy wear. I mean, the date is barely readable. Heavy wear around the periphery and over the surface of the coin. And here's a picture of the reverse of the coin. And you can see just all the wear, just the central portion of the coin. You can make out the portrait of the eagle in the central portion, but that's it. All the lettering around the perimeter has been worn smooth. Now, if you want a nice example of a Standing Liberty quarter, you have to get at least one in good condition, which begins at 6, like good 6, or in this case, we have one in very good 8 condition. The higher the number, the less wear on the coin. And very good 8 condition, you can see the perimeter of the coin, you can see all the lettering. Although a lot of the date's been worn away, you could see a lot more of the detail. And you can see that 1916 Standing Liberty quarter is over $5,000, $5,250 for a 1916 Standing Liberty quarter. Here's another one in VG, very good 10. Even better condition than the previous example for around $6,000. And you could see it's an exceptional condition compared to that first example we saw in poor 01. Now take a look again at these flowing hair silver dollars in fine 12 condition. This is extraordinary condition, folks, problem-free condition for a flowing hair silver dollar. They're extremely rare. Extremely rare. To see all this detail, you can see a complete rim. The rim hasn't been worn into the fields of the coin. United States of America around the perimeter. The eagle, all exceptional detail. Only on the high points of the coin do you have wear. Fine is exceptional condition for a coin this old, especially a silver dollar the size of this coin. And again, these early silver dollars are even larger than Morgan dollars. Sasha's got a Morgan dollar to show you, and you put the two side by side, it's a couple millimeters larger than a Morgan dollar. It's noticeably larger. They're huge coins. Our nation fought a long, bloody war in order to establish our independence. From 1775 to 1783, 8 long years. The sacrifices made by virtually every man, woman, and child. We had a ragtag army led by George Washington, initially undertrained, underarmed, underfed, and underclothed. During the winter at Valley Forge, many troops had to march through the snow in their bare feet. They had water and bread for their meals. And they were up against possibly the most disciplined and well-armed military force known in the world, the British Army. If they had taken a poll, it's likely a majority of the population back then would have voted against the conflict, voted against the fight for our independence, and to remain a colony of Great Britain. But then there were people like Patrick Henry. In his famous speech to the Virginia delegation in March of 1775, to quote from someone who was in attendance at that moment, Henry then turned his attention to the British troops mobilizing across the colonies. In his words, "Are fleets and armies necessary to a work of love and reconciliation?" he asked. "Have we shown ourselves so unwilling to be reconciled that force must be called in to win back our love? Has Great Britain any enemy in this quarter of the world to call for all this accumulation of navies and armies? No, sir, she has none. They are meant for us. They can be meant for no other." And as he continued speaking, as was described, Henry's dulcet tones began to darken with anger. Excitement began to play more and more upon his features, the minister later said. The tendons of his neck stood out, white and rigid, like whipcords. And Henry continued on. "Our petitions have been slighted. Our remonstrances have produced additional violence and insult. Our supplications have been disregarded, and we have been spurned with contempt from the foot of the throne. We must fight. I repeat it, sir, we must fight. An appeal to arms and to the God of hosts is all that is left us." Henry then stood, silent for a moment, letting his defiant words hang in the air. When he finally began speaking again, it was in a thunderous bellow that seemed to shake the walls of the building and all within. His fellow delegates leaned forward in their seats as he reached his crescendo. "The war is actually begun," Henry cried. "The next gale that sweeps from the north will bring to our ears the clash of resounding arms. Our brethren are already in the field. Why stand we here idle? What is it that gentlemen wish? What would they have? Is life so dear, or peace so sweet, as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery?" As he spoke, Henry held his wrists together, as though they were manacled, and raised them toward the heavens. "Forbid it, Almighty God. I know what course others may take, but as for me, give me liberty." And then Henry burst from his imaginary chains and grasped an ivory letter opener. "Or give me death." And at that point, he plunged the letter opener toward his chest, mimicking a knife blow to the heart. Pretty dramatic stuff, right? But, once in a while in life, sometimes, we need a wake-up call. Sometimes we need a slap in the face. Hey, this is really important. This is what our life is all about. And his speech was that slap in the face. For several moments, when he was done, the assembled delegates seemed at a loss for words. No other member was yet adventurous enough to interfere with that voice which had so recently subdued and captivated, Delegate Edmund Randolph later said. A hushed silence descended on the room. Every eye yet gazed entranced on Henry, said the Baptist minister. Men were beside themselves. Colonel Edward Carrington, one of the many people watching the proceedings through the church windows, was so moved that he stood and proclaimed to his fellow spectators, "Let me be buried at this spot." And when he died decades later, his widow honored his request. And so our country went to war in 1775. The United States of America finally won its independence, signing a treaty granting our independence from Great Britain in 1783, 8 years later. Now, in his third State of the Union address, President George Washington urged Congress to provide for a mint, which was officially authorized by the Coinage Act of 1792, 9 years after we had been granted our independence. You see, folks, up to that time, we had been using foreign money, Spanish dollars. Many times we had been using coins struck by individual states. There was no national coin. And we could not effectively trade with other countries if we did not have our own coinage other countries could trust. And so the act provided for the creation of the United States Mint and appropriated money to meet the cost of construction of an appropriate facility and for salaries for employees and officials. And there's a picture of the original United States Mint. Now, that picture was taken in 1908. You can see the horseless carriage in front of it there. I doubt in 1792 when they built it, it said "Ye Old Mint" up above there. They probably added that sometime later. But that was the original Philadelphia Mint. Now, the denominations sanctioned under the act were half cents, cents, half dimes, dimes, quarter dollars, half dollars, dollars, quarter eagles, gold coins, half eagle gold coins, and eagle gold coins. On July 31st, 1792, the foundation stone of the Philadelphia Mint was laid by newly appointed Mint Director David Rittenhouse. Machinery and personnel began occupying the new building by September 1792, and production began on cents in February of 1793. Now, the silver dollar. Early in 1794, engraver Robert Scott began preparing designs for the silver dollar. After receiving approval, Scott began engraving the hubs for the new silver dollar. Extra care was taken during the engraving of this denomination because the dollar would be the largest American coin and would thus receive the most scrutiny from foreign nations. The lettering was executed by Frederick Geiger, who had worked as a typographer for various books and newspapers. After the dies were created, several copper test pieces were struck. Officials decided to add 15 stars around the periphery, representing the 15 states that had ratified the Constitution to that point, to the right, facing liberty on the obverse. Now, before the coins could be struck, the edge lettering and devices had to be impressed on the edge of the planchets or coin blanks. In other words, these early coins didn't have a reeded edge, a serrated edge like we see on coins today. They had a lettered edge. The lettered edge of these silver dollars said 100 cents, $1, or a unit. Now, the reason they had a lettered edge was to prevent unscrupulous individuals from taking the coin and filing away some of the perimeter of the coin. You know, just a very little filing away of each coin, gathering enough, gathering silver with each coin or gathering gold. And so a lettered edge prevented that kind of unscrupulous behavior. And by the way, if they were caught doing that, it was a prison sentence. So they had the lettered edge, and then they started striking the coins. The first silver dollars were struck on October 15th, 1794. Now, in that first year, they struck a grand total of 1,758 silver dollars. Now, to strike these earliest silver dollars, folks, they didn't use a steam press. The steam press didn't come into being until 1836. The steam press was a huge revolution in coin making. The steam press could strike at least 100 silver dollars a minute. and strike them perfectly. But before the steam press, what we were using is called the screw press. And here is a picture of two men working a screw press. Now, the problem with this early screw press was that it was really only good for denominations up to about $0.50. And this silver dollar was a much larger coin. It required a lot more die pressure. And so after 1794, they halted production, and they had a larger screw press built for the 1795 silver dollars. Now you can see making a silver dollar with a screw press was a very long, time-consuming process. And for the year 1795, they struck this flowing hair silver dollar design through mid-October of 1795. And then they had another design change to what we call the draped bust dollar. So the flowing hair silver dollar was only struck for about a year, from around October 1794 to October 1795. Is this the king of United States silver dollars? Or with this image of the flowing hair of liberty, maybe we should call it the queen of silver dollars. Folks, I have offered every form of silver dollar struck by our U.S. Mint over the years. The most recent silver dollar struck today, the American Silver Eagle. The Eisenhower dollar struck in silver from 1971 to 1976, struck in 40% silver. The peace dollar struck from 1921 to 1935. The Morgan dollars struck from 1878 to 1921. The trade dollars struck from 1873 to 1885. And there you have the seated Liberty dollars, gorgeous coin, struck from 1840 to 1873. The Gobrecht dollar struck for only a few years. It was the first of the steam press silver dollars, struck from 1836 to 1839. And then you had the draped bust dollars, struck from 1795 to 1804. That was the last year they struck silver dollars using the original screw press. And then there's the flowing hair, struck in 1794 and 1795. These silver dollars are so rare. Imagine trying to strike a coin the size of these silver dollars using a screw press. I mean, it's quite amazing how primitive the technology was, folks. This is only 225 years ago. I mean, the technology used in 1795 was really closer to the technology they used back in the Roman times, when they used to make coins by hitting them with a mallet. I mean, the screw press wasn't much more advanced than the Roman times. It was the steam press in 1836 when we really had the major advance in the making of coinage. This is truly the birth of a nation here. To have these coins today, to my right here is what's believed to be the first silver dollar ever struck. It's 1794. It was graded by PCGS Specimen 66. It's a stunning, stunning example of the 1794. Specimen 66, finest known. That coin sold for $10 million. That's the most that's ever been paid for a United States rare coin. The pieces I have here today, folks, to find a problem-free example, call in now. This is such a rare coin. This has so much more future potential, in my opinion. This is a coin you definitely want to put away for the long term, folks. We have these coins for $7,495. $7,495 in fine 12 condition, without any kind of damage, no details, no cleaned, no pitting, problem-free examples. Truly, among the most undervalued coins in all of United States coinage. And without question, the most undervalued silver dollar in all of United States coinage, the flowing hair silver dollar in problem-free condition. If you can't swing the total amount today, we have a 3-payment option. And this really makes it so much easier for so many of our clients out there, because we have a lot of clients who see a coin like this and they'd love to buy it, but they can't swing the entire amount that day. We have a 3-payment option. So if you put just a third down today, that's $2,498.33, we'll put one of these $17.95 flowing hair dollars aside for you in fine 12 condition. We'll put it aside for you with your name on it, and we'll put it in our vault. You make the second payment in 30 days and the final payment in 60 days. I made one chart to put this in perfect perspective. I've got the 2 years of the flowing hair silver dollar. And I've got 2 Morgan dollars that are among the rarest Morgan dollars in the series. The 1889 Carson City, and the rarest of all Morgan dollars, the 1893S. That is the rarest Morgan dollar in any condition. And you see the mintages. You see the total certified in fine condition, almost uncirculated 50 condition, and you see the total certified in all grades. Now this is PCGS and NGC combined, folks. That's essentially all the examples ever certified. And you look at those numbers. 1794, only 23 examples certified in fine condition, 3 in AU 50 condition. I found a couple examples offered. Here's one, genuine, extensively repaired. You can see a big clip around 4 o'clock there on the obverse. A damaged coin, folks, and it's $120,000. Now here's one in problem-free, fine 12 condition. $160,000. That's what they go for a 1794. This chart explains why I'm making a presentation on 1795 flowing hair silver dollars and not on 1893S Morgan dollars. Folks, I could fill this stand with 1893S Morgan dollars in circulated condition for $7,000 to $10,000, $15,000 a coin. But they are not nearly as rare as problem-free 1795 flowing hair silver dollars that I have for about the same price. You look at the total numbers certified in fine condition, 765 coins. But for all grades, this is most important, only 4,193 coins in problem-free condition. It's over twice as rare as an 1893S, folks. When you see the price comparisons, you'll understand why this is really truly a must-buy opportunity. Here's an 1889 CC Morgan dollar. Again, a rare date, details, harshly cleaned, $7,000. But then you get to the rarest date, the 1893S. Again, details, scratched, net fine 12, $8,500. Now that word details, what is that? What exactly does that mean? Here's a little write-up on the NGC website about details grading. And as it says there, NGC details grading, at the bottom, you see that headline, surface problems. It has to do with surface problems that are on the coin, damage to the coin. And there's many different kinds of surface problems. You've got environmental effects. In other words, coins that are pitted because of poor storage, or coins that have been cleaned, or altered color. Or you have coins with mechanical damage. or mechanical repairs where they've taken a coin, for example, with these early silver dollars. Quite often, they would poke a hole in the top of the coin and hang it off their neck. And so a lot of times people would repair that hole to cover it up. And that would be a mechanical repair. And then you have man-made irregularities. So there's all kinds of detail imperfections. All of these flowing hair silver dollars that we have, and we have a small group of them, are problem-free coins. And you look at some more of these 1893 S. Morgan dollars. There's one, cleaned, very fine 25 details, $87.75. AU details, cleaned, $40,000. Now here's one, a problem-free 93S, extra fine 40, a higher grade. At the same time, it's $12,000, and it's not nearly as rare, folks, as a flowing hair silver dollar. And here, finally, here's an 1893S, almost uncirculated, $120,000. Now, as far as the 1795 goes, trying to find a nice example, the cheapest ones I could find, not the kind of coins you want to own. Okay, here's one for $2,248. It's barely recognizable. Here's another one. This is one genuine, repaired. In other words, it could have probably had a hole in it that was repaired. $2,248. You don't want to own a 1795 that has been repaired or that's damaged. You just don't. Here's one in VG8 though, much higher grade, almost as nice as fine 12, but it has, again, details, obverse damage, $9,700. Here's another one, fine 12, again, details, damaged, scratched. Basically, a $10,000 coin. And again, that's a dealer with 100% positive feedback, 100% satisfied customers. Finally, you get one that's genuine. It's genuine, but again, it's been cleaned. There's some kind of other imperfection where the coin has had altered surfaces, almost $15,000. Here's one almost uncirculated, but again, details improperly cleaned, $44,000. Finally, you get one in AU58 that hasn't been cleaned, a problem-free coin by some miracle. It hasn't been damaged. It's a miracle coin, $58,500. And here's one at the top of the heap, Mint State, uncirculated, problem-free Mint State 62, $90,000. This is the first time in the history of our show, first time in the history of Coin TV, that there's ever been a problem-free flowing hair silver dollar, folks. And we have them in fine 12 condition. You look at this piece, you see some wear on the high points of the coin. Knowing the size of the coin, the fact that it's 225 years old, I mean, these coins were in circulation for decades and decades and decades. The fact that it survived in this condition is a miracle. The fact that it's still available for only $7,500 to me is a miracle, because I think these should be $100,000 coins. I truly do. They are so rare, and here you have among the finest surviving specimens, undamaged. There's only a few thousand known survivors of all the flowing hair silver dollars struck. The very first silver dollar struck by our country for only about a year. I hope you can take advantage of this. This is about our history, about our heritage, national treasure. When you look at this coin now, with those words liberty across the top, and you recall Patrick Henry's speech, give me liberty or give me death. Those words liberty take on a much, much deeper meaning, don't they? This is an incredibly inspirational coin. I hope you're able to acquire one. Thank you for watching. for the best in rare coin collecting. Watch me, Rick Tamaska, on Rick's U.S. Coin Show right here on Rare Collectibles TV.
This is a series that began in 2017. Do you guys remember 2017 when the first palladium coin came out? I'm going to bring you back into time, but first I want to show you the latest and the greatest. First of all, folks, the U.S. Mint has struck a rare coin right out the gate, one of the rarest they have ever issued. This mintage is really small. I never thought I'd see the day when there would be a coin with a mintage smaller than the $20 gold high relief St. Gaudens. But it's happening. Or the 1995 W Silver Eagle. But it's happening. Wow, this is one of the rarest coins the Mint has ever issued. And how do we have this coin? Not why do we have it, how do we have it? Well, we have it in the first day of issue, in the highest grade you can attain, which is a perfect 70 grade. Look at that. Mint State 70, first day of issue, high relief, 2020. Burnished palladium eagle. Now, the United States of America, let's start with Ronald Reagan. What does Ronald Reagan have to do with a coin that was issued in 2020? I'll tell you, very few coins. You know when the authorization for this coin was signed into law? In 2010. It was actually an extension, an amendment, an addendum, if you will, to the Liberty Coin Act. 1985, Ronald Reagan signed into law the act that authorized the U.S. Mint to begin striking eagles. And at that time, there was just two in the series, gold and silver. Later on in 1997, the U.S. began, well, they added another precious metal to the series, platinum. And then 2017. Now, 2017 was a special year because the newest addition to the Eagle family, palladium. And the design on the coin, Adolph A. Wyman's original designs. Adolph A. Wyman, he was a protege of Augustus St. Gaudens. He was a student of Augustus St. Gaudens. He was a man who was an artistic genius. This coin sold out in one day. Have you heard? It was recently released by the United States Mint. And before the day was even over, they were all gone. Because in 2017, 2018, 2019, and now 2020, it is the lowest mintage of them all. There's a great story that goes with this coin, but I get asked this question all the time. What in the heck is palladium? Right? This is a real easy way to think of it. Palladium is part of the family of platinum metals. It's known as the platinum group. Now, in the platinum group of metals, there are some that you may never have heard of. Ruthenium, osmium, iridium, rhodium, platinum, and the number one, palladium. 30 times rarer than gold. Here is your opportunity to own this coin in the highest grade with the earliest designation on the label that you can get. First day of issue. There's a lot of great labels with great early designations. There's early release. There's first release. There's first strike. But there was only one first day of issue. That's what these are, which means that these were the earliest coins to arrive at the grading service to be granted the special label of first day of issue. So in 2017, the Mint struck 15,000 palladium eagles. It was a very successful coin. 2018, the second year, also 15,000. And then, because the coin was so popular, 2019, 30,000 coins. 30,000 coins was the maximum amount, the mintage. So for 2020, we were all just blown away because we expected maybe 50,000. Instead, 10,000, and it came in even lower than that. But before I show you those facts and figures, here's something you must know. After scouring all archival information for mine production all over the world, this is what we came up with. Global precious metals, the amount that has been mined in metric tons. Silver, 1,740,000 metric tons. Now, this isn't just one day. This is recorded production for all of history. Gold. Gold's pretty scarce, very scarce. Look at that. Look at it next to silver. 190,000 tons of gold. You know, they say that all the gold production that has ever been mined can fit into just 1/3, the bottom third of the Washington Monument. And that thing is 550 feet tall, right? But if you took all the gold ever mined, it would only fill up the bottom third, 190,000 metric tons. Now take a look at palladium. 210. 210. So that could make like maybe a step, right? That's it. So it is really, really scarce. It is one of the platinum-based metals, extremely rare. Collectors have recognized the rarity of these palladium additions to the Eagle program, and these are some of the most popular coins in the world in a short period of time. Just 2017, 2018, 2019, and now 2020. And it's become one of the most popular issues in the Eagle program. But I want you to take a look at why this is so important. Starting with the Kennedy half dollar. Look at the mintage, 73,772. That was one of the most popular coins ever issued. And you folks all know that in 1995, from West Point, the Silver Eagle in proof was issued with a really low mintage of 30,125. In 2019, they won up that one with an enhanced reverse proof Silver Eagle, where the mintage was about 30,000. And then I went back into time. The very first St. Gaudens, the $20 high relief. It's really a rare coin. 12,367 were issued. But I want you to take a look at that 2020 palladium coin and the dramatic low mintage. 9,971. The mint is sold out on these coins. They are gone. The 2020 West Point struck. Burdish die is another way of saying uncirculated. High relief palladium eagle, first day of issue. First day of issue. 9,971 coins. Now, I mentioned the $20 gold St. Gaudens, and I want to tell you, when we talk about coin collecting, one of the driving forces are mintage. 1893S, Morgan dollar. Why is it the king of the Morgan dollars? Well, there were only 100,000 struck. There's no other Morgan with that low mintage. And when it comes to rarity, that's the driving force, because if there are very few minted to begin with, there's going to be hardly any out there, and they won't last as long, and you'll have a hard time getting one if you wait. And that's been proven with the previous issues of the palladium coin, and they were a lot higher in mintage. So, I mentioned the 1907 high relief, higher mintage than the palladium. There's a 6.5, proof 65, $67,000. Here's a 6.4, $30,000. I had mentioned the 1995 proof, the W, mintage of 30,125. It's one of the most popular coins, almost $16,000. And just a mere year or so ago, the Mint came out with an enhanced reverse proof with an even lower mintage, 30,000. 10 grand, 30,000 coins. There's a third fewer of the Palladium coin. That coin is an instant winner. Now, when you couple that with the fact that it's sold out, I mean, in no time whatsoever, that means that how many hundreds of thousands of people wanted one and didn't get one, were disappointed. Almost 8 grand. That's the coin we're talking about. It's the first day of issue. It's a perfect grade. $7,900. The latest Palladium issue sold out in record time at the U.S. Mint. And we are offering this coin pre-delivery. But I can guarantee you that right now at the grading service is a coin for you in a first day of issue. And as soon as we get them here at Rare Collectibles, they will be coming to you. Rare Collectibles TV is pricing this coin at $5,595. And we are splitting the payments into 3 equal payments of $1,865. So when you call up right now, your name is placed on one of the coins. It's put aside for you. You make a payment of $1,865. A month will go by and another payment of $1,865. Finally, one last one, another month goes by, $1,865 again, and that coin that was reserved for you will be coming to you. And I know that when that comes around, nobody's going to have any of these coins. They'll be impossible to get. So in 2010, Congress authorized an addition to the Liberty Coin Act. When the Liberty Coin Act was written in 1985, its main purpose actually was to authorize the striking of the Statue of Liberty commemorative coin series, which was to be issued in 1986, and it was signed by Ronald Reagan. Well, there was a little addendum to that bill. The second part of the bill authorized the striking of the American Eagle coin program, which began with the gold and the silver. Later on in 1997, as I said earlier, an addition of the platinum was made to the bill. So the government was authorized to strike eagles in platinum. And then finally, in 2010, the palladium. Now you may ask yourself, why? Was the law signed in 2010 and the first coins didn't appear until 2017? And I'll tell you why. As expert as the United States Mint is in striking coins, because they have shown the world how to strike coins, it's really tough to strike palladium. It has different striking properties than gold or silver or platinum. So there's characteristics of strike that you have to know, and a lot of experimentation with the pressure of the coining press and the engraving of the dies, and even the production of the plangents, the blanks. So trial and error is the only way that this coin came to fruition, where the quality that the Mint demands was at such a point that the coins could be issued. And that took 7 years. Now, usually it's just the other way around, right? Where the beginning year usually has the lowest mintage. This year has the lowest mintage of them all. Now, something else that is very, very amazing about this coin. It is the original design on the obverse of the Mercury dime. The Mercury dime was designed by Adolph A. Weinman. Adolph A. Weinman was a master sculptor. But he didn't work for the U.S. Mint. He was commissioned during the Renaissance to produce some of the final coins of the Renaissance. One was the Walking Liberty $50. and the other was the Mercury dime, or the Liberty dime. Became known as the Mercury dime. These were both originally issued in 1916. But Adolph A. Weinman had created a couple of medals before that, which was how he got recognized for potentially being able to design a couple of United States coins. In 1907, Adolph A. Weinman issued a medal honoring the American Institute of Architecture. And this medal featured on its reverse an amazing representation of the American bald eagle. Actually, a version of it ended up on the reverse of the Walking Liberty $50. This coin is a unique interpretation of Adolph A. Weinman's design of the Mercury dime on its obverse. And on its reverse, that eagle that made its debut on the American Institute of Architects medal of 1907. So something very special happened here. The Mint and the American Institute of Architects got together in a joint venture, and they allowed artists from the Institute to come to the Mint, to the archives, and view the original model of the 1907 Weinman medal. And from this was created this amazing reverse for this palladium coin. So this is unlike any Weinman edition ever. It features the design of the Mercury dime on its obverse, but it features on a legal tender coin that design that came from a bronze medal that Weinman created in 1907. And it's so faithful to the original design because it was taken from the exact plaster, from the model that was used to create that original design. So, a unique legal tender coin has been issued. One of the greatest things about the palladium issue is that it has a unique design on its obverse and reverse when you couple it together. Never been anything like it before. I want to show you how the mintages stand right now for the previous years. So for a new issue in a precious metal that most people are unfamiliar with, look how it has been embraced. In 2017, it was a sellout. In 2018, a virtual sellout. The mintage was 15,000. In 2019, the cap on the mintage, 30,000. And I will tell you this, that coin will reach its 30,000 mintage. There's no doubt about it, especially since this one had a strict limit of no more than 10,000, and it sold out immediately. I know that's going to bring people to the previous year, but there will only be one 2020. And I think it's a reason really that it's such a low mintage was the circumstances that the Mint is working under right now, where they have very, very limited crew, and their hours are highly constricted, and their quantities of coins are really being limited. So this is unheard of. There's actually less than 10,000. The maximum for this coin was 10,000. And when you look at the history of American coinage, it is a lower mintage in a really, really special precious metal. It's a lower mintage than some of the greatest American rarities, both old and new. It's easy to see why this coin is so sought after. Now here's the thing. First day of issue goes by like that. The opportunity to get a first day of issue, if you're not taking advantage of it right now, is so fleeting. If you want the best thing in the highest grade, something so unique, less than $5,600, $5,595. And we're splitting the payments into 3 payments. That is going to make it a lot easier. This is a first day of issue, ultimate grade for this coin. There is no higher or rarer example of this coin that you can attain. And because of that, that's a very fleeting opportunity. There is so little palladium on the face of the earth that it really is considered a rare earth mineral. And because of that, there are nations all around the world who want palladium because it has applications that go far beyond coins. It's vital to many industries. And there's a limited amount of coins that have been issued. Now, this is a big coin. And it also gives you an opportunity to see the obverse of the Mercury dime as Adolf A. Wyman saw it when he was sculpting it. Because when he was creating this design, he was working on sketches that were large. He was working on a plaster model that was large. So the detail that he imparted to this design, you don't see on a little Mercury dime. But when you see this coin, big as life on a full 1 ounce version, you see versions that you will never see on previous issues. High relief. Now, what does high relief mean? Well, high relief means that the coin is struck not just 2 times, but as many strikings as it takes to lift the detail of the design off the surface of the coin dramatically, where the pressure is so great that the design and the striking so intense that the design has detail on it that can only be described as high relief. In the whole history of the United States of America, whenever a high relief coin is offered, think about it. In 2014, there were special releases, 4 of them, in silver, of Kennedy half dollars that were all high reliefs. Those coins are long gone and so sought after because you see the design like you have never seen it before. And here's an opportunity to see a design on an American coin as the artist saw it when he was sculpting it, something that never happens until this coin, until this series. So that is the latest issue of one of the rarest metals. Have you ever imagined that you would own a coin that is so many times rarer than gold? You just won't believe it. So folks, remember this. Throughout all of history, there hasn't been that much silver when you look at metric tons. There certainly hasn't been a lot of gold. And then when you look at palladium, you think there's a typo. There's got to be an error. It is such a small amount. How we were able to get coins, wow, just amazing. The latest palladium issue sold out in record time at the U.S. Mint. And we are offering this coin pre-delivery. But I can guarantee you that right now at the grading service is a coin for you in a first day of issue. And as soon as we get them here at Rare Collectibles, they will be coming to you. But ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, very few issues sell out as quickly as this one did, and hardly any of the 10,000 coins are going to be designated as first day of issue. But I can guarantee you, yours will. So you're going to get the ultimate. And I think I need to wrap this presentation up, and I hope I covered all the bases. And if I haven't, let me just describe it with 3 last words. Rare, rarer, rarest. That's the way it is. So thank you so much for watching Rare Collectibles TV, and I invite you to stay tuned. We'll see you soon. I'm James Gerstel. You're watching Rare Collectibles TV. I got to tell you, 2019 was one of those years where the U.S. Mint just amazed us collectors. And I want to bring you two coins that were released in 2019 that were the first ever issues, ever. This is really amazing stuff. This is a look back into history and a chance to make up some ground. Because if you didn't get in on this deal when it came out in 2019, now is your chance. So pull up a chair. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. What we're talking about is the 2019 West Point struck Lincoln Cents. Now, the Lincoln Cent has been issued since 1909. It is the longest running United States series. And the first issue, the 1909, was very, very famous. And you know why? Because that coin was actually struck to honor Lincoln's 100th birthday in 1909. It was only supposed to be a one-year type, but it has stuck. It has become the most beloved series of United States coins, probably because Lincoln is the most, or one of the most, beloved presidents of all time. Think about Lincoln. Got us through the Civil War, one of the defining moments in the history of the world, let alone the United States of America. Was able to keep the Union intact. That was big news. In 1865, when Lincoln was assassinated, well, we look back at that day as tragic, obviously. The Lincoln Cent, our beloved Lincoln Cent, first issued in 1909. So we're going to fast forward to 2019, where from West Point, for the first time ever, there have been Lincoln pennies with the W mint mark. This is really huge, ladies and gentlemen. Let me show you what it's all about. First of all, we have two entries from 2019, reverse proof and proof. And I want you to stay tuned, because here at Rare Collectibles TV, if you keep watching, you're going to see the third entry as well. So I want everybody to stay tuned. Right now, proofs and reverse proofs. Let's take a look at why this is so important for collectors. And we have special issues of these coins. From the Philadelphia Mint, there have been 31 total issues between 1909 and 2019. And the coins struck have been over 19 million coins. Now, look at the San Francisco Mint. Responsible for 56 total issues of the Lincoln Cent, over 155 million coins. Now, let's go down to West Point, because West Point in 2019 just started to issue the Lincoln penny. It had never been done before. So the total issues in proof or reverse proof from the West Point Mint of the Lincoln penny, there are only two, with a grand total of 945,000 coins issued. So here we go, folks. This is so important to every collector. Now, I want to take a look at what we're talking about here, because we have a special issue. We have special labeling where we have gotten the designer of the Lincoln penny reverse since 2010, Lindell Bass, to sign our labels. She is responsible for the new shield reverse that was adopted in 2010 on the Lincoln penny. There you see the two issues that we're going to be featuring. The first W mint mark proof, a proof 69 red in color, ultra cameo. And the first reverse proof, a reverse proof 69 red in color as well. Each one of these labels have been hand signed by the designer of the reverse. All right, I want you guys to take a look at this little table we made up, because this is facts and figures that are so very important, because right off the bat, these two issues from the West Point Mint have joined the really memorable Lincoln Cents. Now, I want you to take a look at the business strikes and the modern proof issues, mintages under 1 million, and you are going to see some of the most famous Lincoln pennies. Now, right away, you go right to the 1909 SVDB, with 484,000 is a mintage. Now, that is one of the most famous Lincoln pennies, if not the most famous. But I want you to take a look at the reverse proof and the low mintage. Only 383,000 of those coins were struck by the mint. Now, we have certified coins, so there's going to be even a further reduction in the amount available. Now, the proof at only 561,000, these are two low mintage, highly collectible Lincoln cents. From 1909 to 1958, the Lincoln penny reverse was known as the wheatback. That was the first generation. From 1959 to 2008, the memorial back. Now, there was a reason why in 1959 the memorial back was issued, and that was to honor the 150th anniversary of Abraham Lincoln's birth. In 2009, which was the 200th anniversary of Lincoln's birth, there was a special anniversary issue where there were 4 different reverses, but that was a one-year type. In 2010, the Shield reverse. Now, this design was submitted by Lendell Bass to the U.S. Mint, and the whole concept of the Shield reverse really is a statement of Lincoln's efforts to keep the Union united, his successful attempts at keeping the Union together during the Civil War. One of the most important events was that Lincoln kept the Union together. The United States of America, in the very beginning of the Civil War, nearly lost the Civil War right off the bat. So it was so important that when the Civil War ended, 1865, that the Union was still standing. Victor David Brenner. Victor David Brenner was the designer of the Lincoln penny. Now, his design has gone down into history as one of the most famous portraits of Lincoln, taken from a photograph. Now, the thing about Victor David Brenner is he was actually commissioned to make a design in a hurry by Teddy Roosevelt before Lincoln's anniversary, the 100th anniversary of his birth. It was imperative to Roosevelt that this design be completed. Why? Well, Augustus St. Gaudens was originally going to redesign all of the American coinage. But he took ill. He died early on, unfortunately, in 1907, when only 2 of his designs had been released. Now, we know from a plaster, an artistic rendering of the flowing hair cent that Augustus St. Gaudens designed, that that would have been the new cent. But because of Augustus St. Gaudens' death, and because of the anniversary of Lincoln's birth in 1909, Victor David Brenner was commissioned to make one of the greatest and longest-lasting American series ever. And to this day, in spite of all the efforts of the government to get rid of the penny, it will never happen. So respected and honored as Lincoln, he'll never be removed from the penny. And because of that great history, Lincoln cents are collected by people far and wide. Now, I want to let you know that this is really special. What we've done here, ladies and gentlemen, is something that is almost impossible to accomplish. Wait till you see what's going on here. These are proof 69s. They are nearly the highest grade you can get. The only grade higher is a complete perfect grade of proof 70 or reverse proof 70. And I want to show you what we're up against. This is one of the most popular issues ever to come out from the U.S. Mint. The sellout was fast. Everybody wanted these coins. And here's why. Here is a reverse proof in the same grade that we're offering at a great price. Look at this, $140. One coin graded proof 69, reverse proof 69, with the Shield reverse, $140. Here is a proof 69. Both of these coins are graded and red in color. That coin right there is $91. Ladies and gentlemen, that's $229. Now, this is why I'm so excited. Now, at $229 for both of those coins, that is a superlative deal because the grading fees alone are responsible for over $100, probably more like $130, just in grading fees to grade both of these coins. We're offering the 2-coin set for $129. $129. And this is such a special event, ladies and gentlemen. I want to let you know there is no limit to the amount that you can buy, that you can purchase for $129. This is the lowest price Rare Collectibles TV has ever had for these two issues. These are special. They had never been done before. Now, the 1909 SVDB Lincoln cent is the barometer by which all Lincoln pennies are judged because of the mintage at 484,000. So when I see these first ever collectibles, as that coin was, that are issued from the West Point Mint for the first time ever at such small mintages, you know, when you look at most Lincoln penny issues, there are hundreds of thousands more than were issued in these two coins from West Point. So it's really important. These coins were scooped up very quickly by collectors. And I want to show you, as a matter of fact, just what we're talking about. We just showed you $229 of value. And we're at $129. Really important, ladies and gentlemen. Now, if you want to step up one grade, if you want to step up to a perfect grade, here's what you're up against. One grade higher, Lendell Bass signed label, $849.99. That's a perfect Proof 70 grade. Here is a perfect Proof 70 reverse proof. That's a non-Lendell Bass signed label at almost $410. If you want to step up that one grade, that's where you're going to be at. I want to alert all collectors, when we get down to brass tacks, ladies and gentlemen, here is how the grading services judge the Proof 70s from the Proof 69s. First of all, this is always the case at the grading services. It isn't just one grader's opinion. It really is a group of graders who grade each and every single coin, and unbeknownst to the next, they don't know what the grade is. So it's blind grading. After 3 graders have graded each coin, the envelope is unsealed, so to speak, and the grades that are given are all looked at. And if there is one grade, just one, like for instance, you have both coins grading Proof 69 and one grader grades them a Proof 68, that is the grade they become. So consistency and accuracy in grading is everything. And that's what you get. And the way that they determine the proof perfection from Proof 69, virtually perfect, is with magnification. So under a 5 times magnification loop, if you see no flaws whatsoever, it's like a microscope, the grade will be Proof 70. But to the eye, the naked eye, they both look identical. And so that is the great part about owning a Proof 69 red in color. You get all the original luster. You get the strike, you get the quality, you get the crispness, you get the originality, and you get a tremendous grade, and you save so much money. $129. I got to tell you, there's a lot more to the story of Victor David Brenner. Victor David Brenner was not a U.S. Mint employee. And one of the things that we have learned about the renaissance of American coin design, which took place in the very early 1900s, really at the request, you could really call it a demand, of the President of the United States to redesign our coinage. I think you've all heard it said probably 1,000,000 times that Teddy Roosevelt thought our coins, the designs of our coins, were of atrocious hideousness. And he wanted our coins to reflect the nation we were. He wanted our coins to reflect that artistry. And so he had asked Augustus St. Gaudens, really pleaded, if he would redesign our coinage. And Augustus St. Gaudens agreed. And unfortunately, Augustus St. Gaudens, though he had prepared designs for almost every size, he was only able to complete 2 designs. The $20 St. Gaudens, world famous, and equally as famous, the $10 Indian, or the St. Gaudens Indian. Both gold coins. He had protégés. He had students. We all know Herman McNeil and Adolph Weinman and Victor David Brenner. All of these great artists studied under Augustus St. Gaudens. And so when the U.S. Mint was looking for a new vision in coinage, they went to these great sculptors. They went to these great artists who were not part of the U.S. Mint team. So they pulled from the artistic community to come up with the design that has withstood the test of time. Since 1909, no American coin series has the longevity of the Lincoln cent. And because of that, there are literally millions of collectors. When I first started in coin collecting, my very first ambition was to own a 1909S. Because as a little kid, that's all you heard about, was there was this unbelievable Lincoln cent that was so rare that the mintage wasn't even 500,000. 1909 struck in San Francisco. Now, VDB, Victor David Brenner, well, his initials were prominently displayed on the wheatback reverse of the 1909, and that was considered not to be done. So his initials were removed, they were moved, but the legacy and the history of the Lincoln cent continues to this very day. So in 2019, when the U.S. Mint decided that they would issue, for the first time ever, a Lincoln cent struck at West Point with the W Mint mark, collectors were excited. And when that coin dropped on that day in 2019, well, collectors scooped them up in no time at all. So here we are today, where every coin is out there, and we really had to hustle to put this deal together. And I want to tell you something. You tell me, did we do it at $129 for two of the rarest Lincoln pennies you're ever going to get your hands on, with a special label, with that ultimate brand new shield reverse? You know, since 2010, the shield reverse has occupied the reverse of the Lincoln penny, and it has become the reverse that we think of. It's magic, it's artistry, the thought that it conveys, the theme of that reverse, of the successful efforts by Abraham Lincoln to keep the Union united during the most trying time, a civil war between the North and the South. It's all here. There had never before been Lincoln pennies struck at West Point until these issues, 2019. And here you get the proof issues. Reverse proof, proof 69 red in color, and proof 69 red in color, with the signed labels by the designer of the reverse. And look at that. The quality is amazing. You know, nobody strikes proof coinage, or any kind of coinage really, like the United States Mint at West Point. Sought after ever since they began striking coins. Now, West Point is an unusual mint. Originally, West Point was a repository of precious metal where the U.S. government stored silver and some gold. In 1983, it was designated as a United States minting facility. And in 1984, the first official coin was struck. It was a $10 gold piece. These coins join all those famous issues as the first ever West Point issues. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen, $129. And remember, these are amazing looking. They are certified. They're signed labels by the artist Lendell Bass, who was commissioned to design the reverse. For $129, I hope you stock up, because this opportunity, when these coins are gone, when the stock that we have right now, there'll be no restocking at $129, I can assure you. So I want to thank you all for watching. Remember, these are the ultimate proofs and the first ever and the only ones of their kind. $129. All right, thanks for watching Rare Collectibles TV. I'll be back soon, I hope. Thank you very much.
Today will go down as one of the all-time highlights of Rick's U.S. Coin Show. I will go even further. It will go down as one of the all-time great rare coin offerings in the history of coin TV, folks. And that goes back over 30 years. This is truly a momentous occasion. Never been offered. They are uncirculated, mint state gold double eagles. Gold double eagles, the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint, with virtually a full ounce of gold. I have offered some great rare date gold double eagles in the past, many of which were superior to the examples in the Smithsonian. And the Smithsonian is the home to the greatest collection of United States coins in the world. But these particular gold double eagles, folks, in the quantity I have them, are the rarest gold double eagles I have ever been able to offer in the history of my show. And they are in exceptional uncirculated condition. Over the centuries, the Mint has struck gold coins in many different sizes and denominations. And here's a chart that shows the different sizes of gold coins that the U.S. Mint struck from the late 1700s through 1933. The coin on the far left there is a $1 gold piece. It's a tiny coin, folks. It's smaller than a dime. Very small coin. And then you have a $2.50 gold piece. And then there's a $3 gold piece. And then there's a $4 gold piece, which is referred to as the Stella. And then you have a $5 gold piece, which is about a quarter ounce of gold. It's about the size of a nickel. That's a larger gold coin. And then you have the $10 gold piece, which is about a half an ounce of gold. And it's referred to as the Eagle, because up until 1850, the $10 gold piece was the largest gold coin struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint. And so they referred to it as the Eagle. And then they discovered gold in California in 1848. And with this abundance of gold, our nation was able to strike even larger gold coins, which was of great benefit to the banking system. And this larger gold coin was twice the size of the Eagle, with virtually an ounce of gold. And so they referred to it as the double eagle. They only struck 2 examples as specimens in 1849. There's only one survivor. It's in the Smithsonian. It's considered to be the single most valuable United States coin in existence, valued in the tens of millions, perhaps hundreds of millions of dollars. You really can't put a value on the coin. It's priceless. Now, the double eagles I have for you today, folks, this particular date, there's less than 300 known to exist in certified condition at this time, folks, in all grades. Less than 300. And I have 57 of these amazing coins. And they are among the finest known. Truly. Please take a look at the coins, the double eagles that I have on the stand. 1873 P, open 3 variety, double die obverse. These Liberty double eagles are so rare, the individual who acquired them directly from the great European bank hoard. This gentleman ranks among the leading United States gold specialists in our country. He has over 4 decades of experience handling many of the most important United States gold double eagle collections and hoards. And I asked him directly, have you ever handled this double eagle date in the past? And his answer, in over 40 years, he has handled perhaps 5 to 10 specimens. 40 years of handling literally hundreds of thousands of mint state double eagles struck anywhere between 1850 and 1933. Millions of coins, perhaps. I then asked him, well, do you ever expect to see anything remotely close to this again in the future, where he is able to acquire such a rare double eagle date in uncirculated condition at such a great price? His three-word answer: not a chance. That was it. What he acquired was a bag, something like this bag you see here, from the Great European Bancord, of 1873P Type II Liberty Double Eagles. Again, they were from the Great European Bancord, and they were uncirculated. There were three different types of Liberty Double Eagles struck from 1850, which was the first year of the Liberty Double Eagle series, to 1907, which is the last year of the Liberty Double Eagle series. And the three varieties, we have pictures of the reverses. The Type I, you see a United States of America across the top, 20D at the bottom. This was struck from 1850, again, the first year of the series, up until mid-1866. Now, in 1866, a year after the Civil War, Congress passed some legislation suggesting that "In God We Trust" be added to all our United States coins. And so late in the year, they added "In God We Trust" above the eagle's head on the Liberty Double Eagle. And they struck this variety from 1866 through 1876. And that is the coin we have for you today. And there's one of the coins, as you see it, "In God We Trust" above. This is the Type II variety, struck for only 10 years. And then in 1877, they made one final change. Instead of 20D at the bottom, they stamped out $20. And that was from 1877 until the end of the series, 1907. By far, when you find Liberty Double Eagles, they're almost always the Type III variety. Far more common than any of either the Type I or the Type II. Probably about 97% of all the Liberty Double Eagles you'll ever see are going to be the Type III. Take a look at this, folks. I've got the three Liberty Double Eagle varieties. I also have the St. Gaudens. And the total population is graded by PCGS in MS65 condition. MS65 is gem condition, which is a top grade. And you can see there, St. Gaudens is by far the easiest double eagle to acquire in MS65 condition. It's a very rare coin in that condition because it's only 147,000 coins for the entire series. But then you look at the Liberty Double Eagles, and you can see, again, the Type III variety, 7,500 coins. And that's out of tens of millions struck, folks. But you look at the total, by far the rarest is the Type II, only 3 examples certified in 6.5 condition. In other words, the Type II Liberty Double Eagle is by far the rarest double eagle in high grade, mint state condition. Now, this particular specialist, this individual, when he acquired this bag, to his great surprise, when the bag was delivered and the coins inspected, they were gorgeous mint state specimens, extremely high grade for a Type II Liberty Double Eagle, and among the finest known of the 1873P. But mixed in the bag were several dozen specimens of an extremely rare, major variety of the 1873P. The 1873P double die obverse. Now, before I go any further, you're probably wondering exactly what is the 1873P double die obverse Liberty Double Eagle? Well, the double die obverse refers to a major mint error in the creation of the die used to strike these coins. It's very rare for any series. Now, to understand what causes a double die obverse, you first have to understand how they made the dies in the first place to strike these coins. Here's a picture of the steel cones that would eventually be used to make the dies striking United States coins. Here's a picture of a working hub that was made from a master die, and this working hub was used to strike these steel cones in the eventual creation of the obverse and reverse of a coin. And this is the process the mints used since the early 1800s. Now, during this era, in order to create a working die, these steel cones required at least 2 strikes. Now, after the first strike, what they typically did back then, after the first strike, was to remove the steel cone after it was struck once and reheat the steel cone to soften the metal, and then put the steel cone back in place and then strike it a second time to create that deepest possible impression. On very rare occasions, when they replaced that steel cone, it was shifted ever so slightly. So the second strike came down, and you could see the shift in the lettering and the detail of the coin. And that's what we refer to as a double die. In this case, the double die is on the obverse of the coin. Now, the most famous double die obverse is unquestionably the 1955 double die obverse Lincoln cent. You can see in the lettering, "In God We Trust" at the top there, you could see the doubling in the lettering of the coin. When collectors discovered the doubling on some of these Lincoln cents dated in 1955, it changed numismatics forever. Error collecting became a major field of collector interest. 1955 double die obverse Lincoln cents that were initially selling for $5 in 1956 are now selling for tens of thousands of dollars in their higher states of preservation. Here's a 1955 offered for sale in MS65 RB condition, which means red-brown. In other words, it has some darkening of the surfaces. If it was RD or fully red, it would be valued much higher. But it's red-brown, so it's got some toning, and it's a $27,000 coin. Here's one lower grade, 6.3 red-brown again, and it's a $200 coin. But here's one that's cleaned, folks. AU details and it's cleaned. In other words, it's a damaged coin. It's still well over $3,000. Decades later, there was another double die obverse Lincoln cent that appeared. It was the 1995 double die obverse Lincoln cent. And once again, there was a frenzy among collectors. And we've got a close-up of the doubling of that 1995, and you can see at the top there, when we zoom in, you could see the doubling in the letters of "In God We Trust." Now, this 1995, being more recently struck, there were original rolls that surfaced, and finer examples can sell for $1,000 and more. Now, in a minute, folks, I'm going to show you a blow-up picture of the double die obverse 1873 Liberty Double Eagle. But before I do, I want to show you a chart that details how rare this coin is compared to those Lincoln cents you just saw comparables of. Take a look at this. 1955p, very rare coin, total certified by PCGS in all grades, almost 5,400 coins. In high-grade condition, 6.4 red, 6.5 red, they're extremely rare. But you saw that even AU examples, circulated examples, sell for $3,000, $4,000, $5,000. 1995p, not as rare as the 55p, but also more available in the higher grades. You saw a comparable of one in MS68 that was $1,000. 2,800 have been certified by PCGS. Now we look at the 1873p Double Eagle. Now, the normal variety, without the doubling, there have been approximately 9,500 examples certified. But the Double Eye Obverse, folks, 205 coins. 205 coins certified by PCGS. And it doesn't even exist in MS64 and higher condition. And we have MS62s today. This 1873p Liberty Double Eagle, the Double Die Obverse, ranks among the rarest double dies known. Of the approximately 150 different dates and mint marks in the entire Liberty Double Eagle series, again, struck from 1850 to 1907, there is only one other date discovered by PCGS to have had any examples struck with this kind of minting error, and that date is the 1859S. Now, here's some blow-up pictures of the 1873p Double Die Obverse. The doubling on the 1873p Liberty Double Die Obverse could be found in her crown. We have a blow-up comparison of the letters in her crown, which Sasha will now show you, where we compared a normal variety to the Double Die Obverse variety. In the picture on the right, we have the normal Liberty variety, and you can see the letters LIB there. And then the Double Die Obverse, you can see the distinct doubling in the crown, in the letters and right above the crown there, where you see those second letters outlined in the LIB of Liberty. Now, it's a major variety, folks, because it's something you can see with your naked eye. It's really, really an obvious variety, and it is so rare. Now, for comparative purposes, here's a list of double eagles that I've been able to offer over the past several years to you folks watching today, our viewers. From the most common dates to some of the rarest dates. And these are graded by PCGS. And you can see there in the St. Gaudens series, the most common is the 1924p. Over 300,000 certified. And many of them are in 6.2, 6.4, 6.5 condition. Among the rarest dates, 1916S, only around 5,300 coins certified. Then when you get down to the Liberty Double Eagles, by far the most common is the 1904p, around 200,000 certified. I mean, when you find a Liberty Double Eagle, about 30% of the time it's going to be a 1904p. There isn't a close second. The second most common date is the 1900p, and it's a distant second. Now you get down to the 1857S, only 7,300 examples certified. 1,000 examples certified in 6.5 condition. But that is only because of the shipwreck SS Central America that went down off the Carolina coast in 1857 with a large shipment of those double eagles that were coming from the San Francisco Mint. And those coins were preserved in their original as-struck mint state condition. And then you get to the 1873p Type 2. Only around 9,400 examples graded, all grades, 2,300 in 6.2. And then the coin at the very bottom, the 73P Type 2, the double die obverse. All grades, folks. 205 coins. 205 coins. 113 of which are in MS-62 condition, and I have 57 of those coins today. Never has there been a gold double eagle in mint state condition this rare. Folks, this should easily be a 5-figure coin. I have them while they last, while they're available. We only have 57 examples. Call in now. If you can swing more than one, get more than one. It doesn't get any better than this, because I have these coins for $5,295. $5,295 to get a Liberty Double Eagle, incredibly rare, in mint state 62 condition with this double die obverse. The Smithsonian doesn't even have a specimen. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Look at this specimen. I mean, this is incredible condition of such a rare coin. Now, you have to understand, again, a Liberty Double Eagle, very large, very heavy coin. The Liberty Double Eagle is actually about 10% smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar, but it's about 25% heavier. And gold is a very soft metal. Most Liberty Double Eagles are heavily damaged. They're not even gradable. I have a specimen right here that's the last year of the series, a 1907. And this is typical quality. And you could see the deep gouge in the upper cheek of Liberty, among other deep cuts and abrasions over the coin. It's not even gradable. And this is the problem with Liberty Double Eagles, even if they have survived. And there are so few survivors from this early era of the Liberty Double Eagle series. The only reason these coins exist is because of the great European bank hoard. And never have we had a double eagle this rare in this quantity coming out of the great European bank hoard, especially at this price. Now, what is the great European bank hoard? Well, it really all started with the Great Depression. It was economic devastation in our country. In 1933 alone, it was estimated that there were approximately 4,000 bank failures. Now, back then, there was no federal deposit insurance. So if your bank failed, you weren't covered. Imagine going to the bank one day and you have 20 or 30 years of your life savings in that bank, and you go to the bank and it's shut down. It was a bank failure. You were wiped out. And this was happening to millions of Americans. Now, in response to that, Americans began to pull their money out of the banks. Those banks that were still solvent began to pull their money out and to buy gold coins. Because, you know, the paper money, the way the economy was at that time, who knows what condition our economy would be in the years ahead. So people were buying gold coins because gold always, throughout human history, has value across all cultures going back thousands and thousands of years. And they were buying gold coins with their paper money. Well, this created an additional stress on our banking system. So in 1933, then President Franklin Roosevelt passed Executive Order 6102, making the ownership of over $100 worth of gold, which again, gold double eagles was worth $20, so you could own a maximum of 5 of these. Anything over that amount, you had to return to the government, to the Treasury, in exchange for paper money. And the government then proceeded to take all those gold coins and melt them back down into gold bars. There were an estimated over 50 million gold double eagles melted back down into gold bars. there were some citizens of means who said to themselves, okay, I'm kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. If I leave my money in the bank, that bank could go under tomorrow and I'll be wiped out. But if I pull my money out and buy gold with that money, I could get arrested and serve 10 years in prison. Now, there's nothing in Executive Order 6102 that says I can't own gold in another country. So what they began to do was buy large amounts of gold and have them shipped to banks in Europe. And they've been stored in these banks since 1933 and earlier. Now, most of them, again, are the most common, most recent Liberty Double Eagles, like the St. Gaudens and the more recent Liberty Double Eagles from the 1900s. Never have we had something like this 1873P with the double die obverse. And again, because we got it at such a great price, folks, to put it in perspective, here's a rarity chart comparing this coin to the rarest Morgan dollars. Now, the rarest Morgan dollar in any condition is the 1893S. PCGS has only certified around 6,600 examples in all grades. You can see the 1873P Type 2 Open 3 variety that we have, only around 9,500 coins certified. But the double die obverse, 205 coins. It would be so much easier for me to get a stand full of 1893S Morgan dollars, but they wouldn't be the best opportunity for you. When you go on the market and look for 1893S Morgan dollars, some of the higher grade specimens, here's one in MS 63 condition. It's over $300,000. Here's one in MS 60 condition, the lowest possible mint state grade. It's sold in auction for over $100,000. The 1873P with the normal variety in mint state condition, there's one for $6,300. There's one MS62, again, open 3, but not the double die obverse. $5,875 in MS62 condition. The only double die obverse I could locate. Here's one in AU55, circulated for $5,500. Again, a dealer with 100% positive feedback. These coins, which rank among the finest known in uncirculated mint state condition, they never made it out of the bag from the mint in MS62. The difference between an AU55 and an MS62 is several fold. This really is truly a once in a lifetime opportunity. This is such a small window of opportunity, folks. You will never see anything like this with these double die obverse Liberty Double Eagles. Once these are gone, that will be it. Now, if you're wondering what the open 3 is versus the closed 3, that simply has to do in the spacing between the date. Between the open 3, you see more spacing in the 3 than you do in the closed 3 variety. And what this is the 1873 with the open 3, but with the double die obverse. NGC and PCGS combined, only 291 examples certified. Both services combined, folks, in all grades. And these are MS62s. In gold value alone, this is almost $2,000 in gold. And here you've got one of the rarest Liberty Double Eagles in incredible condition. Now, these coins, they are available on the 3 payment option. So if you would like to acquire one of these, but you can't swing the entire $52.95 today, what we're able to do, folks, just call in, put $1,765 down, and we'll hold one of these coins for you. And that's so very, very important because, again, once these 57 are sold, that's it. We won't be able to offer them again. So 1765 will hold one of these coins for you with your name on it, make the second payment in 30 days, the final payment in 60 days. And you will own one of the greatest opportunities in United States gold. Again, this is an incredibly important coin. The major double die obverse, extremely rare for the Liberty Double Eagle. Fewer than 300 specimens certified condition known to exist. That's NGC and PCGS combined. And these are among the finest known examples for only $5,295. It's the perfect time to acquire a coin of this rarity. There was an article that came out about being the perfect time to buy United States gold coins. Now here's the core, the essence of this article. And this is something I've been telling our viewers now for the last several years. To quote, "There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot." By that, what they mean is, I'll give you a personal example. It was about 15, 20 years ago when I had a Liberty Double Eagle. It was a common date in MS 63 condition. Now back then, gold was about $350 to $400 an ounce. And I remember selling the coin to a dealer for $3,500, or about 10 times the gold value. And that was a common date, a generic Liberty Double Eagle, about 10 times the gold value. Today we have gold at close to $2,000 an ounce. But here we have this extremely rare Type 2 double die obverse 1873P with gold almost $2,000 an ounce. We have this coin for only $5,295. Sometimes something that seems too good to be true really is true. It was not too long ago, an individual discovered an 1854 $5 gold piece. Now, a $5 gold piece, folks, is about the size of a nickel. He took it to a coin shop and they told him, well, it was probably counterfeit. He sent it to NGC. NGC certified it as being genuine. Here's a picture of the coin. Again, it's about the size of a nickel. NGC graded the coin and it came back. It was the real deal. Extra fine 45. He put the coin in auction. And that coin sold for $2.1 million. Extremely rare. 1854S, $5 gold piece. Some things that seem too good to be true sometimes really are true. These 1873P Liberty Double Eagles, double die obverse, are the real deal, folks. This, folks, is as good as it gets, and I hope you take advantage of it. Thank you for watching. I'm a coin collector, just like you. I've been collecting coins for over 50 years. Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for. Morgan silver dollars, Buffalo nickels, Liberty and St. Gaudens double eagles, Franklin half dollars, Cameo proof coins, Peace dollars, Lincoln Wheaties, American silver eagles, Standing Liberty quarters, and much, much more. You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV. Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show, folks. This is an amazing opportunity. Never in the history of U.S. coins has anyone been able to offer so much in the way of eye appeal, quality, and rarity for so few of your numismatic dollars. What I have today are the last of the proof Roosevelt dimes struck at the old Philadelphia Mint when they were still making proof coins, what I call the old-fashioned way. Proof production, which was basically unchanged from the 1800s, and packaging, which by modern standards is so primitive that what the packaging they were using. And I have got these proof coins, these proof Roosevelt dimes. The last Roosevelt dimes struck at the old Philadelphia Mint in proof condition on 90% silver planchets. And they're available through the good fortune I have had working. You know, I've always got a lot of irons in the fire trying to buy collections from dealers and collectors around the country. And this collection from the estate of Harry the Hoarder, his amazing proof collection. This is a man who had, I call him Harry the Hoarder, but he was he had a collector's eye. He bought quality. And he was very active, incredibly active. He worked probably 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. Incredibly active for probably about 50 years. He probably started this proof collection back around 1970. And he acquired the finest proof coins that he could find at all the shows he attended. And again, he was a very, very active dealer. These coins, folks, first of all, they're proof coins. Proof coins differ from the kind of coins you find in your pocket change in that these coins were struck for collectors. They're meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible representation of a coin design that the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. So at the Philadelphia Mint, they would take the finest dies and polish them until they had a mirror-like finish. And they would polish the coin blanks as well, give them a kind of polishing. And then they would slowly feed these blanks into the die and then strike them not once but twice under higher pressure. So every detail would come out as the Mint intended. And then, most importantly, they wouldn't dump them into bins as they would commercial strikes. They would individually handle them. Now, the whole thing with the Philadelphia era coins. Nowadays, when you buy a proof set, folks, I mean, here's a set from 1991. This is a proof set. You order it directly from the Mint. You pay a premium for it because it's a very labor-intensive process making these proof coins. It's very labor-intensive. The polishing of the dies, the double striking, individually handling them, special packaging. And these coins are as pristine as the day they were struck. But back in this early Philadelphia era, folks, here's how they came. This is the last of the Philadelphia proof sets, 1964. They came in a paper envelope like this, sent third-class insured mail. So here they go to all this work to make these beautiful proof coins, and then they send them in this packaging that, you know, is guaranteed almost to damage the coins. So you get your coins, and here I've got a 1958 set I'm going to pull out. And they come in this cellophane packaging like this, which is pliable, which means the cellophane can rub against the surface of the coin, which means this coin can get damaged. And so they use this packaging, and you end up, the end result, folks, is that most of these coins are damaged or hairlined or tarnished in some way. That lowers their grade. So to get these coins in high-grade proof condition, and I have them in proof 68. Now, I want to make these available to anybody who wants to get involved in these extraordinary coins. The last of the proof coins struck, you know, in this early era. Take a look at these coins I have today, folks, in proof 68 condition. On the very top row, those last four dates you see, that very last date on the right-hand side, let's start with that one, Patrick. That 1964 in proof 68 condition. There's the last date of the series. The last date struck on a 90% silver planchet at the old Philadelphia Mint. The 1964, proof 68. Take a look at this coin, as pristine and flawless as the day it was struck. The 1960, absolutely stunning eye appeal and quality. Looks like it just came off the die. This is the way proofs are supposed to look. Unfortunately, in this early era, because of the packaging, they rarely survive in this condition. Now, folks, again, we're talking about these proof coins. Here, for example, is a 1958 that I cut out of one of these 1958 sets. I mentioned the hairline problem. Another problem they had at the Philadelphia Mint was spotting. We call them milk spots. But their quality control was not what it is today. They would wash the planchets in a soap solution to supposedly clean them, but more often than not, they would leave some of that solution on the blank instead of washing it all off. And when that soap residue is left on the blank, as that blank went into the die, and that die came down with, close to 100 tons of pressure for the proof dimes, that residue was struck into the coin. You see that spot right by Roosevelt's eye there? That won't come off. It's part of the coin. And then you have the hazy toning in back of his head. So it's understandable when dealers get nice proof coins from this era. Here's a 1963 in proof 67, $99. Here's a 62 in proof 67. Much better price, only $45. It's a proof 67. Now here's a 60, that's a proof 68. Here we go. Proof 68. Now this is a top-rated seller. A top-rated seller on eBay, $75. That 1964 Roosevelt dime you just saw, folks, if you were to submit one of these for grading yourself, the cost of grading is $25. You have to pay for the shipping to ship it to NGC. They're going to charge you $20, $25 registered mail to ship it back to you. Your cost is about $50 when you get done for grading, and it's probably not going to come back a proof 68. The highest grade these dates have received from NGC is proof 69. Here you have a proof 68, folks. If you just want this 1964, or this 1963 you have, see here, or the 1962, or the 1961, any one of these 4 dates, take your pick. They're only $29 a coin in proof 68. That would be a great price for a proof 67. So take your pick, any one of these, $29 a coin. And if you want a second coin, we guarantee a different date. Again, pick your date, also $29 a coin. What we cannot do is have somebody, however, I will say, order 50 or 60 of one date. Okay, we cannot do that. You can take your pick of any of the dates, but only one individual date per customer. If you want a third date, it's also $29 a coin. And if you want a fourth date, to get all 4 of those last 4 years, the 61 through 64, all 4 for only $29 a coin, folks, that comes to $116 for all 4 coins. And it gets even better, because if you want to add the 1960, which is a little tougher than those last 4 years. The last 4 years, they struck a little over 3 million proof Roosevelt dimes. In 1960, they only struck about 1.6 million. If you want to add the 1960, it will be just an additional $29, the same $29, all 5 coins for $145. All 5 coins for $145. Now, we've got people calling in already, but don't order just yet, because, folks, it's going to get even better. It's going to get even better. Now, you get to these dates in the 50s. The mintages drop tremendously. The 59, they only struck about 1 million sets. The 58, about 875,000. 56, they only struck about 670,000. 55, only 370,000. Now, personally, you look at the mint state Roosevelt dimes, the coin struck for commercial use, in high-grade condition, mint state Roosevelt dimes, and this is a good reference point. Mint state Roosevelt dimes go for thousands and thousands of dollars. Here's a 58D. MS-68 with what they call full bands, a full strike. $5,400. I just pulled up the 1955 Roosevelt dime date, and I typed in the word 67, the 1955. You see there, they've got them at $1,700 for a 6/7 full band, but then they got a 6/7 for $600, and they have another one, a 55S for $500. Now, I will be offering Mint State Roosevelt dimes in the future, and they'll be a lot less for the prices you see there. These dates in the 50s get really, really difficult. Here's a 1958. Basically $100 in proof 68. Now, if you want to add these 4 dates that I have here, here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do. If you want the set of 9 from 1956 to 1964, all 9 coins, at $29 a coin, folks, that would be $261. Now, the 56, 57, 58, and 59 should be a lot more than $29. But I'm going to give you all 9 coins for $249 for all 9 coins. That comes to $27.60 a coin, which includes those rare dates from 56 to 59. But now we got people calling in. Here's the one you want to get. Get the 10 coin set. I'm adding the 1955 at the very bottom in proof 68 condition. I'm adding the 1955 in proof 68 condition. Here's an eBay seller with a 1955 in proof 67 condition for $159. Here's a proof 68 for $249. I've added up a lot of the top-rated sellers of Roosevelt dimes in proof. Got proof 68 prices here. You add all those up, that comes to $905. Now, if you shopped around and looked for best price, you could chop off a few $100s off that price, I am sure, and get a set for, you know, maybe $500 to $600. I'm offering the 10 coin set, all 10, including the 1955 at the very bottom. Sasha, let's give them a hand shot of this last coin. This coin here, where they only struck 378,000 proof sets total. And here's the rarest of them all in this 10 coin set in proof 68, where dealers are selling just this one coin for $249. You can own the entire 10 coin set, compliments of this incredible hoard from Harry, folks, where again he hand selected the very nice sets, the very nicest sets, the finest sets. And because of the grades I got on these sets, I'm able to offer the entire 10 coin set for $27.90 a coin. $279 for the entire 10 coin set. Now, I did say that you can't order more than one of any one date. In other words, you can't order 10 or 20 1962 Roosevelt dimes all by itself. However, you can order more than one set. The price is going to be $279, but you can order more than one set. I would encourage you to do so at these kinds of prices. The ability to get these coins becomes more difficult with each passing month. We're talking about coins with very limited mintages. Most of the sets have been picked through at this point in time. It's the fact that I was able to finally acquire this collection from Harry, a man I've known for, I don't know, 15 years at least. He passed away in 2014. I was able to acquire most of the finest elements from his estate. These proof sets were the last. They were kind of the crown jewel of his estate. I was finally able to get these. And the coins are of such quality that I'm able to offer them for only $279. Now, again, if you were to get, by some miracle, find fabulous proof Roosevelt dimes of this caliber, of these 10 years, and submit them yourself, your grading and shipping costs alone would be upwards of $500. Okay, so this is, again, this is where I am able, because of my experience in this field, the time I put in my the years and years of what I call being in the trenches, looking at millions and millions of proof coins from this era, and getting to select the very finest surviving specimens, where I am able to offer you the very finest coins at the very best prices. This is it, where you get just amazing eye appeal, incredible quality. Again, the highest grade any of these have received is Proof 69. Here you have Proof 68s. Proof 68s, the entire 10-coin set, $279. I just got a hand from Cameron. He tells me we had an individual just acquire Mr. L from Idaho, 5 sets. Congratulations, Mr. L from Idaho. 5 sets for $279. I'm going to close it at this point. I've got a couple boxes of these sets, so I do have, at this point in time at least, a decent quantity, but it's not an unlimited quantity. This is something I'm able to offer at these prices while I have these coins from this amazing estate. You know, with the decades I've spent specializing in these coins, and I'm working on my next book that's going to include Proof Roosevelt dimes. This is just one more reason to get involved with these coins now while you can get them at these prices. When you can get the 10-coin set that includes the ultra rare 1955, where they only struck around 370,000 examples, in Proof 68, this coin alone is worth the entire set for $279, the entire 10-coin set. Thank you for watching this presentation. This is a phenomenal collector special you will find only here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. But I would like you to stay tuned for the next presentation coming up, because if you like this, if you like this one, you will like the next one. Thanks for watching. You've seen some of those extraordinary Proof 68 Roosevelt dimes that we have for you folks. 1955 to 1964 in Proof 68. There are no Proof 70s from this early era in proof making at the Philadelphia Mint. They didn't have the technology. Proof 69 is the highest grade, and there are very few of those. Now, out of this incredible collection of coins, we had those beautiful Proof 68s at a price that's absolutely the best. It's the best opportunity you'll find in Roosevelt dimes anywhere in the country. But I also then, it's taken some time, we put together a small group of these coins in Proof 69. Now, Kim has a little chart to show you, just to give you the approximate rarities of all of these coins. We got the 55 to 64. You see the populations in Proof 69 for those years. You can see how rare they are. It really doesn't begin to jump up. 63, you see 744 graded, and in 1964, you see it jump to 3,300 coins. But most of these, 400 or 500 coins graded. I've got the complete set. We have a handful of these. This has got to be a short presentation because, again, I don't have very many of these sets. But every coin in the highest grade, beginning with the 1955, take a look at this set. Folks, I've got a limited number of these sets. That's the bad news, because I don't have very many. That's not so good news. But the really good news is that I have this entire set that you're looking at. The last 10 years of the Philadelphia Mint. Kim, is it this? Would you say $79.50 a coin? Is it, for the highest grade? $79.50 a coin. In other words, this entire 10 coin set that you're looking at, highest grades, $795. 700. All of a sudden, we have just had five of our customer service people answering the phone lines on this. So again, this is going to be a short presentation. The lines have started ringing on this. $795. Kim, we need to give them just a few hand shots. They need to see the first year of the series that we have here, the 1955. I mean, only about 405 examples graded. Very, very rare coin. The 1955 alone, you see people selling them in proof 68. In proof 68 for $250. In proof 68, not proof 69. $795 for the entire set. Only have a limited number of these. If you called in earlier and acquired a proof 68 set and want to upgrade to one of these proof 69 sets, call right in. We'll handle it for you, no problem. But, you know, maybe I would say it's probably a good idea to hold on to one of each. Yeah, you don't want to, I would not want to sell this 69 set at any time in the near future. You know, coins, proof coins from this early era are getting harder to find by the month. And you're talking about the early era when these coins were struck at the old Philadelphia Mint in proof condition. These are the last of the 90% silver Roosevelt dimes struck at the old Philadelphia Mint when they made proof coins what I call the old-fashioned way, where they basically used technologies that were carried over from the 1800s. And when the packaging by modern standards was really substandard. So for these to survive in this condition, most importantly, for me, you know, if I were asking $1,995, $1,995 for the entire set, it'd be a great set, but, you know, I mean, it's not something I drive across town necessarily for, but it would be certainly an ultimate set. But for $795, $79.50 a coin, this is worth going out of your way to pick up. This is not something that comes along very often. You can go to a major show. You will not find a set of Roosevelt dimes in this condition at any price. At any price. And we have them today while they last. Again, we got people calling in. I have a limited number, so I have to cut it right here. The entire set for only $795. The last of the proof Roosevelt dimes struck at 90% silver at the old Philadelphia Mint. Extraordinary collector's special to be able to offer these Roosevelt dimes in proof 69 for $79.50, folks. $795 for the complete set. You know, this is the kind of offers we have where we get so many dealers calling in to buy these sets at these prices. Because again, we buy the collections ourselves. We do all the work. We look at the thousands and thousands of coins, all the hairline coins, all the spotted coins, to cherry pick that occasional diamond in the rough, to get it graded, so we can offer you these kinds of deals. It's a lot of work, but that's what we love to do. We're collectors, and it's a real joy to be able to offer this kind of eye appeal, quality, and rarity in this proof Roosevelt dime series for this extraordinary, extraordinary price, $795. Thank you for watching.
Rick Tomaska, knowledgeable, honest, sincere, author, PNG member, coin expert, passionate numismatist for 35 years and founder of Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV.
I hope you enjoyed that fabulous collector special on that group of Proof 68 Roosevelt dimes we have offered for you. We still have some left. We have people calling in. You know, folks, there was a recent auction. Some Franklin half dollars. There was a 1951 Proof Franklin half dollar. It sold for over $82,000. There was a 1956 Franklin that sold for over $26,000. There was a 1957 that sold for something like $38,000. These are just Proof Franklins. Now, when we're talking about U.S. proof coins for this era, when I wrote my first book, I included all the denominations because they share the same basic, the technologies. They have the identical mintages. So they're, as a group, when we talk about record prices, this particular era of U.S. coinage is just loaded with opportunity. The coins I have for you, if you like those Proof 68 Roosevelt dimes, I have some earlier dates. They're really rare. Kim's got a chart showing you the rarity of the issues that I'm offering today. I've got the 1954, only 716 graded in Proof 68. The 52, only 316 graded. The 51, only 265 graded. I only have around 20 of each of these. 53, you see, is blank because I don't have any. They're gone. These are the only 3 early dates I have in this lofty grade. Now, the fact is, I am the source for these. We do all the work. We don't go through any middleman to acquire these coins. Because we do all the work and submit the coins, we're able to give you the best prices, record low prices in an era when these coins are getting record high prices in auctions. There's a 1955, for example, a Proof 68, which is a later date, much easier to locate in Proof 68 than the coins I have for you today. That coin is $250. Take a look at these 3 pieces that I have for you, the 1954, the 52, and the 51. 3 rare key dates in this earlier era, incredibly low mintages. The 54, they only struck a total of 233,000 coins. Only 716 certified in Proof 68. This coin, folks, again, you'd expect if a 55 is $250, this should be $350 or $400. But again, it's based on our cost. And I'm able to offer this coin to you today for only $59. $59. The next date we have, look at these pieces. They're as pristine and flawless and haze-free as the day they were struck over 60 years ago. Here we have the 52. Total mintage, only 81,000 coins, only 316 in Proof 68. This is a coin, there will come a time when this coin will be valued in many thousands of dollars, but today, in this small window of opportunity, while I have these remaining pieces, there are only $179 for a Proof 68. Proof 68 with only 316 coins graded, and finally the 1951 with only 265 examples graded. Mintage, total mintage, only 57,500 struck. Very few survivors. As absolutely gem as you see this specimen, and I've got this coin for only $195. Now, if you want all 3, folks, those are already great prices, unbeatable prices. It comes to $433, but if you get all 3 are yours today. While I have them, because again, we got people calling in. I only have around 25 of each, $399 for all 3. Call in now. This is a great group of extremely rare early date Proof Roosevelt dimes for only $399. Thank you for watching this amazing, amazing collector special, just loaded with opportunity for the collector of today. Jack, how long have we been partners? What, 30 years? I
Feels like it, right? Just about.
You started when you were around 15?
I was started in diapers.
We've been partners a long time, but this is the first time, Jack, we've ever had something like this for our viewers. This a $5 gold piece of a date struck. I say it's the 19th century, the last date of the 19th century.
It is.
Technically, the last date is 1900.
Oh, yeah, I guess you're right.
But I don't get that. To me, the last date should be start with a 1-8.
It's definitely the last date of the 1800s. We can say that.
So, yeah, exactly. Folks, we sometimes I like to close a presentation by saying, please stay tuned to our show, because you never know what we'll come up with next. And this is one of those times. We've come up with something that you'll never see again once these are gone.
Right.
In fact, these coins shouldn't even exist.
Right, exactly.
But for the great European bank hoard.
Right.
They're extremely rare. And now is the perfect time to acquire a coin of this greatness.
Right.
In fact, the examples we have, and we have almost 300 examples.
Yeah, which is
I mean,
for this coin.
There's never been anything like this in the history of U.S. coins for this particular date.
Yeah, well,
this is a first.
Yeah, we're just saying this is almost 10% of this population for
Exactly,
this grade.
exactly, yeah.
You know.
And we're so grateful to be able to offer this coin at such a great collector-friendly price. And now, again, is the perfect time to acquire something like this. Let's take a look at the coins, Jack.
Yeah, they're great coins. They're beautiful.
The last year of the 1800s, the $5 gold piece, 1899, struck at the Philadelphia Mint. They're graded Mint State 63, Jack. Now, if you go to the Smithsonian has the finest collection of United States coins in the world.
Amazing collection.
Including
collection.
the single most valuable coin,
Right.
the 1849 double eagle, which is valued in, who knows?
The only one that exists.
Yeah.
The first double eagle that struck, there were two made. The other one was, who knows, melted probably 100 and something years ago.
Right.
The only one of the first, and then $1804. I mean, a coin, there's like 16 known. They have like 5 of them or something. Like the coins, 1933 double eagle. There's only one legally owned in private hands. They have like 8 of them or something.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. And so you look at their $5 gold collection, their 1899 in their gold collection, in the Smithsonian, folks, is an MS 63.
Right.
In other words, this is a Smithsonian quality coin that we have for you today.
Exactly.
Because these are in mint state 63 condition. Right. Now, for our new viewers who may not be familiar with numismatic grading,
Right.
Jack, if you could explain the
Sure.
Sheldon grading scale.
Sure. So coins are graded using a 70-point scale. It's called the Sheldon grading scale. There was a large cent collector back in the 1940s or 50s named William Sheldon who came up with this system. 1 is the lowest grade. That means you can recognize the coin just barely. It's so worn out that you can tell what it is, but really nothing more than that. 70, on the other hand, is flawless, absolutely perfect. For coins in the 1800s, there's no such thing. They didn't have the
Right.
technology.
Coins in the mid-1900s and earlier.
They don't exist.
Right.
And then what we talk about, you hear us talk about brilliant uncirculated or mint state coins. On this 70-point scale, anything 60 or higher is considered mint state. This is a coin that has no wear, but a 60 coin is a coin that may have a lot of bag marks and abrasions and things just by way that these coins are made. They strike them, they go into bags and counting machines, and they get marks on them, but they still have no technical wear. So that would be a coin that's a 60. These coins are mint state 63, which is what, in the old days, before we were using this numeric scale, we would call choice brilliant uncirculated. So these are coins that are uncirculated, no wear, and just have a really nice look to them, a minimal amount of any kind of abrasions or flaws or things. These are really nice
Right.
coins. And like Rick said, this is the grade the Smithsonian has. If you want to see a coin like this, you can either buy one while we still have them here,
Yeah,
or you
yeah.
can take a trip to the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C. Those are your options.
Hey, Jack, that was perfect. That was perfect. The point we're trying to make is that sometimes You know, if something seems too good to be true when you see it on TV, well, sometimes it really is true. There was an incident just over a year ago. There was a gentleman who found an 1854S $5 gold piece.
Right, same size as this, same denomination,
Same denomination.
same design, everything.
We have a picture of it. He said that he found it in a garage sale or something. It was.
He thought it was fake. Everybody thought it was fake.
Took it to the coin shop. They said it was fake.
Yep.
He sent it to NGC, and the coin came back. It was the real deal. Extra fine 45. It was the real deal.
Yeah, I think the fourth one known.
Yeah, so he took that coin, put it in an auction, sold for over $2 million. Some things that seem too good to be true really are true. Now, these 1899 Ps in this condition, folks, are among the finest known. When you look at all the $5 gold pieces struck in the history of the U.S. Mint, they struck almost 75 million examples.
And this is a long series, the Liberty Head series.
Yeah.
You know, you're talking about the Liberty Head half eagle, $5 gold piece.
Right.
1839 to 1908, 70 years.
Yeah.
A long series, and on top of it, you've got all these different mints: Philadelphia, San Francisco, Carson City, New Orleans. This is a big series of coins.
Right,
you know, over 100 coins easily, well over. But still a pretty low number struck and a really low number that survived.
Yeah, most importantly, because the Mint struck anything from a $1 gold piece to the largest denomination we call the Double Eagle, a $20 gold piece. But the thing is, those largest denominations, the $20 gold piece and the $10 gold piece, those were mainly used in the banking system.
Right, because that was a lot of money back
the
then.
average citizen in 1900 could, they were making, $5 a day if they were lucky.
Right.
And here you had a $5 gold piece, so that was something the average citizen could have in their pocket, a $5 gold piece or a $2.50 gold piece. 10 or 20s were mainly used in the banking system. So these were heavily used, these $5 gold pieces, for commerce.
Right, these were probably
the great majority went into
Yeah, I
circulation.
was going to say, these are probably the most used denomination. You know, this is the kind of coin you'd use to buy your groceries or buy things you needed for your home or something like this. Like you said, the 20s were used, for bigger business bank transactions. These were used all day long by the common folk, These were like everyday person's coins.
Exactly. And you look at the total numbers struck in the history of that series. About 75 million coins from 1839 to 1908, graded by PCGS in uncirculated condition. In other words, coins that never went into circulation.
Right.
They're extremely rare. From MS-60 on up, about 1/5 of 1% have survived in uncirculated condition.
Right.
That's incredible. And what we have today are MS-63s, Jack. MS-63s, and for the entire series, that's 0.05%. What is that? You had the number.
I was doing the math. I had to sit there with my calculator because I was like, wow, that's a tiny amount. That's like 1 in 200. And then I realized, that's not right. I had to recheck it. That's like 1 in every 2,000 coins only. I mean, 1 in every 2,000.
Exactly.
That is such a tiny, minute fraction of these coins that survive in this grade.
And now we opened up by saying these coins shouldn't exist but for the Great European Bank Hoard.
Right.
The only reason these exist in the condition we have them in is because they had been stored in bags like you see here. This is one of the actual bags from the Great European Bank Hoard.
Right, these old canvas
since
bags.
the early 1930s.
It's almost more like a burlap, those bags back then, yeah.
This is one of our mementos.
Oh, yeah.
When we
It's a
actually got
trophy.
one of the bags.
Yep.
Here's the story, folks, of the Great European Bank Hoard. It really came about because of the Great Depression. It was economic devastation for our country, the likes of which this country hadn't seen probably since the Civil War. It was, the unemployment
brutal.
rate was 20 to 30%. And then you had the fact that there were bank failures. In 1933 alone, it was estimated that there were approximately 4,000 bank failures.
Yeah, and there's no FDIC yet.
Exactly.
There's no federal deposit insurance.
Your money wasn't guaranteed.
Right.
So you could have your life savings, 20, 30 years of your life savings, your nest egg for your retirement. And you go to the bank the next day and you were wiped out.
Right, the bank's closed.
You
There's
were
nothing
wiped out.
there.
It was catastrophic. So there were a lot of citizens who had their money in banks that had not yet failed, who began to pull their money out of the banks. You know, and they get this paper money, and they didn't know what that was going to be worth in the next year or two, because our economy was in such a shambles. I mean, we could be going the way of Germany in the 1920s when they had, just unrestrained inflation. So, they took that paper money, and what they were doing was buying gold with their paper money. Gold coins, folks, because throughout human history, gold has always had value. And they knew that if they just converted their paper currency into gold, they would have some security with that.
Right.
This created additional stress on the banking system. I mean, people were pulling their money out of the banks, buying gold with it. So in 1933, then President Franklin Roosevelt passed Executive Order 6102. It's hard to believe, but Executive Order made the ownership of over $100 worth of gold illegal in this country.
Right.
And folks, if you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, you faced a serious penalty.
Oh, yeah, you could go to jail. You could be
$10,000
fined.
fine or 10 years imprisonment or both.
Yeah.
And $10,000 back then was, I mean,
ton of money.
I mean, that could have taken the average person 2-3 years to make $10,000, or 10 years imprisonment.
I was say, I don't think the average house cost that much back then. I mean, that was a ton of money.
So all the citizens that had been buying gold had to turn it into the Treasury. And what did the Treasury do with all those gold coins that were turned in? They melted them back down into bullion bars. Take a look at this, folks. Of the $5 gold pieces, they struck about 75 million $5 gold pieces. About 1/3 of them were melted back down into bullion.
Yeah, they melted a lot
That
of
means there
coins.
were maybe 50 million survivors for the entire series. We're not talking just about the 1899p, because the 99p, they only struck 1.7 million coins. So they melted down several 100,000 of those.
Right.
Well, there were some citizens who had the means, and some institutions as well, who said to themselves, okay, if I can't own over $100 worth of gold in this country,
Right.
there's nothing in the executive order that says I can't own it in another country.
Right.
And so they began shipping bags of United States gold coins to banks in Europe.
Right.
A lot of the banks were in France. And
Yeah, France,
again,
Switzerland, Belgium.
these $5 gold pieces, they'd been residing in a bank in France since the early 1930s. It's almost 90 years ago. And that's the only reason they survive in this condition. They've been sitting in a vault, haven't been moved around, haven't been jumbled around, haven't been going from bank to bank. They've just been sitting idly in a vault for almost 90 years.
Right.
And that's the only reason they're able to survive in this this almost perfect state.
Right.
You have to understand, folks, that even just coming out of the mint, the process of making gold coins, it was like any other coins at the U.S. Mint. The coins were struck, they were ejected from the die press into a bin.
Yep.
The next coin struck would be ejected into the bin.
Right, they're all falling on top of each other, tumbling
falling on
around.
top of another. Okay, and during that process, they obviously collect bag marks.
Right. Then they dump them in a counting machine. They dump it in the machine. They're all banging against each other, banging through machinery.
I mean, they didn't care about the marks.
No, I mean, they're trying to make money here. They're not trying to make a collectible. They're not trying to preserve something perfect. They're trying to make something that is useful to transact
Yeah.
business, to keep the economy
They're
moving.
trying to strike coins as inexpensively as possible.
Right.
I mean, so the economy
they
was
do a great
paramount.
job. I'm not trying to
Yeah,
make it sound like
exactly.
they don't care what they're doing, but their goal here is not to make a pristine proof
No.
70 coin. Their job is to
Exactly,
make
exactly.
thousands and thousands of coins so that the economy can happen.
So anyway, and then they'd be thrown onto trains and they'd be shipped to banks.
Literally
across the-
thrown. These
Yeah.
bags are like
Yeah.
50-pound bags of
Across-
coins. These
across
guys
the country.
are not tenderly placing them. They're tossing these bags. The coins are still banging against each other.
So we got these bags, folks, and a lot of the coins came back MS-62, MS-61.
Mm-hmm.
These are among the finest from the couple bags we acquired. And there, again, we have around 300 examples, almost 10% of the entire population.
Right.
There's nothing else like this in the entire country. I don't
Right.
think there ever has been.
And especially to find a $5 coin, Rick. I mean, we haven't really gone
Yeah.
into this too much. I mean, that is a minor miracle because you have to consider this European Bancorp. If you're trying to transfer as much money as you can from one place to another, you're going to use the highest denomination. Like today, if you want to go to Europe and bring, $20,000, are you going to bring like $1 bill, $5 bill, or are you
Yeah.
going to bring a $100 bill?
Exactly.
At the time, the $20 gold
Yeah.
coin was the biggest coin. Most of the coins brought were $20 coins. Very few of these $5
Right.
coins made it to these Bancorp, and that's why such a large percentage, as we talked about earlier, about a third of these were melted down. These were not the coins that went to Europe. And then on top of it, the coins that stayed here were coins that had circulated. The coins that people saved in this, that somehow didn't make it back to the government, or didn't make it to Europe. The ones that survived were all worn out. These were
That's
coins
right.
that were
That's
used
right.
over and over and over.
Folks, MS-63 is a really choice uncirculated specimen. It means it has very, very minimal number of bag marks. There's no deep gouges, heavy scratches. You look at this piece. It's hard to believe it was struck over 120 years ago. The last year of the 1800s. I mean, just from that standpoint, this is not just a historic treasure, folks, a numismatic treasure, it's a national treasure. This is when our country struck gold coins for commerce. Because after 1933, Jack, they didn't strike any more gold coins for commerce.
No, we don't even strike silver coins anymore, right?
That's right, exactly. Not for commerce, yeah. And you look at this specimen, Mint State 63. It's absolutely gorgeous, uncirculated, among the finest examples from the bag, equal to the Smithsonian specimen.
You look at the strike, all of the hair details, all the detail in her crown where it says Liberty, all the little denticles, which are those little ridges around the encircle the whole coin and the rim. The stars, you can see all the kind of differentiation, all
Now-
the little details.
Folks, here's why we're telling you that this is, I rarely say this, Jack, but a must-buy moment in time. There was an article that came out in a coin publication. Is it time for a new perspective on generic gold? Now, by generic gold, they're talking about the most common gold, This is not common gold. This is very rare gold. You're talking about a $5 gold piece in Mint State 63 condition. But the crux of the article, and this is something we've been saying on our shows now for the last few years, this is such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to buy rare United States gold. Here's the key sentence in the article. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. And by that, what they mean is, I recall in my own experience, I had a common date gold double eagle. At that time, this was about 20 years ago, gold was about $350 to $400 an ounce.
Right.
And I remember selling it to another dealer for around $3,500, about 10 times the gold value. And now we have gold coins like this. Gold is close to $2,000 an ounce.
Right.
There's almost a quarter of an ounce of gold in this coin. That's almost $500 worth of gold.
Right.
10 times the gold value would be around $5,000.
Right.
And here we have these coins today, folks. Again, this is the perfect grade for this coin, folks. MS63, you're talking about a really choice uncirculated specimen. Because if you go to one of the highest grades, 6-7, that's among the finest known. You're talking about a coin that'll sell for $30,000, $40,000, $50,000. Right. There's an example that's sold in auction. You know, a dealer quite likely bought that coin for his own client, and he might have resold it for $38,000 or $40,000.
Right.
Our goal is to get you as much numismatic bang as possible for your buck. And so here we have these extremely rare $5 gold pieces, an MS63. And again, at another point in time previously, the gold premium would have been 10 times the value of the coin. And we've got these coins for about twice the value of the gold, Jack.
Right.
Folks, here we have these rare gold coins. They're not $49.95 or $39.95 or $29.95. Now, $19.95 would be a really good price. Here's one that sold in auction in an MS63 for $19.55. Now, again, that could have been a dealer that acquired that coin for a client, because a lot of times in these auctions, the gold coins are acquired by other dealers to sell to their clients. So, but we don't know. It could have been a collector. But, you know, $19.55 is about where these coins are at.
Yeah, that's a great price.
$14.95, folks, would be a price that I would never have believed possible.
Right.
I mean, that would be an exceptional value. However, our policy from day one, Jack, and the key to our success, you folks, first of all, are the key to our success. Because when we get a great deal like this and pass it on to you, you respond in such a way that we sell out, and we're then able to use that to turn it over and buy the next great deal. And so we get some opportunities where when we buy the entire deal, we get the lowest possible price.
Right.
And so our commitment to you is to always base our selling price on our cost. Now, if our cost was $1,500, we would have to price it over $1,500. But our price was so low, again, we're passing our good fortune on to you today. We've got these coins for $1,095 a coin.
Wow, that's a great price.
I had to stop there for a second, Jack.
Right.
$1,095 a coin, which is an amazing price.
It's an amazing price. Amazing price.
And even better, folks, we have a two-pay option.
We do. We have a two-pay option. You can put down $547.50 today. We'll keep one of these coins locked in our vault for you, safe and secure. 30 days later, you make the second payment, coin is yours. It is the most easy and affordable way to add a coin that otherwise you'd have to go to the Smithsonian to see one of these. The easiest way to add a coin to your collection, just two payments of $547.50. I mean, what's better than that, Rick?
The last time, Jack, that we had something like this, where we had in the area of 300 coins, the response was so extraordinary. We sold out in around a week.
Right.
So we have these at a price that we didn't think would be possible.
Right.
Normally in this market, I mean, gold is very, very hot. Normally in 1899p, we would have to pay considerably more. Best case scenario, we figured we'd have to sell these coins for around $14.95.
Yeah, I was hopeful of that. I mean, we saw that auction record at $19.55. I was thinking, you know, under $2,000 is going to be great, but hopefully more around $1,500 price, you know, something like that.
Exactly. But again, these are those coins that should not exist, but for the Great European Bank Hoard. We acquired the entire deal. Again, the Great European Bank Hoard, this is one of the bags from that hoard. Now, not these specific coins, but this is from that hoard. And we bought the entire deal of 1899p's. And these are among the finest examples from those bags, because a lot of the others, graded MS62, MS61, had a lot more bag marks, and these were among the finest known. Smithsonian quality, Jack.
Right.
Again, the Smithsonian, if you've just tuned in, has the greatest collection of United States coins in the world.
Yeah.
And if you look at their gold collection, their gold collection is, again, unrivaled. And the 1899 $5 gold piece in the Smithsonian is an MS-63. You're getting Smithsonian quality, and you're getting it for only $1,095. It's about a quarter ounce of gold, and gold is almost $2,000 an ounce. Never has there been a time in history when you could get so much gold coin, a rare gold coin, for such a small premium over the value of the gold, folks. It's the best of both worlds.
Right.
You're getting the bullion value, so if gold goes up, it's a plus. But then you're getting this incredible numismatic rarity. It's such a national treasure. This is a kind of coin you want to pass on to your kids and your grandkids. Keep in the family. Because these are the kind of coins that are absolutely irreplaceable. These are of such a vintage from an earlier time in our country's history, Jack.
Right. And they're just beautiful. I love the size of this coin, just kind of the way the art fits in the middle, like the eagle, the way it sits in this size of this coin compared to like the double eagle even. There's less fields, and that eagle just really kind of fills out that reverse.
Look at this, folks. Struck in 1899, dumped into bags, you know, I mean, thrown on the trains. How it could survive like this, and this is why they're so rare. PCGS is only certified in just uncirculated condition. That means mint state 60, which would be a lot, the baggiest example, 61, 62, all grades, only 1/5 of 1% has survived in uncirculated condition of the total mintage from 1839 to 1908, folks. And then when you get to the MS-63s, you're talking about, what is it, 1/20th of 1%? 1/20th.
0.05.
1/20th of 1% of all the $5 gold pieces struck have qualified for MS-63 at PCGS.
Right.
To put it in another way, folks, if these came in, say, bags of 500, you'd need 4 bags to get one MS-63 condition.
Wow.
I mean, that's how rare the coin is.
That's interesting. I'm
Yeah.
glad you put it that way, because that really puts an image in my head of how many coins you have to
This
go
is
through
one
to
of the
find one of these.
great $5 gold pieces struck, and it struck in 1899. The last year in the 1800s at the old Philadelphia Mint, folks. I hope you can take advantage of it. This is one of those times, Jack, where, you know, we love to do these presentations where we get to offer something that we know that is going to be so good for all our clients out there.
Oh yeah, this is
know.
just a great opportunity. They're just beautiful coins. Again, Smithsonian quality coins. I mean, the Smithsonian coin collection is literally a national treasure. These coins are national treasures. These coins are on par with the Smithsonian. You know, the place that has Abe Lincoln's top hat, like the, you know, the kind of things in the Smithsonian, and this is on par with the coins in the Smithsonian.
Folks, we know our gold. My client has the #1 ranked proofed $20 gold collection in the NGC registry, okay? We know our gold here at Rare Collectibles TV. We have placed some of the finest gold over the last several years. And we can, you know, to have something like this, again, we've got a lot of folks calling in. We have to end it here. This is truly a privilege. You won't find anything like this anywhere else on TV. You won't find this at your local coin shop or your local coin show. I don't think anything like this has ever been offered in the history of Coin TV, Jack.
Right? No, not that I can imagine.
We enjoy this, folks, so much when we know we have something so special for you folks watching, our viewers, to be able to offer rare United States coins like we have for you today at this collector-friendly price. Hey, folks, we're the Coin Guys. I'm Rick.
I'm Jack.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for joining us.
Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm Rick Tamaska, your host, and I have got an incredibly exciting gold opportunity for you today. That's the good news. The bad news is I have real limited quantities of this coin. They're in mint state condition, folks, and they're Smithsonian quality. These coins are equal or superior to the example in the Smithsonian. Now, the Smithsonian has the finest collection of United States coins in the world. In fact, they own what is considered the single most valuable coin in all of U.S. numismatics. It's the first double eagle ever struck. This is the only surviving example. It's in the Smithsonian. It's 1849. This is the first time they ever struck a double eagle. Up to that point, the largest gold coin was a $10 gold piece that they called the Eagle. The Eagle was just about a half an ounce of gold. It was then that they discovered gold in California in 1848. So now our country had this abundance of gold, and they were able to strike an even larger gold coin, which was of incredible help to the banking system because it allowed the banks to make those larger transactions that much easier if they had double eagles to work with instead of eagles. So the Mint began striking the double eagle, and they had a couple of these that they struck in 1849. It was called the double eagle because it was twice the size of the eagle with about an ounce of gold. They're large, heavy coins. A double eagle, folks, I have a couple right here. Well, they're a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. A Morgan dollar is a very large silver coin. They're a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. They're about 25 to 30% heavier than a Morgan dollar. Because again, this is about a full ounce, close to a full ounce of gold in a double eagle. The examples I have today, folks, are from the 19th century, and I have them in MS62 and MS63 condition. We have a limited quantity of these. I've got, I think, 15 of each on display right now. The total we have is around 70 coins. The Smithsonian example is an MS62. Take a look at these, MS62 and an MS63. For comparison, I also have an MS60 that we can show the viewers so they can see the difference. Now, when we're talking about MS60, 62, 63, if you're new to United States coin collecting, those numbers are meaningless. So let me explain in about 30 seconds what that all means. Coins are graded on a 70-point grading system. It's called the Sheldon grading system. From a low of 1, which is a heavily worn coin where you can barely read the date, to a high of 70, which represents perfection. There are no gold double eagles in MS70 or MS69 or even MS68. MS60 is the lowest mint state grade. It represents a coin that has never been in circulation. Anything below an MS60 is a coin that's been in circulation. MS60 is a coin that's never been in circulation, but it has an abundance of bag marks and abrasions because of the process of minting the coins. These coins were struck for commerce, folks. You have to understand that they were struck, ejected from the coin press into a bin where they abraded with other coins. Again, these are really heavy coins. Gold is a very soft metal. And from there, they would go through coin counting machines. They would be dumped into bags and then shipped to banks throughout the country. During that process, they're abrading them with one another. Even though it was never in circulation, you could see a lot of abrasions over the surface of the coin. Now, that is a superior grade, though, for a Liberty double eagle, because typically, again, because of the weight of these coins, they're usually gouged and dinged to a degree where they're not even gradable. Here, for example, is a 1903 that I have in my hand. And we're going to rotate it around, and you could see, look at the deep gouge in Liberty's jaw there. If you sent this to a grading service, they'd call it damaged. Here's another example that I have, a 1907. This is the last year of the Liberty Double Eagle series, in 1907. Because in 1907, they changed the design to the St. Gaudens. 1907 is the last year they struck the Liberty Double Eagle, and you can see another deep gouge there in the upper cheekbone of Liberty. Not even gradable. This is your typical Liberty Double Eagle that has survived to this day. Now, when you're looking at an MS62 grade in 63, let's take a look at a couple examples that we have here, folks. You'll notice a noticeable difference. MS62 is an exceptional grade. Again, the example in the Smithsonian is MS62. So the 62s you see here are Smithsonian quality. This is a rare date. You look at this coin, folks. This is an incredible quality for an 1899 Liberty Double Eagle. I mean, only the lightest abrasions on the surface of this coin. And the reverse is, I mean, really fully gem. It's spectacular. And then we have the MS63, 1 grade point higher, superior to the Smithsonian specimen. These are graded by either NGC or PCGS, the 2 leading grading services in the country. Look at this coin, folks. To find a coin with so few marks is amazing. And again, when you compare it to an MS60, you can see the difference. This is a mid-state coin, but it's what you would typically expect to find in a gradable Liberty Double Eagle. Again, for a Liberty Double Eagle, MS60 is an exceptional grade. There are so few that have survived in mid-state condition. To give you an idea of how rare these coins are, I made a little chart of some of the Double Eagles that we have offered over the last 6-7 years. And I have them ranked from some of the most common issues to some of the rarest issues that we've been able to offer. In the St. Gaudens series, the most common issue is the 1924P. They've certified around 300,000 examples at PCGS. These are PCGS population totals, of which almost 50,000 are MS65 gem quality. And you go down the chart there. Now, one of the dates I really love is that 1907P, first year of issue of the St. Gaudens series. Only around 17,500 certified in all grades and about 2,500 in MS65. And then you get to the Liberty series. Now, there is one date that is the most common in the series, the 1904P. That's the one date when you find a Liberty Double Eagle. There's a good chance, if you see them at coin shows or if you go into a coin shop, if they have a Liberty Double Eagle, there's a really good chance that it's going to be a 1904P. And you could see there, the total certified, right, just by PCGS alone, almost 200,000 coins, of which 5,600 are MS65s, which is a very, very high grade for a Liberty Double Eagle. And then you have the second most common date, the 1900P. It's almost 4 times rare. But then look at the 1899Ps. Only 19,000 coins. This is a key date, folks. It is so exciting. These coins that you're looking at, they really should not exist. Let me repeat that. These 1899Ps in MS62 and MS63 really should not exist. The only reason we have them is because they've been stored in a bank in Europe since the early 1930s. Now you might ask, well, what the heck were they doing in a bank in Europe since the early 1930s? The story really begins with the Great Depression. Great Depression was economic disaster for this country. We had unemployment around 25-30%, and this was going on for years. So the Great Depression started in the late 20s, and it continued on for years, folks. In 1933, it was estimated that there were approximately 4,000 bank failures. Think about that, 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. This is in 1933. This is like, 90 years ago. So imagine all these citizens with their life savings in the bank, their nest egg that they had accumulated over 20, 30 years. That was going to be for their retirement. And they go to the bank the next day, and the bank's closed, shuttered closed. They had failed. you were wiped out. And this was hitting millions of Americans. Well, there was panic among all the citizenry because for all those citizens who had money in banks that had not failed, they had to wonder if their bank was going to be next. So what they began to do is to pull their money out of the banks, because who knows what this paper money could be worth, in in a year or 2 or 5 years. Again, this is in 1933 during the Great Depression. With that paper money, they began to buy gold coins. Gold coins, folks, because that's the one thing they knew throughout human history, cultures around the world, going back to Egyptian times. Gold has always had value. Gold has always had value, going back thousands of years. And so they were pulling their money and buying gold coins. Now, this created additional stress on our banking system. So in early 1933, Franklin Roosevelt, then president, newly elected, passed Executive Order 6102. He had to stop this process of people pulling their money out of the banks and buying the gold coins. Executive Order 6102 made it illegal to own over $100 worth of gold coin, gold bullion, or gold certificates. Now, gold back then was around $20 an ounce, so $100 worth of gold meant you could only own a maximum of 5 gold double eagles at $20 each. That was it. If you had over $100 worth of gold double eagles, you had to turn them in to the Treasury. And folks, they enforced it. If you did not turn your gold in and you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, you faced up to 10 years imprisonment, a $10,000 fine, or both. And so citizens began, well, they had to, they were stuck between a rock and a hard place. They began turning their gold into the Treasury in exchange for paper money, and fully 39% of all the gold double eagles ever struck were then melted down by the Treasury back into bullion, forever gone. That's over 50 million coins. Now, here's where these 1899 double eagles come in. There were a lot of citizens who had the means who said to themselves, okay, I'm kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. It's illegal to own $100 worth of gold, but if I leave my money in the bank, that bank could fail tomorrow and I'm wiped out. So before that deadline, where that executive order was in force, 6102, they began buying coins and they had them shipped to banks in Europe. Because while it may have been illegal to own over $100 worth of gold in this country, there's nothing that said you couldn't own over $100 worth of gold in another country. So a lot of citizens and institutions as well in the United States began shipping gold as payment and for safe storage to banks in Europe. They've been sitting in those banks in Europe since the 1930s. Now, most of the gold double eagles shipped to those banks were of the more recent vintage. For example, you saw the 1924 Ps. PCGS has graded over 300,000 examples. Most of those came out of the Great European Bank Hoard. Those 1904 P Liberties, most of those came out of the Great European Bank Hoard. But you saw very few bags of earlier dates, like the 1899 P. Understandably, as you go back in time, there are fewer of those coins around that were still uncirculated. There were very few bags, folks, of the 1899 P. This is an actual bag from the Great European Bank Hoard. These are the kind of canvas burlap bags they came in. There are very few bags of the 1899 P. I found some 1904 Ps, which is the most common date. It's hard to find records for 1899 Ps. Just to give you a reference point, folks, Again, this is the most common date, and here's one that's asking prices over $4,500 for an MS-62. And again, the 1904P, the 1899 Ps that we have are over 10 times rarer in this condition than the 1904P. Here's another 1904P, $4,200 for an MS-62. This was sold in auction in, I believe, 2016 when gold was bouncing around between $1,200 and $1,400 an ounce. It sold for around $3,900 in MS-62. Now, right now, gold is around $1,900 an ounce. So it's over $500 more an ounce than it was back in 2016, folks. So just bear that in mind when you look at this. Gold is a lot higher now than it was back then. We'll show you one more. This is really high. Very high asking price, $7,000 for an MS-62. Again, a no 4P. When we have the good fortune to come upon a really exceptional deal at a great price, we pass our good fortune on to you. We got these 1899 Ps. Well, here we have gold. Again, it's been bouncing around $1,900 an ounce. We have these at such a great price for you folks. This is historic. These 1899 Ps that you're looking at, again, we have a limited quantity. Call in now. This is a small window of opportunity. One thing I have to really impress upon you, these are not bullion coins. These are rare numismatic coins. There was an article that came out, and I'm going to quote you a sentence from that article because it's what I've been telling our clients here, you folks, our viewers here, for the last several years. Here's the quote. This is really important. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. And first of all, by generic coins, they're talking about the most common coins of a given series. For example, the 1924P is the most common St. Gaudens. That would be the generic coin. In the Liberty Double Eagle series, the 1904P is the most common. That would be a generic coin. An 1899P is a much rarer coin. Now, today we have gold at close to $2,000 an ounce. 10 times the gold value is about $20,000, folks. This is a small window of opportunity to get a rare date like this. Call in now. We have a limited quantity of these 1899 Ps. Call in now, folks. MS-62 and MS-63 condition. This is a coin that I could price at $49.95 in MS-62, and you'd be getting a very, very good deal. You know, you'd be getting a coin that's, again, with gold at close to $2,000 an ounce for $49.95. A rare date like this, that's a really good price. $39.95 for an MS-62 would be an exceptional price, but it's not based on our cost. I'm able to offer these MS-62s that you see here today. I have a limited quantity of these coins in MS-62 condition, Smithsonian quality. That's the grade of the example in the Smithsonian. $3,495 a coin. $34.95 a coin. Call in now. If you put half down today, $1,747.50, we will put one of these aside for you. Put your name on it, put it in our vault. And that, again, is so important because when we get these opportunities, especially when it's a rare date like this, once we sell out, they're gone. You know, we can't replace them at that price. So you put half down today, we will reserve one of these coins for you, pay the balance in 30 days. $3,495 a coin, half down today, $1,747.50, and we will reserve an 1899P Smithsonian quality MS-62 condition. I mean, look at this quality, folks. This is a coin, again, they were struck for commerce. These heavy gold double eagles, the largest denomination ever struck in gold by the U.S. Mint, with about an ounce of gold. To survive in this so close to mark-free condition, MS-62 is a miracle. And it's only because of the great European bank where they were sitting in a bank, gathering dust in the corner for close to 90 years. And we're able to offer them for half down today of only $1,747.50. We've got a lot of people calling in here. The lines are lighting up, and I haven't even priced the MS-63s, folks. Now, the MS-63s, this is amazing quality for an 1899P. Again, there are only 65 examples graded at MS-65. You know, this is an extraordinary grade for an 1899P. Extraordinary. Look at this coin. I mean, it looks like it could have been struck yesterday. Again, remember, they're struck for commerce, ejected from the press, where they'd fall into a bin. One coin would fall on top of another. They would have deep gouges, deep cuts, deep scrapes. To survive an MS-63 is miraculous. Even more miraculous is the price. They're not $59.95, folks. $49.95, $44.95. Again, you go up in grade, you would expect the price to increase by at least 50%. You expect something around at least $49.95. We've got these coins for only $3,995. Limited quantities. Half down today. If you can't afford to swing the entire $39.95, $1,997.50 down today, will reserve one of these 1899Ps for you in MS-63 condition. This is extraordinary. To give you an idea, again, if you're new to numismatics, how extraordinary this is, I opened the presentation talking about the first double eagles ever struck. This is in 1849, the single most valuable coin in all of U.S. numismatics. It's valued in the tens of millions, maybe the hundreds of millions of dollars. First struck in 1849. They only struck 2 examples, folks. They only struck 2 examples. You take a look at this coin, the Avars, and this is most educational. My guess is this particular piece was the very first example struck. It was ejected from the die press, fell into the bin with the obverse facing up. The second example that was struck, the rim of that coin hit right below Liberty's cheek there at 8 o'clock in the field. Those are called reading marks. Again, they're really heavy coins. They're 25 to 30% heavier than Morgan dollars. Gold is a very soft metal, and those are typical bag marks you see on gold double eagles, even though they only struck 2 examples. They didn't have to rattle around in bags or anything. They only struck 2 examples with reading marks that deep in the surface of the coin. At best, it's an MS-63. And here, by really, truly, a miraculous circumstances, we've got this amazing small group. Got a lot of people calling in. The 1899P Liberty Double Eagle, if you've just tuned in, we rarely get something from the 19th century like this in mint-state condition. When we get Liberty Double Eagles in uncirculated mint-state condition, they're usually the later dates, like the 1904P, the 1900P. It's been many years since we've been able to offer an 1899P. They came out of a couple bags from the great European Bancord. Extremely rare. It's truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity at these kinds of prices. When we have gold at, it's just been skyrocketing in value. But again, these are not bullion coins. The best part is the premium that we have on these coins is so small when you consider the rarity. There's so much upside potential in these extraordinary 1899P Liberty Double Eagles. MS-62s, again, half down today for an MS-62. The Smithsonian specimen is an MS-62. You're getting a Smithsonian quality, half down today of only $1,747.50, and we'll reserve one of these coins for you, your name on it, we'll put it in our vault, pay the balance in 30 days. Imagine pulling this coin out and showing it to your friends. Imagine that. And then we have the MS-63s. $3,995. Half down today if you can't swing the entire $39.95 today. Half down of only $1,997.50. And we'll reserve one of these MS-63s for you. Please call in now. This is a very, very limited time offer, folks, to get this rare date in this condition. Really, as the host of Rick's U.S. Coin Show, this is what I really love to do. This is what really makes my day, to be able to offer you an incredible double eagle that I know is truly exceptional for the date. At these kind of prices, this is what I love to do, folks. I hope you can take advantage of it. Thank you for watching this presentation here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. But please, stay tuned. We have another great presentation coming right up. Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm Rick Tomaska, your host, and I have got an incredibly exciting gold opportunity for you today. That's the good news. The bad news is I have real limited quantities of this coin. They're in mint state condition, folks, and they're Smithsonian quality. These coins are equal or superior to the example in the Smithsonian. Now, the Smithsonian has the finest collection of United States coins in the world. In fact, they own what is considered the single most valuable coin in all of U.S. numismatics. It's the first double eagle ever struck. This is the only surviving example. It's in the Smithsonian. It's in 1849. This is the first time they ever struck a double eagle. Up to that point, the largest gold coin was a $10 gold piece that they called the Eagle. The Eagle was just about a half an ounce of gold. It was then that they discovered gold in California in 1848. So now our country had this abundance of gold, and they were able to strike an even larger gold coin, which was of incredible help to the banking system because it allowed the banks to make those larger transactions that much easier if they had double eagles to work with instead of eagles. So the Mint began striking the double eagle, and they had a couple of these that they struck in 1849. It was called the double eagle because it was twice the size of the eagle with about an ounce of gold. They're large, heavy coins. A double eagle, folks, I have a couple right here. Well, they're a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. A Morgan dollar is a very large silver coin. They're a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. They're about 25 to 30% heavier than a Morgan dollar. Because again, this is about a full ounce, close to a full ounce of gold in a double eagle. The examples I have today, folks, are from the 19th century, and I have them in MS-62 and MS-63 condition. We have a limited quantity of these. I've got, I think, 15 of each on display right now. The total we have is around 70 coins. The Smithsonian example is an MS-62. Take a look at these, MS-62 and an MS-63. For comparison, I also have an MS-60 that we can show the viewers so they can see the difference. Now, when we're talking about MS-60, 62, 63, if you're new to United States coin collecting, those numbers are meaningless. So let me explain in about 30 seconds what that all means. Coins are graded on a 70-point grading system. It's called the Sheldon grading system. From a low of 1, which is a heavily worn coin where you can barely read the date, to a high of 70, which represents perfection. There are no gold double eagles in MS-70 or MS-69 or even MS-68. MS-60 is the lowest mint state grade. It represents a coin that has never been in circulation. Anything below an MS-60 is a coin that's been in circulation. MS-60 is a coin that's never been in circulation, but it has an abundance of bag marks and abrasions because of the process of minting the coins. These coins were struck for commerce, folks. You have to understand that they were struck, ejected from the coin press into a bin where they abraded with other coins. Again, these are really heavy coins. Gold is a very soft metal. And from there, they would go through coin counting machines, they would be dumped into bags and then shipped to banks throughout the country. During that process, they're abrading them with one another. Even though it was never in circulation, you could see a lot of abrasions over the surface of the coin. Now, that is a superior grade, though, for a Liberty Double Eagle, because typically, again, because of the weight of these coins, they're usually gouged and dinged to a degree where they're not even gradable. Here, for example, is a 1903 that I have in my hand. And we're going to rotate it around. And you could see, look at the deep gouge in Liberty's jaw there. If you sent this to a grading service, they'd call it damaged. Here's another example that I have, a 1907. This is the last year of the Liberty Double Eagle series, in 1907. Because in 1907, they changed the design to the St. Gaudens. 1907 is the last year they struck the Liberty Double Eagle, and you can see another deep gouge there in the upper cheekbone of Liberty. Not even gradable. This is your typical Liberty Double Eagle that has survived to this day. Now, when you're looking at an MS62 grade in 63, let's take a look at a couple examples that we have here, folks. You'll notice a noticeable difference. MS62 is an exceptional grade. Again, the example in the Smithsonian is MS62. So the 62s you see here are Smithsonian quality. This is a rare date. You look at this coin, folks. This is an incredible quality for an 1899 Liberty Double Eagle. I mean, only the lightest abrasions on the surface of this coin. And the reverse is, I mean, really fully gem. It's spectacular. And then we have the MS63, one grade point higher, superior to the Smithsonian specimen. These are graded by either NGC or PCGS, the two leading grading services in the country. Look at this coin, folks. To find a coin with so few marks is amazing. And again, when you compare it to an MS60, you can see the difference. This is a mint-state coin, but it's what you would typically expect to find in a gradable Liberty Double Eagle. Again, for a Liberty Double Eagle, MS60 is an exceptional grade. There are so few that have survived in mint-state condition. To give you an idea of how rare these coins are, I made a little chart of some of the Double Eagles that we have offered over the last 6-7 years. And I have them ranked from some of the most common issues to some of the rarest issues that we've been able to offer. In the St. Gaudens series, the most common issue is the 1924P. They've certified around 300,000 examples at PCGS. These are PCGS population totals, of which almost 50,000 are MS65 gem quality. And you go down the chart there. Now, one of the dates I really love is that 1907P, first year of issue of the St. Gaudens series. Only around 17,500 certified in all grades and about 2,500 in MS65. And then you get to the Liberty series. Now, there is one date that is the most common in the series, the 1904P. That's the one date when you find a Liberty Double Eagle. There's a good chance, if you see them at coin shows or if you go into a coin shop, if they have a Liberty Double Eagle, there's a really good chance that it's going to be a 1904P. And you could see there, the total certified, right, just by PCGS alone, almost 200,000 coins, of which 5,600 are MS65s, which is a very, very high grade for a Liberty Double Eagle. And then you have the second most common date, the 1900P. It's almost 4 times rare. But then look at the 1899Ps. Only 19,000 coins. This is a key date, folks. It is so exciting. These coins that you're looking at, They really should not exist. Let me repeat that. These 1899 Ps in MS-62 and MS-63 really should not exist. The only reason we have them is because they've been stored in a bank in Europe since the early 1930s. Now you might ask, well, what the heck were they doing in a bank in Europe since the early 1930s? The story really begins with the Great Depression. Great Depression was economic disaster for this country. We had unemployment around 25, 30%, and this was going on for years. So the Great Depression started in the late 20s, and it continued on for years, folks. In 1933, it was estimated that there were approximately 4,000 bank failures. Think about that, 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. This is in 1933. This is like, 90 years ago. So imagine all these citizens with their life savings in the bank, their nest egg that they had accumulated over 20, 30 years. That was going to be for their retirement. And they go to the bank the next day, and the bank's closed, shuttered closed. They had failed. You were wiped out. And this was hitting millions of Americans. Well, there was panic among all the citizenry because for all those citizens who had money in banks that had not failed, they had to wonder if their bank was going to be next. So what they began to do is to pull their money out of the banks, because who knows what this paper money could be worth, in in a year or 2 or 5 years. Again, this is in 1933 during the Great Depression. With that paper money, they began to buy gold coins. Gold coins, folks, because that's the one thing they knew throughout human history, cultures around the world, going back to Egyptian times. Gold has always had value. Gold has always had value, going back thousands of years. And so they were pulling their money and buying gold coins. Now this created additional stress on our banking system. So in early 1933, Franklin Roosevelt, then president, newly elected, passed Executive Order 6102. He had to stop this process of people pulling their money out of the banks and buying the gold coins. Executive Order 6102 made it illegal to own over $100 worth of gold coin, gold bullion, or gold certificates. Now, gold back then was around $20 an ounce, so $100 worth of gold meant you could only own a maximum of 5 gold double eagles at $20 each. That was it. If you had over $100 worth of gold double eagles, you had to turn them in to the Treasury. And folks, they enforced it. If you did not turn your gold in and you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, you faced up to 10 years imprisonment, a $10,000 fine, or both. And so citizens began, well, they had to, they were stuck between a rock and a hard place. They began turning their gold into the Treasury in exchange for paper money, and fully 39% of all the gold double eagles ever struck were then melted down by the Treasury back into bullion, forever gone. That's over 50 million coins. Now, here's where these 1899 double eagles come in. There were a lot of citizens who had the means who said to themselves, okay, I'm kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. It's illegal to own $100 worth of gold, but if I leave my money in the bank, that bank could fail tomorrow and I'm wiped out. So before that deadline, where that executive order was in force, 6102, they began buying coins and they had them shipped to banks in Europe. Because while it may have been illegal to own over $100 worth of gold in this country, There's nothing that said you couldn't own over $100 worth of gold in another country. So a lot of citizens and institutions as well in the United States began shipping gold as payment and for safe storage to banks in Europe. They've been sitting in those banks in Europe since the 1930s. Now, most of the gold double eagles shipped to those banks were of the more recent vintage. For example, you saw the 1924 Ps. PCGS has graded over 300,000 examples. Most of those came out of the Great European Bank Hoard. Those 1904 P Liberties, most of those came out of the Great European Bank Hoard. But you saw very few bags of earlier dates, like the 1899 P. Understandably, as you go back in time, there are fewer of those coins around that were still uncirculated. There were very few bags, folks, of the 1899 P. This is an actual bag from the Great European Bank Hoard. These are the kind of canvas burlap bags they came in. There are very few bags of the 1899 P. I found some 1904 Ps, which is the most common date. It's hard to find records for 1899 Ps. Just to give you a reference point, folks. Again, this is the most common date, and here's one that's asking prices over $4,500 for an MS-62. And again, the 1904 P, the 1899 Ps that we have are over 10 times rarer in this condition than the 1904 P. Here's another 1904 P, $4,200 for an MS-62. This was sold in auction in, I believe, 2016 when gold was bouncing around between $1,200 and $1,400 an ounce. It sold for around $3,900 in MS-62. Now, right now, gold is around $1,900 an ounce. So it's over $500 more an ounce than it was back in 2016, folks. So just bear that in mind when you look at this. Gold is a lot higher now than it was back then. We'll show you one more. This is really high. Very high asking price, $7,000 for an MS-62. Again, a no 4P. When we have the good fortune to come upon a really exceptional deal at a great price, we pass our good fortune on to you. We got these 1899 Ps. Well, here we have gold. Again, it's been bouncing around $1,900 an ounce. We have these at such a great price for you folks. This is historic. These 1899 Ps that you're looking at, again, we have a limited quantity. Call in now. This is a small window of opportunity. One thing I have to really impress upon you, these are not bullion coins. These are rare numismatic coins. There was an article that came out, and I'm going to quote you a sentence from that article because it's what I've been telling our clients here, you folks, our viewers here, for the last several years. Here's the quote. This is really important. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. And first of all, by generic coins, they're talking about the most common coins of a given series. For example, the 1924 P is the most common St. Gaudens. That would be the generic coin. In the Liberty Double Eagle series, the 1904 P is the most common. That would be a generic coin. An 1899 P is a much rarer coin. Now, today we have gold at close to $2,000 an ounce. 10 times the gold value is about $20,000, folks. This is a small window of opportunity to get a rare date like this. Call in now. We have a limited quantity of these 1899 Ps. Call in now, folks. MS-62 and MS-63 condition. This is a coin that I could price at $49.95 an MS-62, and you'd be getting a very, very good deal. You know, you'd be getting a coin that's, again, with gold at close to $2,000 an ounce for $49.95. A rare date like this, that's a really good price. $39.95 for an MS-62 would be an exceptional price, but it's not based on our cost. I'm able to offer these MS62s that you see here today. I have a limited quantity of these coins in MS62 condition, Smithsonian quality. That's the grade of the example in the Smithsonian. $3,495 a coin. $34.95 a coin. Call in now. If you put half down today, $1,747.50, we will put one of these aside for you. Put your name on it, put it in our vault. And that, again, is so important because when we get these opportunities, especially when it's a rare date like this, once we sell out, they're gone. You know, we can't replace them at that price. So you put half down today, we will reserve one of these coins for you, pay the balance in 30 days. $3,495 a coin. Half down today, $1,747.50, and we will reserve an 1899p Smithsonian quality MS62 condition. I mean, look at this quality, folks. This is a coin, again, they were struck for commerce. These heavy gold double eagles, the largest denomination ever struck in gold by the U.S. Mint, with about an ounce of gold. To survive in this so close to mark-free condition, MS62, is a miracle. And it's only because of the great European bankroll, where they were sitting in a bank, gathering dust in the corner for close to 90 years. And we're able to offer them for half down today of only $1,747.50. We've got a lot of people calling in here. The lines are lighting up, and I haven't even priced the MS63s, folks. Now, the MS63s, this is amazing quality for an 1899p. Again, there are only 65 examples graded at MS65. You know, I mean, this is an extraordinary grade for an 1899p. Extraordinary. Look at this coin. I mean, it looks like it could have been struck yesterday. Again, remember, they're struck for commerce, ejected from the press, where they'd fall into a bin. One coin would fall on top of another. They would have deep gouges, deep cuts, deep scrapes. To survive an MS63 is miraculous. Even more miraculous is the price. They're not $59.95, folks. $49.95, $44.95. Again, you go up in grade, you would expect the price to increase by at least 50%. You expect something around at least $49.95. We've got these coins for only $3,995. Limited quantities. Half down today. If you can't afford to swing the entire $39.95, $1,997.50 down today, will reserve one of these 1899p's for you in MS63 condition. This is extraordinary. To give you an idea, again, if you're new to numismatics, how extraordinary this is, I opened the presentation talking about the first double eagles ever struck. This is in 1849, the single most valuable coin in all of U.S. numismatics. It's valued in the tens of millions, maybe the hundreds of millions of dollars. First struck in 1849. They only struck 2 examples, folks. They only struck 2 examples. You take a look at this coin, the Avars, and this is most educational. My guess is this particular piece was the very first example struck. It was ejected from the die press, fell into the bin with the obverse facing up. The second example that was struck, the rim of that coin hit right below Liberty's cheek there at 8 o'clock in the field. Those are called reading marks. Again, they're really heavy coins. They're 25 to 30% heavier than Morgan dollars. Gold is a very soft metal, and those are typical bag marks you see on gold double eagles, even though they only struck 2 examples. They didn't have to rattle around in bags or anything. They only struck 2 examples with reading marks that deep in the surface of the coin. At best, it's an MS63. And here, by really, truly, a miraculous circumstances. We've got this amazing small group. Got a lot of people calling in. The 1899p Liberty Double Eagle, if you've just tuned in, we rarely get something from the 19th century like this in mint-state condition. When we get Liberty Double Eagles in uncirculated mint-state condition, they're usually the later dates, like the 1904p, the 1900p. It's been many years since we've been able to offer an 1899p. They came out of a couple bags from the Great European Bancord. Extremely rare. It's truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity at these kinds of prices. When we have gold at, it's just been skyrocketing in value. But again, these are not bullion coins. The best part is the premium that we have on these coins is so small when you consider the rarity. There's so much upside potential in these extraordinary 1899p Liberty Double Eagles. MS-62s, again, half down today for an MS-62. The Smithsonian specimen is an MS-62. You're getting a Smithsonian quality, half down today of only $1,747.50, and we'll reserve one of these coins for you, your name on it, we'll put it in our vault, pay the balance in 30 days. Imagine pulling this coin out and showing it to your friends. Imagine that. And then we have the MS-63s. $3,995, half down today. If you can't swing the entire $39.95 today, half down of only $1,997.50, and we'll reserve one of these MS-63s for you. Please call in now. This is a very, very limited time offer, folks, to get this rare date in this condition. Really, as the host of Rick's U.S. Coin Show, this is what I really love to do. This is what really makes my day, to be able to offer you an incredible double eagle that I know is truly exceptional for the date. At these kind of prices, this is what I love to do, folks. I hope you can take advantage of it. Thank you for watching this presentation here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. But please, stay tuned. We have another great presentation coming right up. Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm Rick Tomaska, your host, and I have got an incredibly exciting gold opportunity for you today. That's the good news. The bad news is I have real limited quantities of this coin. They're in mint state condition, folks, and they're Smithsonian quality. These coins are equal or superior to the example in the Smithsonian. Now, the Smithsonian has the finest collection of United States coins in the world. In fact, they own what is considered the single most valuable coin in all of U.S. numismatics. It's the first double eagle ever struck. This is the only surviving example. It's in the Smithsonian. It's 1849. This is the first time they ever struck a double eagle. Up to that point, the largest gold coin was a $10 gold piece that they called the Eagle. The Eagle was just about a half an ounce of gold. It was then that they discovered gold in California in 1848. So now our country had this abundance of gold, and they were able to strike an even larger gold coin, which was of incredible help to the banking system because it allowed the banks to make those larger transactions that much easier if they had double eagles to work with instead of eagles. So the Mint began striking the double eagle, and they had a couple of these that they struck in 1849. It was called the double eagle because it was twice the size of the eagle with about an ounce of gold. They're large, heavy coins. A double eagle, folks, I have a couple right here. Well, they're a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. A Morgan dollar is a very large silver coin. They're a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. They're about 25 to 30% heavier than a Morgan dollar. Because again, this is about a full ounce, close to a full ounce of gold in a double eagle. The examples I have today, folks, are from the 19th century, and I have them in MS-62 and MS-63 condition. We have a limited quantity of these. I've got, I think, 15 of each on display right now. The total we have is around 70 coins. The Smithsonian example is an MS-62. Take a look at these, MS-62 and an MS-63. For comparison, I also have an MS-60 that we can show the viewers so they can see the difference. Now, when we're talking about MS-60, 62, 63, if you're new to United States coin collecting, those numbers are meaningless. So let me explain in about 30 seconds what that all means. Coins are graded on a 70-point grading system. It's called the Sheldon grading system. From a low of 1, which is a heavily worn coin where you can barely read the date, to a high of 70, which represents perfection. There are no gold double eagles in MS-70 or MS-69 or even MS-68. MS-60 is the lowest mint state grade. It represents a coin that has never been in circulation. Anything below an MS-60 is a coin that's been in circulation. MS-60 is a coin that's never been in circulation, but it has an abundance of bag marks and abrasions because of the process of minting the coins. These coins were struck for commerce, folks. You have to understand that they were struck, ejected from the coin press into a bin where they abraded with other coins. Again, these are really heavy coins. Gold is a very soft metal. And from there, they would go through coin counting machines. They would be dumped into bags and then shipped to banks throughout the country. During that process, they're abrading them with one another. Even though it was never in circulation, you could see a lot of abrasions over the surface of the coin. Now, that is a superior grade, though, for a Liberty double eagle, because typically, again, because of the weight of these coins, they are usually gouged and dinged to a degree where they're not even gradable. Here, for example, is a 1903 that I have in my hand. And we're going to rotate it around, and you could see, look at the deep gouge in Liberty's jaw there. If you set this to a grading service, they call it damaged. Here's another example that I have, a 1907. This is the last year of the Liberty Double Eagle series, 1907. Because in 1907, they changed the design to the St. Gaudens. 1907 is the last year they struck the Liberty Double Eagle, and you can see another deep gouge there in the upper cheekbone of Liberty. Not even gradable. This is your typical Liberty double eagle that has survived to this day. Now, when you're looking at an MS-62 grade in 63, let's take a look at a couple examples that we have here, folks. You'll notice a noticeable difference. MS-62 is an exceptional grade. Again, the example in the Smithsonian is MS-62. So the 62s you see here are Smithsonian quality. This is a rare date. You look at this coin, folks. This is an incredible quality for an 1899 Liberty double eagle. I mean, only the lightest abrasions on the surface of this coin. And the reverse is, I mean, really fully gem. It's spectacular. And then we have the MS-63, 1 grade point higher, superior to the Smithsonian specimen. These are graded by either NGC or PCGS, the 2 leading grading services in the country. Look at this coin, folks. To find a coin with so few marks is amazing. And again, when you compare it to an MS-60, you can see the difference. This is a mint state coin, but it's what you typically expect to find in a gradable Liberty double eagle. Again, for a Liberty double eagle, MS-60 is an exceptional grade. There are so few that have survived in mint state condition. To give you an idea of how rare these coins are, I made a little chart of some of the double eagles that we have offered over the last 6-7 years. And I have them ranked from some of the most common issues to some of the rarest issues that we've been able to offer. In the St. Gaudens series, the most common issue is the 1924P. They've certified around 300,000 examples at PCGS. These are PCGS population totals, of which almost 50,000 are MS65 gem quality. And you go down the chart there. Now, one of the dates I really love is that 1907P, first year of issue of the St. Gaudens series. Only around 17,500 certified in all grades and about 2,500 in MS65. And then you get to the Liberty series. Now, there is one date that is the most common in the series, the 1904P. That's the one date when you find a Liberty double eagle. There's a good chance, if you see them at coin shows or if you go into a coin shop, if they have a Liberty double eagle, there's a really good chance that it's going to be a 1904P. And you could see there, the total certified, right, just by PCGS alone, almost 200,000 coins, of which 5,600 are MS65s, which is a very, very high grade for a Liberty double eagle. And then you have the second most common date, the 1900P. It's almost 4 times rare. But then look at the 1899Ps. Only 19,000 coins. This is a key date, folks. It is so exciting. These coins that you're looking at, they really should not exist. Let me repeat that. These 1899Ps in MS62 and MS63 really should not exist. The only reason we have them is because they've been stored in a bank in Europe since the early 1930s. Now you might ask, well, what the heck were they doing in a bank in Europe since the early 1930s? The story really begins with the Great Depression. Great Depression was economic disaster for this country. We had unemployment around 25–30%, and this was going on for years. So the Great Depression started in the late 20s, and it continued on for years, folks. In 1933, it was estimated that there were approximately 4,000 bank failures. Think about that, 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. This is in 1933. This is like, 90 years ago. So imagine all these citizens with their life savings in the bank, their nest egg that they had accumulated over 20, 30 years. That was going to be for their retirement. And they go to the bank the next day, and the bank's closed, shuttered closed. They had failed. You were wiped out. And this was hitting millions of Americans. Well, there was panic among all the citizenry because for all those citizens who had money in banks that had not failed, they had to wonder if their bank was going to be next. So what they began to do is to pull their money out of the banks, because who knows what this paper money could be worth, in in a year or 2 or 5 years. Again, this is in 1933 during the Great Depression. With that paper money, they began to buy gold coins. Gold coins, folks, because that's the one thing they knew throughout human history, cultures around the world, going back to Egyptian times. Gold has always had value. Gold has always had value, going back thousands of years. And so they were pulling their money and buying gold coins. Now, this created additional stress on our banking system. So in early 1933, Franklin Roosevelt, then president, newly elected, passed Executive Order 6102. He had to stop this process of people pulling their money out of the banks and buying the gold coins. Executive Order 6102 made it illegal to own over $100 worth of gold coin, gold bullion, or gold certificates. Now, gold back then was around $20 an ounce, so $100 worth of gold meant you could only own a maximum of 5 gold double eagles at $20 each. That was it. If you had over $100 worth of gold double eagles, you had to turn them into the treasury. And folks, they enforced it. If you did not turn your gold in and you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, you faced up to 10 years imprisonment, a $10,000 fine, or both. And so citizens began, well, they had to, they were stuck between a rock and a hard place. They began turning their gold into the treasury in exchange for paper money, and fully 39% of all the gold double eagles ever struck were then melted down by the treasury back into bullion, forever gone. That's over 50 million coins. Now, here's where these 1899 double eagles come in. There were a lot of citizens who had the means who said to themselves, okay, I'm kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. It's illegal to own $100 worth of gold, but if I leave my money in the bank, that bank could fail tomorrow and I'm wiped out. So before that deadline, where that executive order was in force, 6102, they began buying coins and they had them shipped to banks in Europe. Because while it may have been illegal to own over $100 worth of gold in this country, there's nothing that said you couldn't own over $100 worth of gold in another country. So a lot of citizens and institutions as well in the United States began shipping gold as payment and for safe storage to banks in Europe. They've been sitting in those banks in Europe since the 1930s. Now, most of the gold double eagles shipped to those banks were of the more recent vintage. For example, you saw the 1924 Ps. PCGS has graded over 300,000 examples. Most of those came out of the Great European Bank Hoard. Those 1904 P Liberties, most of those came out of the Great European Bank Hoard. But you saw very few bags of earlier dates, like the 1899 P. Understandably, as you go back in time, there are fewer of those coins around that were still uncirculated. There were very few bags, folks, of the 1899 P. This is an actual bag from the Great European Bank Hoard. These are the kind of canvas burlap bags they came in. There are very few bags of the 1899 P. I found some 1904 Ps, which is the most common date. It's hard to find records for 1899 Ps. Just to give you a reference point, folks. Again, this is the most common date, and here's one that's asking prices over $4,500 for an MS-62. And again, the 1904 P, the 1899 Ps that we have are over 10 times rarer in this condition than the 1904 P. Here's another 1904 P, $4,200 for an MS-62. This was sold in auction in, I believe, 2016 when gold was bouncing around between $1,200 and $1,400 an ounce. It sold for around $3,900 in MS-62. Now, right now, gold is around $1,900 an ounce. So it's over $500 more an ounce than it was back in 2016, folks. So just bear that in mind when you look at this. Gold is a lot higher now than it was back then. We'll show you one more. This is really high. Very high asking price, $7,000 for an MS-62. Again, a no 4P. When we have the good fortune to come upon a really exceptional deal at a great price, we pass our good fortune on to you. We got these 1899 Ps. Here we have gold. Again, it's been bouncing around $1,900 an ounce. We have these at such a great price for you folks. This is historic. These 1899 Ps that you're looking at, again, we have a limited quantity. Call in now. This is a small window of opportunity. One thing I have to really impress upon you, these are not bullion coins. These are rare numismatic coins. There was an article that came out, and I'm going to quote you a sentence from that article because it's what I've been telling our clients here, you folks, our viewers here, for the last several years. Here's the quote. This is really important. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. And first of all, by generic coins, they're talking about the most common coins of a given series. For example, the 1924p is the most common St. Gaudens. That would be the generic coin. In the Liberty Double Eagle series, the 1904p is the most common. That would be a generic coin. An 1899p is a much rarer coin. Now, today we have gold at close to $2,000 an ounce. 10 times the gold value is about $20,000, folks. This is a small window of opportunity to get a rare date like this. Call in now. We have a limited quantity of these 1899Ps. Call in now, folks. MS62 and MS63 condition. This is a coin that I could price at $49.95 in MS62, and you'd be getting a very, very good deal. You know, you'd be getting a coin that's, again, with gold at close to $2,000 an ounce for $49.95. A rare date like this, that's a really good price. $39.95 for an MS62 would be an exceptional price, but it's not based on our cost. I'm able to offer these MS62s that you see here today. I have a limited quantity of these coins in MS62 condition, Smithsonian quality. That's the grade of the example in the Smithsonian. $3,495 a coin. $34.95 a coin. Call in now if you put half down today. $1,747.50. We will put one of these aside for you. Put your name on it, put it in our vault. And that, again, is so important because when we get these opportunities, especially when it's a rare date like this, once we sell out, they're gone. You know, we can't replace them at that price. So you put half down today, we will reserve one of these coins for you, pay the balance in 30 days. $3,495 a coin. Half down today, $1,747.50, and we will reserve an 1899p Smithsonian quality MS62 condition. I mean, look at this quality, folks. This is a coin, again, they were struck for commerce. These heavy gold double eagles, the largest denomination ever struck in gold by the U.S. Mint, with about an ounce of gold. To survive in this so close to mark-free condition, MS62 is a miracle. And it's only because of the great European bank where they were sitting in a bank, gathering dust in the corner for close to 90 years. And we're able to offer them for half down today of only $1,747.50. We've got a lot of people calling in here. The lines are lighting up, and I haven't even priced the MS63s, folks. Now, the MS63s. This is amazing quality for an 1899p. Again, there are only 65 examples graded at MS65. You know, this is an extraordinary grade for an 1899p. Extraordinary. Look at this coin. I mean, it looks like it could have been struck yesterday. Again, remember, they're struck for commerce, ejected from the press, where they'd fall into a bin. One coin would fall on top of another. They would have deep gouges, deep cuts, deep scrapes. To survive an MS63 is miraculous. Even more miraculous is the price. They're not $59.95, folks. $49.95, $44.95. Again, you go up in grade, you would expect the price to increase by at least 50%. You expect something around at least $49.95. We've got these coins for only $3,995. Limited quantities. Half down today. If you can't afford to swing the entire $39.95, $1,997.50 down today, will reserve one of these 1899Ps for you in MS 63 condition. This is extraordinary. To give you an idea, again, if you're new to numismatics, how extraordinary this is, I opened the presentation talking about the first double eagles ever struck. This is in 1849, the single most valuable coin in all of U.S. numismatics. It's valued in the tens of millions, maybe the hundreds of millions of dollars. First struck in 1849. They only struck 2 examples, folks. They only struck 2 examples. You take a look at this coin, the Avars, and this is most educational. My guess is this particular piece was the very first example struck. It was ejected from the die press, fell into the bin with the obverse facing up. The second example that was struck, the rim of that coin hit right below Liberty's cheek there at 8 o'clock in the field. Those are called reading marks. Again, they're really heavy coins. They're 25 to 30% heavier than Morgan dollars. Gold is a very soft metal, and those are typical bag marks you see on gold double eagles, even though they only struck 2 examples. They didn't have to rattle around in bags or anything. They only struck 2 examples with reading marks that deep in the surface of the coin. At best, it's an MS-63. And here, by really, truly, a miraculous circumstances, we've got this amazing small group. Got a lot of people calling in. The 1899p Liberty Double Eagle, if you've just tuned in, we rarely get something from the 19th century like this in mint-state condition. When we get Liberty Double Eagles in uncirculated mint-state condition, they're usually the later dates, like the 1904p, the 1900p. It's been many years since we've been able to offer an 1899p. They came out of a couple bags from the Great European Bancord. Extremely rare. It's truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity at these kinds of prices. When we have gold at, it's just been skyrocketing in value. But again, these are not bullion coins. The best part is the premium that we have on these coins is so small when you consider the rarity. There's so much upside potential in these extraordinary 1899p Liberty Double Eagles. MS-62s, again, half down today for an MS-62. The Smithsonian specimen is an MS-62. You're getting a Smithsonian quality, half down today of only $1,747.50, and we'll reserve one of these coins for you, your name on it, we'll put it in our vault, pay the balance in 30 days. Imagine pulling this coin out and showing it to your friends. Imagine that. And then we have the MS-63s. $3,995, half down today. If you can't swing the entire $39.95 today, half down of only $1,997.50, and we'll reserve one of these MS-63s for you. Please call in now. This is a very, very limited time offer, folks, to get this rare date in this condition. Really, as the host of Rick's U.S. Coin Show, this is what I really love to do. This is what really makes my day, to be able to offer you an incredible double eagle that I know is truly exceptional for the date. At these kind of prices, this is what I love to do, folks. I hope you can take advantage of it. Thank you for watching this presentation here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. But please, stay tuned. We have another great presentation coming right up. Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm Rick Tomasca, your host, and I have got an incredibly exciting gold opportunity for you today. That's the good news. The bad news is I have real limited quantities of this coin. They're in mint state condition, folks, and they're Smithsonian quality. These coins are equal or superior to the example in the Smithsonian. Now, the Smithsonian has the finest collection of United States coins in the world. In fact, they own what is considered the single most valuable coin in all of U.S. numismatics. It's the first double eagle ever struck. This is the only surviving example. It's in the Smithsonian. It's in 1849. This is the first time they ever struck a double eagle. Up to that point, the largest gold coin was a $10 gold piece that they called the eagle. The eagle was just about a half an ounce of gold. It was then that they discovered gold in California in 1848. So now our country had this abundance of gold, and they were able to strike an even larger gold coin, which was of incredible help to the banking system because it allowed the banks to make those larger transactions that much easier if they had double eagles to work with instead of eagles. So the Mint began striking the double eagle, and they had a couple of these that they struck in 1849. It was called the double eagle because it was twice the size of the eagle with about an ounce of gold. They're large, heavy coins. A double eagle, folks, I have a couple right here. Well, they're a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. A Morgan dollar is a very large silver coin. They're a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. They're about 25 to 30% heavier than a Morgan dollar. Because again, this is about a full ounce, close to a full ounce of gold in a double eagle. The examples I have today, folks, are from the 19th century, and I have them in MS-62 and MS-63 condition. We have a limited quantity of these. I've got, I think, 15 of each on display right now. The total we have is around 70 coins. The Smithsonian example is an MS-62. Take a look at these, MS-62 and an MS-63. For comparison, I also have an MS-60 that we can show the viewers so they can see the difference. Now, when we're talking about MS-60, 62, 63, if you're new to United States coin collecting, those numbers are meaningless. So let me explain in about 30 seconds what that all means. Coins are graded on a 70-point grading system. It's called the Sheldon grading system. From a low of 1, which is a heavily worn coin where you can barely read the date, to a high of 70, which represents perfection. There are no gold double eagles in MS-70 or MS-69 or even MS-68. MS-60 is the lowest mint state grade. It represents a coin that has never been in circulation. Anything below an MS-60 is a coin that's been in circulation. MS-60 is a coin that's never been in circulation, but it has an abundance of bag marks and abrasions because of the process of minting the coins. These coins were struck for commerce, folks. You have to understand that they were struck, ejected from the coin press into a bin where they abraded with other coins. Again, these are really heavy coins. Gold is a very soft metal. And from there, they would go through coin counting machines. They would be dumped into bags and then shipped to banks throughout the country. During that process, they're abrading them with one another. Even though it was never in circulation, you could see a lot of abrasions over the surface of the coin. Now, that is a superior grade, though, for a Liberty double eagle, because typically, again, because of the weight of these coins, they're usually gouged and dinged to a degree where they're not even gradable. Here, for example, is a 1903 that I have in my hand. And we're going to rotate it around, and you could see, look at the deep gouge in Liberty's jaw there. If you sent this to a grading service, they'd call it damaged. Here's another example that I have, a 1907. This is the last year of the Liberty Double Eagle series, 1907. Because in 1907, they changed the design to the St. Gaudens. 1907 is the last year they struck the Liberty Double Eagle, and you can see another deep gouge there in the upper cheekbone of Liberty. Not even gradable. This is your typical Liberty double eagle that has survived to this day. Now, when you're looking at an MS-62 grade in 63, let's take a look at a couple examples that we have here, folks. You'll notice a noticeable difference. MS-62 is an exceptional grade. Again, the example in the Smithsonian is MS-62. So the 62s you see here are Smithsonian quality. This is a rare date. You look at this coin, folks. This is an incredible quality for an 1899 Liberty Double Eagle. I mean, only the lightest abrasions on the surface of this coin. And the reverse is, I mean, really fully gem. It's spectacular. And then we have the MS-63, 1 grade point higher, superior to the Smithsonian specimen. These are graded by either NGC or PCGS, the 2 leading grading services in the country. Look at this coin, folks. To find a coin with so few marks is amazing. And again, when you compare it to an MS-60, you can see the difference. This is a mid-state coin, but it's what you would typically expect to find in a gradable Liberty Double Eagle. Again, for a Liberty Double Eagle, MS-60 is an exceptional grade. There are so few that have survived in mid-state condition. To give you an idea of how rare these coins are, I made a little chart of some of the Double Eagles that we have offered over the last 6-7 years. And I have them ranked from some of the most common issues to some of the rarest issues that we've been able to offer. In the St. Gaudens series, the most common issue is the 1924P. They've certified around 300,000 examples at PCGS. These are PCGS population totals, of which almost 50,000 are MS-65 gem quality. And you go down the chart there. Now, one of the dates I really love is that 1907P, first year of issue of the St. Gaudens series. Only around 17,500 certified in all grades and about 2,500 in MS-65. And then you get to the Liberty series. Now, there is one date that is the most common in the series, the 1904P. That's the one date when you find a Liberty Double Eagle. There's a good chance, if you see them at coin shows or if you go into a coin shop, if they have a Liberty Double Eagle, there's a really good chance that it's going to be a 1904P. And you could see there, the total certified, right, just by PCGS alone, almost 200,000 coins, of which 5,600 are MS-65s, which is a very, very high grade for a Liberty Double Eagle. And then you have the second most common date, the 1900P. It's almost 4 times rare. But then look at the 1899Ps. Only 19,000 coins. This is a key date, folks. It is so exciting. These coins that you're looking at, they really should not exist. Let me repeat that. These 1899Ps in MS-62 and MS-63 really should not exist. The only reason we have them is because they've been stored in a bank in Europe since the early 1930s. Now you might ask, well, what the heck were they doing in a bank in Europe since the early 1930s? The story really begins with the Great Depression. Great Depression was economic disaster for this country. We had unemployment around 25-30%, and this was going on for years. So the Great Depression started in the late 20s, and it continued on for years, folks. In 1933, it was estimated that there were approximately 4,000 bank failures. Think about that, 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. This is in 1933. This is like, 90 years ago. So imagine all these citizens with their life savings in the bank, their nest egg that they had accumulated over 20, 30 years. That was going to be for their retirement. And they go to the bank the next day, and the bank's closed, shuttered closed. They had failed. You were wiped out. And this was hitting millions of Americans. Well, there was panic among all the citizenry because for all those citizens who had money in banks that had not failed, they had to wonder if their bank was going to be next. So what they began to do is to pull their money out of the banks, because who knows what this paper money could be worth in in a year or 2 or 5 years. Again, this is 1933 during the Great Depression. With that paper money, they began to buy gold coins. Gold coins, folks, because that's the one thing they knew throughout human history, cultures around the world, going back to Egyptian times. Gold has always had value. Gold has always had value, going back thousands of years. And so they were pulling their money and buying gold coins. Now, this created additional stress on our banking system. So in early 1933, Franklin Roosevelt, then president, newly elected, passed Executive Order 6102. He had to stop this process of people pulling their money out of the banks and buying the gold coins. Executive Order 6102 made it illegal to own over $100 worth of gold coin, gold bullion, or gold certificates. Now, gold back then was around $20 an ounce, so $100 worth of gold meant you could only own a maximum of 5 gold double eagles at $20 each. That was it. If you had over $100 worth of gold double eagles, you had to turn them in to the Treasury. And folks, they enforced it. If you did not turn your gold in and you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, you faced up to 10 years imprisonment, a $10,000 fine, or both. And so citizens began, well, they had to, they were stuck between a rock and a hard place. They began turning their gold into the Treasury in exchange for paper money, and fully 39% of all the gold double eagles ever struck were then melted down by the Treasury back into bullion, forever gone. That's over 50 million coins. Now, here's where these 1899 double eagles come in. There were a lot of citizens who had the means who said to themselves, okay, I'm kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. It's illegal to own $100 worth of gold, but if I leave my money in the bank, that bank could fail tomorrow and I'm wiped out. So before that deadline, where that executive order was in force, 6102, they began buying coins and they had them shipped to banks in Europe. Because while it may have been illegal to own over $100 worth of gold in this country, there's nothing that said you couldn't own over $100 worth of gold in another country. So a lot of citizens and institutions as well in the United States began shipping gold as payment and for safe storage to banks in Europe. They've been sitting in those banks in Europe since the 1930s. Now, most of the gold double eagles shipped to those banks were of the more recent vintage. For example, you saw the 1924 Ps. PCGS has graded over 300,000 examples. Most of those came out of the Great European Bank Hoard. Those 1904 P Liberties, most of those came out of the Great European Bank Hoard. But you saw very few bags of earlier dates, like the 1899 P. Understandably, as you go back in time, there are fewer of those coins around that were still uncirculated. There were very few bags, folks, of the 1899 P. This is an actual bag from the Great European Bank Hoard. These are the kind of canvas burlap bags they came in. There are very few bags of the 1899 P. I found some 1904 Ps, which is the most common date. It's hard to find records for 1899 Ps. Just to give you a reference point, folks. Again, this is the most common date, and here's one that's asking prices over $4,500 for an MS-62. And again, the 1904 P, the 1899 Ps that we have are over 10 times rare in this condition than the 1904 P. Here's another 1904 P, $4,200 for an MS-62. This was sold in auction in, I believe, 2016 when gold was bouncing around between $1,200 and $1,400 an ounce. It sold for around $3,900 in MS62. Now, right now, gold is around $1,900 an ounce. So it's over $500 more an ounce than it was back in 2016, folks. So just bear that in mind when you look at this. Gold is a lot higher now than it was back then. We'll show you one more. This is really high. Very high asking price, $7,000 for an MS62. Again, no 4P. When we have the good fortune to come upon a really exceptional deal at a great price, we pass our good fortune on to you. We got these 1899 Ps. Well, here we have gold. Again, it's been bouncing around $1,900 an ounce. We have these at such a great price for you folks. This is historic. These 1899 Ps that you're looking at, again, we have a limited quantity. Call in now. This is a small window of opportunity. One thing I have to really impress upon you, these are not bullion coins. These are rare numismatic coins. There was an article that came out, and I'm going to quote you a sentence from that article because it's what I've been telling our clients here, you folks, our viewers here, for the last several years. Here's the quote. This is really important. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. And first of all, by generic coins, they're talking about the most common coins of a given series. For example, the 1924P is the most common St. Gaudens. That would be the generic coin. In the Liberty Double Eagle series, the 1904P is the most common. That would be a generic coin. An 1899P is a much rarer coin. Now, today we have gold at close to $2,000 an ounce. 10 times the gold value is about $20,000, folks. This is a small window of opportunity to get a rare date like this. Call in now. We have a limited quantity of these 1899 Ps. Call in now, folks. MS62 and MS63 condition. This is a coin that I could price at $49.95 in MS62, and you'd be getting a very, very good deal. You know, you'd be getting a coin that's, again, with gold at close to $2,000 an ounce for $49.95. A rare date like this, that's a really good price. $39.95 for an MS62 would be an exceptional price, but it's not based on our cost. I'm able to offer these MS62s that you see here today. I have a limited quantity of these coins in MS62 condition, Smithsonian quality. That's the grade of the example in the Smithsonian. $3,495 a coin. $34.95 a coin. Call in now if you put half down today. $1,747.50. We will put one of these aside for you. Put your name on it, put it in our vault. And that, again, is so important because when we get these opportunities, especially when it's a rare date like this, once we sell out, they're gone. You know, we can't replace them at that price. So you put half down today, we will reserve one of these coins for you, pay the balance in 30 days. $3,495 a coin. Half down today, $1,747.50, and we will reserve an 1899P Smithsonian quality MS62 condition. I mean, look at this quality, folks. This is a coin, again, they were struck for commerce. These heavy gold double eagles, the largest denomination ever struck in gold by the U.S. Mint, with about an ounce of gold. To survive in this so close to mark-free condition, MS62, is a miracle. And it's only because of the great European banker, where they were sitting in a bank, gathering dust in the corner for close to 90 years. And we're able to offer them for half down today of only $1,747.50. We've got a lot of people calling in here. The lines are lighting up. And I haven't even priced the MS63s, folks. Now, the MS63s, this is amazing quality for an 1899p. Again, there are only 65 examples graded at MS65. You know, I mean, this is an extraordinary grade for an 1899p. Extraordinary. Look at this coin. I mean, it looks like it could have been struck yesterday. Again, remember, they're struck for commerce, ejected from the press, where they'd fall into a bin. One coin would fall on top of another. They would have deep gouges, deep cuts, deep scrapes. To survive an MS63 is miraculous. Even more miraculous is the price. They're not $59.95, folks. $49.95, $44.95. Again, you go up in grade, you would expect the price to increase by at least 50%. You expect something around at least $49.95. We've got these coins for only $3,995. Limited quantities. Half down today. If you can't afford to swing the entire $39.95, $1,997.50 down today, will reserve one of these 1899Ps for you in MS63 condition. This is extraordinary. To give you an idea, again, if you're new to numismatics, how extraordinary this is, I opened the presentation talking about the first double eagles ever struck. This is in 1849, the single most valuable coin in all of U.S. numismatics. It's valued in the tens of millions, maybe the hundreds of millions of dollars. First struck in 1849. They only struck 2 examples, folks. They only struck 2 examples. You take a look at this coin, the Avars, and this is most educational. My guess is this particular piece was the very first example struck. It was ejected from the die press, fell into the bin with the obverse facing up. The second example that was struck, the rim of that coin hit right below Liberty's cheek there at 8 o'clock in the field. Those are called reading marks. Again, they're really heavy coins. They're 25 to 30% heavier than Morgan dollars. Gold is a very soft metal, and those are typical bag marks you see on gold double eagles, even though they only struck 2 examples. They didn't have to rattle around in bags or anything. They only struck 2 examples with reading marks that deep in the surface of the coin. At best, it's an MS63. And here, by really, truly, a miraculous circumstances, we've got this amazing small group. Got a lot of people calling in. The 1899p Liberty Double Eagle, if you've just tuned in, we rarely get something from the 19th century like this in mint-state condition. When we get Liberty Double Eagles in uncirculated mint-state condition, they're usually the later dates, like the 1904p, the 1900p. It's been many years since we've been able to offer an 1899p. They came out of a couple bags from the Great European Bancord. Extremely rare. It's truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity at these kinds of prices. When we have gold at, it's just been skyrocketing in value. But again, these are not bullion coins. The best part is the premium that we have on these coins is so small when you consider the rarity. There's so much upside potential in these extraordinary 1899p Liberty Double Eagles. MS62s, again, half down today for an MS62. The Smithsonian specimen is an MS62. You're getting a Smithsonian quality, half down today of only $1,747.50, and we'll reserve one of these coins for you, your name on it, we'll put it in our vault, pay the balance in 30 days. Imagine pulling this coin out and showing it to your friends. Imagine that. And then we have the MS63s. $3,995, half down today. If you can't swing the entire $39.95 today, half down of only $1,997.50, and we'll reserve one of these MS63s for you. Please call in now. This is a very, very limited time offer, folks, to get this rare date in this condition. Really, as the host of Rick's U.S. Coin Show, This is what I really love to do. This is what really makes my day. To be able to offer you an incredible double eagle that I know is truly exceptional for the date. At these kind of prices, this is what I love to do, folks. I hope you can take advantage of it. Thank you for watching this presentation here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. But please, stay tuned. We have another great presentation coming right up. Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm Rick Tomasca, your host, and I have got an incredibly exciting gold opportunity for you today. That's the good news. The bad news is I have real limited quantities of this coin. They're in mint state condition, folks, and they're Smithsonian quality. These coins are equal or superior to the example in the Smithsonian. Now, the Smithsonian has the finest collection of United States coins in the world. In fact, they own what is considered the single most valuable coin in all of U.S. numismatics. It's the first double eagle ever struck. This is the only surviving example. It's in the Smithsonian. It's 1849. This is the first time they ever struck a double eagle. Up to that point, the largest gold coin was a $10 gold piece that they called the Eagle. The Eagle was just about a half an ounce of gold. It was then that they discovered gold in California in 1848. So now our country had this abundance of gold, and they were able to strike an even larger gold coin, which was of incredible help to the banking system because it allowed the banks to make those larger transactions that much easier if they had double eagles to work with instead of eagles. So the Mint began striking the double eagle, and they had a couple of these that they struck in 1849. It was called the double eagle because it was twice the size of the eagle with about an ounce of gold. They're large, heavy coins. A double eagle, folks, I have a couple right here. Well, they're a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. A Morgan dollar is a very large silver coin. They're a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. They're about 25 to 30% heavier than a Morgan dollar. Because again, this is about a full ounce, close to a full ounce of gold in a double eagle. The examples I have today, folks, are from the 19th century, and I have them in MS-62 and MS-63 condition. We have a limited quantity of these. I've got, I think, 15 of each on display right now. The total we have is around 70 coins. The Smithsonian example is an MS-62.